Hey, Sarita, what time is that youth panel?
The youth panel is at, I want to say 1:30. No, it is at 2:20.
2:20?
Yeah.
Like rain into the sea, I can make a rhyme, but confusion in your mind. That's when it crazy back to some good old fashioned love. I got it, I got it, I got it, got it.
Amber Moskin breakdown. So anyway, I'm gonna let her daughter join that panel if she comes. Gosh, I have to look at this.
Well, coming back with a flow on top of the passage of the fabulous man. We're Pelosi, ladies, represent everything. They don't understand. Oh, sure. Jump to the edges like a man in cure. Burberry, West Christian Dior. God put it on sale, baby, so. Even when I rock it,
Sarita, are you there?
Rocks in my watch, got lost. I rocked it twice. Love who I am to the day within the life. Evidently, lady, like I rock it right. Let it go. Can't let this thing hold up, get away from you. Feel free right now, don't do what you wanna do. Can't let nobody take it away from you, from me, from me. No have a moping around. Are you kidding? No have a negative vibe. 'Cause I'm waiting, it's been a long week. I put in my hardest. I feel so good to get it right. So when I take you, I'm looking at you, I'm walking. I can feel tonight. Mirror on the wall, don't say 'cause I know I'm cute. Baby, Louis down to my drawers, LV all on my shoes. Baby, I be dripping from my south, gotta be looking like brand new. Baby, lit up like a crystal ball, that's cool, baby. So it's you, that's how I roll. I'm shining, everybody wanna shine. I was born like this, don't even gotta try. You know, I like shot and make it better over time. You know, they just say I'm not the baddest. Ain't my fault that I'm not here getting loose. Gotta blame it on
Anna, can you get your message?
Ain't my fault that I'm not here making loose. I'm the fruit in the poop. Gotta blame it on my juice. Yeah, 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 yeah. Blame it on my juice. Blame it on my juice. Yeah, 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 yeah. Blame it on my juice. Blame it on my juice. has held us down. But now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go. And where we'll end up, I don't know. But we don't let nothing hold us back. We're putting ourselves together. We're polishing up our act. If you've never been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore.
It looks like Jane and Shakira are tied up with campaign. Amanda is saying that she's on the line. Let's see if I can see her. Oh, I see you, Amanda. You can. Okay, cool. All right. I didn't see you.
Do you want me to switch to video?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I almost missed you.
That's okay. I came in and I was having some audio problems, so I was trying to figure that out. But you can hear me okay?
Ladies, what we'll do, it looks like it'll be Melanie, Wakinia, myself. I see Amanda Edwards is on now as well. So Rita, you can join this as well as being one of our staffers that's taking care of Black constituents. And it looks like Jane and Shakira are tied up with campaign. And Jane had an emergency, and Shakira is out at the poll right now.
Who run the world? Girls. 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 Who run this motherfucker? Who run this motherfucker? Who run this motherfucker? Who run this motherfucker? Who run the world? Girls. 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 It's hot up in here, D-Jack. Don't be scared to run this back. Rapping for the girls and taking over the world. Let's raise the glass for the college grads. 41 rolling to let you know what time it is. You can't hold it. I got my 9 to 5, gotta cut my check. Just go talk to the wall. Women get needy, you won't get crime. So I know men like this. That's one, I do big, six, seven, I shine. Boy, I know you love it. How we smart enough to make these millions, strong enough to bear the children. Then get back to business, please. Get back to place, please. Don't come here, please. Hope you still like me. Pay me my good persuasion can build a nation in this power.
Okay, I don't want to get too far on time. It's 11:08. Let me check to see who's in. Nicole, Representative Collier, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good morning. And Representative Beerbio, are you available yet? Good evening, Texas Democrats. I'm honored to be joining you all for our first ever Winning Women Texas Day Party, Part 2. Among the many women we honor here today, one of whom is a personal hero of mine. The late, great, my sorority sister, Barbara Jordan, gave one of the greatest speeches in American political history during the 1976 Democratic National Convention. She asked a roaring crowd during her historic address, what is it about the Democratic Party that makes it the instrument of people use when they search for ways to shape their future? There's no single right answer, nor is there one liner that could adequately sum it up. In the face of overwhelming adversity, I've asked myself the same question. As our country is suffering and our future is uncertain, I asked myself this question now. Barbara Jordan embodied what it means to be a Texas Democrat. She cared deeply, not just about our family and neighbors. She cared about the suffering of strangers, our national community, and the world we leave for our children. Congresswoman Jordan channeled her empathy into action. She devoted herself to doing the most good as many people as possible, for as many people as possible. Because of her commitment to equality for all and privileges for none, our country inched closer to the American promise. We remember and honor these great Texans, and there are more great Texans who are putting their empathy into action today. But we don't do this work in hopes of seeing our names etched into history books. We do this work because we, like the Democratic trailblazers that came before us, believe to our very core that we must create a more just, equitable world. When we head to the ballot box, and that we're doing in the state of Texas and across the nation, as many of us are already doing and going out today to campaign, to vote for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the rest of the Democratic ticket, we're going to do just that. We're going to elect the Democrats who are prepared to fight for what is right in the face of overwhelming opposition. Together, we're going to expand access to affordable health care, fight for racial justice, equitable opportunities in education, immigrants' rights, LGBTQ equality, and for everyone struggling to catch a break. We're going to elect the Democrats who are prepared to balance the scales and restore our hope for the future. On that historic day in 1976, when Barbara Jordan explained why the people turned to the Democratic Party, she told the convention, "We have a positive vision of the future, founded on the belief that the gap between the promise and reality of America can one day be finally closed." Let me tell you, we have the opportunity to narrow the gap in this election. When we turn Texas blue and elect Democrats up and down the ballot, yes, justice is on the ballot, democracy is on the ballot, freedom is on the ballot, we will shape our political future and further our mission of guaranteeing justice for all. This is our moment, and this is our year. Thank you to our speakers today and all the Texas Democrats watching at home. Because of you, we're going to make history this year. And believe me, I can't wait for all of us to do it together. Let's turn Texas blue.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
I still believe in the story of America because America believes in me. And that's why I know Joe and Kamala are ready to help write the next chapter.
Joe has a heart as big as Texas. We need to put a heart back in the White House.
Houston, Harris County, Biden-Harris County, let's do this.
For the first time in a long time, winning Texas is possible.
We know what is on the ballot in 3 weeks.
People are excited and they want transformational change.
When I see those numbers on November 3rd, I'm not going to sing the civil rights song, We Shall Overcome.
Will you join this movement? Will you be that one vote?
I'm going to look into the mighty blue Texas sun and say that we have overcome.
Will you vote today for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
Let's hear it for Texas and a blue state.
Welcome back, everyone. I am incredibly excited to announce this next panel. We have a series called A Seat at the Table that was started by the DNC to highlight Black women who are doing incredible work within the political sphere. I'll start with Dr. Brailey, and then we'll get the rest of our guests introduced.
Thank you so much, Sarita, for all the fabulous work that you're doing. And you're doing such great work. I also would love it for you to join us in this panel too, because you're doing lots of work, particularly with Black constituencies, and you've been so helpful to me. Part as a young professional, I'm sure that you can just kind of keep us a little youthful here, making sure that we have a strong foresight on the future as well. Today we have Wakinya Clanton, who will be joining us. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going to read all the elaborative bios of everyone, but she's a senior advisor to our chairman, Tom Perez. She has done what she's doing for some time now. She's been in the game for a little while. And Seat at the Table was actually one of her babies. She's had many of them before DNC, even since she's been in DC. So she has a village that she's running now. And let me tell you, nothing really happens probably with the Democratic Party without it going by Wakinya in some aspect. And so I'm sure that will come out today. Always great to join a conversation and dialogue with her. We have Representative Nicole Collier, who goes without saying, she's part of the powerhouse in Texas, where, the best place for a woman we know right now is in the House. And so hopefully we have even more that will be joining you, Rep. Collier, after this 2020 election. Linda Lewis has been a giant around for some years. And I'm always looking for those gems that know the history, that were around, some of the people that we still have not even read about, but we should. And so I called her up at the last minute and said, Linda, I want you to join this Seat at the Table because you've been at many of these places before we even thought we were going to choose this direction. So she's with us today out of Waco. Amanda Edwards, former city council member of Houston, recent candidate for U.S. Senate, and just a powerhouse in herself. And again, a lot of these ladies are extremely busy women, and some of them were asked way before time, and some of them I was like, hey, we got to round this off. And so Amanda, thank you for saying yes. And then we have Melanie Price. She's Dr. Melanie Price, but she wants to be Melanie today. And she's at Prairie View, and just really a powerhouse in terms of knowing the dynamics that are happening, not just with women, but politics in general. So she's going to offer us some dialogue there. She just joined us in Texas, you all, and you know how we do it in Texas. Once you're here, you are a Texan, and we join you in all the big things that are happening. So we want to have this big dialogue with her as well today. We have Representative Lorraine Beerbill joining us today, and she's going to talk about really the newness of it and what direction she can see us going into with all of this. And then, of course, I already talked about Sarita. And so, ladies, we're just going to jump in. I'm going to jump in just kind of having a quick dialogue with Wakinya, and then we're going to co-moderate this, or we're going to just talk all together. We're going to have a sister time of the day. So, Wakinya, you're muted, but you have so much to say, so go ahead and take it off of mute. We're here today. We're here in the state of Texas that we are claiming that we are going blue. We know African-American women have been at the center of this really from the start, even sometimes if we were seen as invisible or not having a seat at the table. We're here with the seat at the table. I've already introduced some members of the House. Tell us, what's the nation saying now that Texas it's on the verge, and we're doing it with women up and down the ballot.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Brailey. Thank you, Vice Chair Brailey, for the invitation. Anytime you call me, I am there. So I appreciate you for always thinking about me, but also thank you for all the work that you and Chairman Hinojosa are doing there in Texas to get us blue. It is not lost on us, the work that Texas Democrats have been doing over the last several really couple of years to really get us on the right footing for this. It has done us well to see the fact that we haven't waited until the last moment to start talking about how we can make Texas blue. It really has been an all hands on effort. I also want to acknowledge the dean of the Texas delegation, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and all her incredible work and contributions throughout the years. She and Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and so many others are huge mentors of mine. And so I wanted to acknowledge them in this forum and also just really uplift the entire Texas delegation. I know Congressman Al Green and Congressman Colin Allred and Congresswoman Garcia have been doing just yeoman's work to really turn out this election within our respective communities. And so I want to really thank them for their partnership and their friendship on behalf of the chairman throughout the years. So I think, Carla, you said it best. Texas is in play. When we looked at the map a couple of years ago, we wouldn't have thought it. We wouldn't have thought we would be talking about Texas in the same conversation with Georgia and Wisconsin and all these other places, and Iowa and Ohio and all these other states, but we are. And that's really a good feeling for us. That means that our 50-state strategy is working. Everywhere is in play. And I think we've seen it come to light with everything that's been happening with all of our Senate races. The Deep South has something to say. I am super impressed at the more than, I think it's about 50 women or so across the state of Texas who are on the ballot this election. So that is also super encouraging. I think the Black girl magic of the Texas judicial system actually kind of rubbed off on a couple of folks. And so I'm happy to see that that's coming to light in this election cycle.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for doing a shout out to our Congress women and men. A host of them have joined us in serving as honorary co-chairs. So this could not have happened with many of them. I also, as we're having this discussion, want to say that we have a host committee that, again, this could not happen. And many of them are also Black women. So while they may not be directly dealing with politics, in terms of leadership in that capacity, they are making a way. To date, we've raised about $50,000 up. I think we've reached our goal of $50,000 just today as staff let me know that. And so I want to do a shout out to the committee since you did a shout out as well. Representative Collier, we're here. And it has not been, while you have had the opportunity to serve your constituents in the greatest capacity, it has not always been a very easy seat to have, particularly in the state that we've been in Texas, in terms of where Democrats are. How do you feel about the possibility of us flipping the House?
Thank you, Dr. Brailey and everyone. So I'm honored to be a part of this panel and to have this wonderful discussion, so timely because now is the time. We are here at the footstep of change. We're right there at the doorstep of change, and I'm excited about it. We need all the reinforcement we can get because we've been tired of trying to, have them ram down our throats all of these horrendous pieces of legislation that you mentioned. We want equality, we want justice, and there are things that we want to have for our future, for our families, and for our friends. And we haven't been able to get that without that reinforcement. So I'm encouraged to see this ballot from the top all the way down to the bottom with those judicial seats. All these elections matter. And when you have people who share your values that look like you, it's very exciting to have this time that we can go to the to the voting booths and to the ballot and mark their names on there. So I'm just encouraged. I appreciate all the work that you're doing at the party and on your own to make sure that we can turn out the vote. And I got to give out a shout. I know Amanda's on here, but she became one of my sheroes when I met her. I didn't know her until she ran for U.S. Senate. And then when I met her, I was like, whoa, she is on point. We've got to keep her out there. So Amanda, I'm going to stop and I'm going to say, I want you to run for Attorney General.
Oh, wow. Well, Amanda, the floor is yours now. And you know, they say it takes 7 times. So I don't know how many times you've been asked, but we know on record right now, that's at least time number 1. And so we'll just go straight to
Attorney General. I made it 2, Carla.
Oh, okay. Well, 2. Okay. Amanda, hey, and 5 is the number of grace, honey. So I'm just saying, I had no idea that question was going to be posed this morning. Amanda, let me just go straight to you. Hey, you have shown your courage really for every step of the way. I remember still when we had our first conversation, I feel like it was at one of the cafes.
Yeah, I think it was Harry's or not.
Oh, Harry's. That one of the cafes. I know it's like 2 that I primarily go to. And you had your mind made up like so many Black women that play a role in all different places of politics, from the community to the House, and now to many of the houses. Let's talk about your courage. And let me say this before you even come in. Thank you. Thank you for running. Thank you for running. And I say thank you again, because oftentimes it's not just us who run. It's our families who run with us. It's our friends who run with us. It's our sisters. And so when you run, my daughter runs. I have an 11-year-old. So thank you so much. Can you just shed a little light on your path?
Absolutely. And first, before I start talking about that, I want to say thank you for putting this together, because I think it's so important that we have outlets to be at the table, have a seat at the table, discuss, but then also uplift each other. And I really applaud and appreciate the remarks preceding me from Representative Collier and just all of the ladies who are part of this important panel, because what I can tell you through personal experience, sometimes those doors aren't always just ajar for you.
My background, because I don't want they talk about Black women, so I don't want to do the.
Adonica, can everyone mute? Thank you.
So I want to make sure that we understand that we have to band together as women, and that, you know, we have to make sure that we support each other as women. I will tell you, running for office is no easy feat, as any elected official can tell you. And certainly running for office at a time when people don't believe that it's possible to win, that's something you have to also be confronting when you run. But you have to know what your plan is. You have to know what the community needs, and understand that when you run, as you stated, Dr. Brailey, it's not just about you, it's about the community you represent and all the community that's running alongside with you. And so I really appreciate the support that I received from so many people in trying to become the Democratic nominee. And although I was not successful, certainly there is a need for leadership, as we have now witnessed time and time again. Every time you turn on the news, every time you don't have an opportunity to go see your loved ones because we're in the middle of this pandemic and it's been failed leadership at the top. We know that leadership matters, and we know our voices need to be represented. And we know that in times that arise, the George Floyd murder aftermath, leadership was important. We had a number of our congressional leaders getting on top of it, wanting to pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act immediately. Those are the type of leaders who have courage, who have conviction, but then also who will continue to stick with it, because we know that there are so many people who don't want to see change, don't want to see progress, and certainly are not friendly to the type of progress that we need in our communities. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody and encourage them. And yes, you're going to have bumps on your pathway, and these roads are not promised to be smooth to us. So if anybody who has run for office and they know that you say, well, I feel like this is what I was supposed to do, but this is not very fun. Or you lose, or any of those things, it's not fun to experience the downside of it. But just because there are valleys in your journey doesn't mean that that's not your journey. And so just to keep reminding people to stay encouraged, even if we're not getting the headway we want, in terms of our own races or in terms of the collective, we got to keep at it. And what we see is, I think we have an opportunity right here and now in 2020 to flip this state blue. I think Texas will go blue here and now for Joe Biden. I'm putting it on the record. What we're seeing on the ground in Harris County is unbelievable. We knew when I got in the race that this was going to be an unprecedented year. Well, number one, when I got in the race, there was no pandemic. So the awakening that we've seen across a broad spectrum of how much leadership matters is something that I think you cannot replicate in any other way. So I think that this is a tremendous opportunity for us as a state of Texas to come in, win Texas, flip Texas. I think, people keep saying, oh, we're ready in 2024. Are we going to be ready in 2022 or 2026? We are ready in 2020. I know it, I believe it, and we have to continue to work as if our lives depend on it, because our lives do in fact depend on it.
I agree. You said something that I think Linda will be able to shed some light on. Linda, you've been around and as an advocate, as from your student years, you've served with some of the greatest leaders we've had in Texas, and you're muted, Linda. What does it mean to win to lose? Like Amanda just mentioned, sometimes you don't always win, but what does it mean to lose to win? I should say it appears to be a loss. And Joaquin, I know you could talk on this. It appears to be a loss, but it's a win. Like I think about what Amanda just said, and that Texas is going blue, and she touched some people by running that we may have not touched. Somebody was awakened in this election because she touched them or another candidate touched them. While she didn't win in this one, particular election, how does that set the tone for us, Linda? I know you've seen this come and go.
Yes, good morning, sisters, good morning. And shout out to Amanda Edwards. When there are people who look like us running, that awakens more people who look like us, Black women, because throughout my long political life, we've been the midwives ushering in the change, from electing the first African-American to the legislature in Travis County, Wilhelmina Delco, to my homegirl, Eddie Bernice Johnson, going through the ranks from the Texas House, then the Senate to Congress. So what happens, Amanda, is I feel it gets in your blood. And the blood that runs through the heart of Texas and all of Texas is us. It is us. And so I think you've made the first step. You've made new friends. You've got new contacts. And we want to see you run again. Let me add number 3. The bar is so low that the person that's in that seat that's been indicted 5 times, he can't even go in the courtroom and argue Lewis versus Hughes, where I'm one of the plaintiffs. So, sister, wherever you want to go next, we're going to be with you. We got your back. Amanda, I also want to say, and of course to you, Dr. Carla, is that all of the slogans are true. When you vote like Black women, we win. And we just do what we do. During the pandemic, we have accommodated what's going on. I want to brag a little bit about us here in Waco, the hometown of not only Eddie Bernice Johnson, my soror, but also the hometown of Governor Homegirl, Ann Richards. So there's a lot of energy going on, and it is a conservative red town. But in 2018, we made history here. We elected Patricia Chisholm Miller, the first woman to the McLennan County Commissioner's Court. Not only is she a woman, she's an African-American woman and an AKA. And so we're trying to make history again in a few days, because she's the only Democrat on the 5-member court. And we are pushing a woman named Alice Flores Rodriguez. And so we want a Hispanic sister on the court so those good old boys will understand what the real deal is. I think that we already have the tools in our toolkit. When we went to the pandemic, we just called on the women of the Divine Nine, and it's one secret weapon that's so powerful. And child, that is the telephone tree, whether it's the sorority telephone tree or the church telephone tree or the Jack and Jill's. So we're using everything we already have in our toolkit, and we are voting.
Kenya, I'm gonna let you jump in here, and then we'll go to Melanie. You're muted.
Absolutely, and thank you, Ms. Lewis, for sharing that. I actually took the time and wrote it down so I can remember it. Black women have been the midwives ushering in the change. I think I need that on the shirt because we hear it so often. You know, we hear that Black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party, and Black women start more businesses more than anybody else. We have more degrees than everyone else, but where is the support for Black women? And so, Sister Edwards, I know everyone has been talking about your race and pushing you and encouraging you to go on. I want to underscore that. One of the reasons that Seat at the Table was created was specifically for that purpose, right? You know, Black women have been here for our party since the beginning of time, and even before that. And we wanted to create a space where women could be, Black women in particular, could be supported. And so please feel free to use this as your support board, your springboard to propel you into your next endeavor. Dr. Price, I think I'm going to shift to you a little bit. There was a poll presented by the University of Texas and Texas Tribune, which really aligned the opinions of Texans to say that so many of them were, you know, they were fine with the change, and then next so many said, no, this is not the day. I think the margin of error was about plus or minus 3. You had 41% saying that they were comfortable where we were in the country, 44% saying, no, we need change. And then there was a almost 20% indifference amongst other voters in Texas. And so can you kind of illuminate for us in this forum really what our country is headed towards and what you're seeing actually on the ground? You know, I know you're at Prairie View, and there were some students, I think were at, they were actually at Texas Southern. The students of Texas Southern actually did a march for the polls the other day. But what are you seeing on the ground from students and from other members of the community around just the excitement and the groundswell that's happening there in Texas?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'll say that I came back to Prairie View almost 2 years ago. It's my alma mater. I was born and raised in the Sunnyside section of Houston, so it's wonderful to be at home, and it's the most exciting time. Like, I have already announced to all of my friends that if Texas goes blue, you can't tell me nothing. Like, literally nothing. I don't care. I will never be wrong about a thing again. I think some of them might be rooting against us just so that won't happen alone. I think there's a couple of things that are interesting to me about what's happening for Black women in this election. I think so many people are surprised by the electoral success that Black women have been having, and that's even Black women who don't actually make it into office. They're surprised by the fundraising networks they can tap into. They're surprised by the level of support they get in terms of Brown support. And part of that is because they don't understand Black women's networks. And you know that because you see the discussions that people are having all over the country about the Divine Nine now, as if it is a thing that was just created 9 weeks ago, right? And so they don't understand how Black women have been electorally successful, but also part of it is a fear that if they become successful and if they actually hold office, then those people who they are less familiar with, who got them into office, will replace them as the power structure within the party. And so it's really wonderful to see that the same kinds of networking, the same kinds of work that got Shirley Chisholm where she got is the same kind of networking that got Kamala Harris on the table, right? It's actually not that different. It's actually sort of new generations of women doing the same thing that Black women have been doing all along. And I think going forward, the Democratic Party will have to embrace that, right? They will have to embrace it, and they will have to figure out, that's also true for the South, by the way. I like to quote Outkast. This is my favorite thing to say about how Outkast, when were at the Vibe Awards, right? They make this big prediction about how the South got something to say, right? And then after that, you see the rise of all this Southern hip hop. And I think that's true in politics too, right? The South has something to say. And it is, it's wonderful for me as a person who lived as a Southerner in the Northeast for 20 years, where they act like they're the place where progressivism lives. They're the place where they have figured all of these things out. And then to see Texas and Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi and South Carolina be the places that are making these moves, I think also tells us something about the level of progressivism that is palatable even in the conservative South, even in the religious South. As far as the students, because I'm a proud alum of Prairie View, I mean, I live very close to Texas Southern, but I try not to.
I know.
My sister went to Texas Southern, but because I went to Prairie View, I have to talk about the ways in which our students have worked very diligently. You come onto that campus and they know about the long history that really goes back to the white primary in the 1940s that Prairie View students helped to overthrow. And so they know that. And so you step onto that campus as a freshman and they're registering you to vote immediately, right? And those kids are excited. They're excited about the work that they're doing, but they're also exhausted, right? Because part of the thing that's become harder and harder to explain to young people is, how is it that we're still engaged in the same fight that we were engaged in 1944? And I used to have answers like, look at Ann Richards, look at Barbara Jordan, look at Molly Ivins, look at Amanda Edwards, look at all of these people. But that's hard to balance with the leadership we have.
Right.
And the choices that happen. Right. And so we're all trying to sort of our job is to keep them optimistic, to keep them in the game, to figure out what's important to them and try to figure out how we can relate that to a reason to make them vote. Right. I'm trying to do all of those things at the same time, but this is an exciting time to be in politics. We have to be careful. Right. I was talking to this is the last thing I'll say, I'm sorry, but I was talking to a young woman who is a professor, but also 15 years younger than me. Right. And she was saying how we keep saying that this election is urgent. This election is different than other elections. This election is an emergency. But when you're a group of people who were born during 9/11 and Katrina and the 20 years of the Iraq War and the death of Osama bin Laden and the election of the first Black president, people have been telling them their entire lives that this election is the important election. This election is the election that is going to change things. This is the election that beats all other elections. And so I think it really is incumbent upon us as people who are getting more senior in our careers in all walks of life to actually push for that change to happen, to actually make sure to commit ourselves anew for that change to happen so that we don't find ourselves in 2024 telling a new group of students on our campuses or a new group of young people, this is the election that you have to vote for. This is the election that matters beyond all other elections. We have to stop saying that and start offering them something other than this is an emergency and we need you to act.
Yeah. Dr. Price, that is so interesting that you would bring that point up because I believe it's both and. To be honest, we have to give room for growth and progression. And when we looked at 2016, it was an urgent situation.
Right.
When we looked at 2020, it is an extremely urgent situation. And so we have to do both of the things. And I think that happens because we have to start having conversation in a way that takes people along the journey of civic engagement. So express to students and young people and non-traditional voters that when you engage in the civic engagement process, it is just that. It is a process. It's not one singular action. It's a series of actions that have to happen, So
part of it's about civic education and the way, so part of it's about civic education. Part of it is that these kids who are coming of age now, they came of age in a world where they had the first Black president. And I know all of you remember in 2008 when they had the pictures of Barack Obama with the Superman t-shirt. Barack Obama, they were sold a thing that was going to happen with Barack Obama. It was going to change the world. So we have to be patient with them when we then try to explain what Trump happened after that, right? And I'm not saying that they don't have to learn the process, but I really try to think about that. I was like, we told them as they were little Sashas and Malias that this is the thing, this was how it was going to be going forward. See, we have a longer history. I remember Reagan. I remember the Bushes. I remember all of that stuff. They don't.
Yeah.
All they remember is Obama.
Yeah.
And so they're like, wait a minute, I thought the world was going to change.
Mm-hmm. No, and it did.
It did change. It did change.
Yeah, we're here.
Belabor that. I want to actually get to Sarita because she's been doing some amazing organizing work there in Texas to really help shift the culture and really center people and community in the organizing work where it's less robotic and feels more relational. Sarita, if you will join us in this conversation and just really talk about some of the change that you've experienced over the last year that you've been working with the state party.
Yeah, absolutely. Obama was my first election in 2008. I went to Occidental College, so we were all very excited about it. We all watched in like the student quad. So I had perhaps this naive idea that politics was really inclusive and, we were on this really progressive path. And then 2016 happened and shook a lot of us up. And this past year, especially here in Texas, really since 2018, we have seen such a big shift in the way in which people relate to politics and the way that we are talking about it. A big part of my goal and effort this year has been to make politics and the election, not just the presidential election, but all of those down ballot races, feel like a dinner table conversation. Because if we can't talk about these things in a real and meaningful way with the people in our lives, with our friends, with our cousins, with family members, then we have no business getting up on these big platforms and trying to make people feel like they need to be motivated and invested. And so a lot of my work has, centered around providing people with opportunities to feel actually connected to the party, to feel that we aren't the same party that showed up in September and October, said, you're going to vote, right? And then you never heard from us again after the election. We are a party that is actively creating infrastructure, that is actively uplifting and resourcing communities, and making sure that any and every person who wants to have a voice can. And women, especially Black women, are at the helm of that. When I think about like my own personal experiences, just like growing up, not even necessarily in politics, it's always been women that have created space for me. It has always been Black women that have made sure I had a plate to eat, that made sure I knew where I was going and what I was doing, made sure I felt comfortable. And so replicating that sense of immediate familiarity and immediate comfort within all of my work, even if it is, a conversation with Attorney General Eric Holder, we should all be able to walk away and feel like, oh yeah, I have a good sense of who that person is. And I know what they stand for and I know what they mean. And I genuinely felt connected to them. And then having those same types of conversations with our judicial candidates that are running statewide, our folks who are running at the local level for city council, for comptroller, for these roles that people don't necessarily know how they interact in their day-to-day life. Creating a space in which people don't have to worry about, do I have all the answers? Because they know that they're going to get the answers that they need and the help that they need. And so creating that has really allowed for more folks, less traditional, less political maybe folks, to feel involved and included in the process, which that's really how we win.
Amazing, amazing. I think I'm going to actually turn it back over to Dr. Brailey here. Sarita, I just want to say on behalf of the National Party, thank you. I know it's not hard. I mean, it's not easy, shall I say. It's not easy being an organizer in a state as huge as Texas, and you have been doing such a commendable job with what you've been doing, and it's not going unnoticed. So we want to say thank you for all your help in that regard. And, I know I am a guest in the state party's house, so I want to turn it back over to our illustrious and esteemed vice chairwoman, who I'm going to take personal privilege and brag on just a little bit here. When I came to the party in 2017 and they put this big stack of papers on my desk and said, hey, can you fix this? I said, sure, why not? That's what I'm here for. And I sprung into action doing exactly what I believe Dr. Price alluded to in her comments around Shirley Chisholm and Senator Harris in terms of mobilizing my Black Woman Network. And as a member of Delta Sigma Theta, I was able to call on my Saras to help me mobilize Black women, mobilize and engage with Black women across the country. And so Dr. Carla Brailey was one of those people who actually helped me do a lot of the really important work that we needed to do, particularly in Houston and Dallas. And so I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work that you put into and poured into this party to really move our party forward, you know? And so with that, you know, I know there is just so much that we could talk about in this forum all day long. You know, it's always a good time when you're with Black women, but I also know time is of the essence. So I'm going to turn it back over to our vice chair.
Joaquin, thank you so much, Soror. You know, really, there are certain people that could just call us on the whim. I don't ask any questions. I just, okay, what do you need me to do? I may not even ask, what do you need me to do? If I need to show up, I'll figure it out, you know? And so that's what we do. And we have proven to do that from the time we were in United States of America. We have done that, from fixing it to healing it, to redeeming it. We've done that, and we've done it with a smile, even sometimes when the stereotypes may have not fit that. So this is what we do. We didn't get to talk in depth, but this today really was just a highlight. It's the party. It's what we've been doing that has got us here. I'll two things to bring this to an end. Representative Beerbill and Representative Collier. Real quickly, what has it meant to be where you are and have women and Black women, you know, to just be there to embrace the hard part? 30 seconds. I mean, just what does it mean to have women in your space?
It's very helpful. I think that what was said earlier, Sarita talked about how when you have those mentors in place that are already there, I see Carol Alvarado is there. You know, it may be something as simple as, I'm going to give you a hearing when you normally wouldn't get. Carol has done that. It's being able to help your other sister out and knowing the struggles and the challenges that they face when they go home, when you have people saying you can't do it, it's just too much. This is a man's world. And you break down all those barriers and you continue and move forward. And it's great to have the backing and the support of your sisters with you on this journey. And we can't have change until our voice is there and our voice is heard and we are in leadership positions when we get there. So it's so encouraging to have the support from our sisters.
Thank you for that. Representative Beerbill, just real quickly, I know you're new. You're not new in the sense that you've been around, but you're new in your position. And what has that been like for you to have women in your space?
So firstly, I think that we have to look at when we say having a seat at the table. Obviously, it's a seat in the elected capacity, and I'm proud to do that for our community. But it's also having a seat at the table in the internal process of the party in terms of campaigns, what have you. I can tell you, you know, before I was ever elected, I worked in various capacities at federal, state, and local level. And how many times people like myself, people like Jane Hamilton and others, we were the only Black face at the table in decisions being made. That has to stop. And so when we get engaged and we are involved, that's how we make the change on the inside in terms of the decision-making process, but also on the outside of having little girls grow up and say, you know, one day I could be an elected official. Because of the network of women who are joining us today and the network of women who came before us on whose shoulders we stand.
Thank you. One word and one word or only, each person. When I say Kamala, what comes to mind? One word, Joaquin.
Vote.
Melanie.
Future president.
Rep Collier.
Strength.
Representative Beerbill.
Tenacity.
Amanda Edwards, Honorable Amanda Edwards.
Impact.
And Sarita.
Perseverance.
And there you have it. Thank you all so much for joining us on our seat at the table. We'll have more to come. So this was short, but we have some more that'll be coming throughout the year. So this won't be your last one. Thank you, women, for all the things that you're doing. And so up next, we'll be having the Power of Ruth. We have our host committee that is joining us throughout the day. Keep inviting your friends. Also, don't forget to text 21333. This is also a fundraiser. We've hit the 50,000 mark, and I'm sure we'll be having even more. Last week, we had part 1, and we've had over 5,000 or about 5,000 viewers. This week, we're pushing for more. And we're not doing just for the sake of a party. This is a party with a purpose. We're pushing out the vote. You all are seeing what's happening already in the state of Texas. And so for those who have voted already, from the vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party, yeah, that's me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But guess what you have to do? You have to go get some others to vote today too. So stay tuned. We have a couple videos and some other sessions that will be upon you today. Let's join the party and stay here all day, because it's no party like a Democratic Party, because a Democratic Party don't stop.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brailey. And I'm so excited for this incredible event that we've got going on today. Just before we go to commercial and start our next panel, I would love to bring up Senator Carol Alvarado to share a few words on her campaign and what it means to be a woman running right now in Texas.
I think you're muted, Carol.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. It's good to see everybody. And as my good friend Argentina James says, my sister's in the struggle, because we have been struggling for so long. But it's so fitting that we are holding this event, as this year we celebrated the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. And guess what, ladies? It may have gotten a little easier, but the challenges are still there. And it's great to see all the electeds that you had on here, and all of you, especially our leadership within the party, Dr. Brailey, and so many others that are doing a great job to make sure that we get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris over the line. Look, I think Jake Tapper put it pretty well when he summed it up about the debate, but I think you could say that about this election. It was a hot mess inside of a dumpster truck, inside of a train wreck. And we've seen the numbers. We see that Biden and Harris, their numbers have shot up. I mean, even the fly that was on Pence's head is polling better than Trump. So what we're doing is working, because we're speaking about issues that impact working families. And there's so much on the line, ladies. Look at what's happening with the Supreme Court. We have a situation where you could have Roe v. Wade overturned, or the Affordable Care Act overturned. Those are things that impact women the most. And I think that's why we're seeing record number of women going out to vote right now. In early vote, we see it. So let's keep up the fight. Let's keep up what we're doing. I'm ready to go back to session. I hope that we elect more women this session. And I know that we've heard from some, and we'll probably continue to hear from a few others. But we need to increase the number of women in the state legislature. I was looking at the numbers, and they really haven't improved a whole lot. Last session in the legislature, only 29% of the senators are female, and 23% of the women in the House. That's the number for those. But we have great candidates running from the top of the ballot all the way down. I'm looking forward to getting back and fighting for things like expanding Medicaid, because the leadership in this state has been so wrong on the issue, because it had to do with Obamacare. That is such a selfish way of looking at this issue, because with Medicaid, we could provide health coverage to millions of Texans. And right now, Texas leads the nation of having the most uninsured people in a state. And since the leadership, and by the way, that leadership is all men, since they made that decision, they have left $70 billion on the table. Think about what that could do, how far we could carry that money that could have helped out in this pandemic and possibly avoid the $4.58 billion shortfall that we're going to have to deal with when we go back to session. So ladies, I salute all of you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And remember, when women vote, we win. Thank you.
Soy su juez del condado, Lina Hidalgo. Y como muchas personas a través del país y del mundo, soy una de las personas que me encontré decepcionada en el 2016 cuando ganó Donald Trump. Estuve triste, fui a las protestas y decidí que no podía seguir luchando desde afuera. Estaba trabajando en áreas de justicia criminal, de salud. Decidí que era tiempo para postularme a un cargo político. Ganamos en el año 2018. No fui la única, fueron muchas mujeres que ganamos en lo que fue el año de la mujer. Pero ahora se está convirtiendo en la década de la mujer. En el 2019, aquí en Houston, el consejo de la ciudad de Houston ahora es mayoría mujer. El 2020 estamos viendo números increíbles y ¿qué sería más especial que en el centenario del aniversario que las mujeres ganaron el derecho para votar aquí en este país, que pudiéramos elegir tantos candidatos tan increíbles? No se trata de representación solo porque sí. Lo que más me inspira de esta posición es cuando se me acercan niñas, mujeres, diciéndome que el de estar yo en esta posición les hace ver que ellas también podrían ser las jueces del condado, en el condado, tercer condado más grande de este país. Y además, ya que llegan estas mujeres a gobierno, son políticas públicas que cambian para lo mejor. Esa diversidad de perspectivas. Hemos cambiado muchísimo en el condado Harris desde que llegué hace 1 año y medio, pero en temas de medio ambiente, en temas de control de armas y ahora, como saben, en las elecciones hay regulaciones, hay leyes, obstáculos a nivel federal, nivel estatal que tenemos que cambiar. Y las mujeres demócratas en este estado están con nosotros en esto. También las mujeres que están en gobierno, pero necesitan apoyo. Entonces, ganemos, sigamos participar, por favor, contribuyan. No podemos asumir que vamos a ganar. Entonces, adelante a ganar y a elegir más mujeres a estas posiciones importantes.
I am time traveler, calling 4 years back, calling 4 years forward, calling back with my body, with my voice, with my vote, rights hard won, still not yet situated. My body, my voice, my power, my vote, my choice, my decision to remove fake metal from my mother and all her mothers, from my femmes and all their femmes, for my queers, for my non-binaries, for my dreamers, for my body, my voice, and me. Pray for us, the mulatress, Lilith, water dancing girl, fierce woman, Miss Girl, low black, beautiful Fatima, South uptown woman, pray for us, crisis woman, blessed sunbathing goddess, primitive, pray for us, the poet, Clara May, tomboy, Eve, African, pray for us, Phoenix, Venus, pray for us, Snow White, black bitch, pray for us, Sphinx, Aunt Jemima, monkey, Madam Mademoiselle, bourgeoisie noire, panther. I am time traveler, calling what will come loose and ready.
Hi, I'm Sarita Fontanesi, and I am the Black Constituency Organizer with the Texas Democratic Party.
I'm Brett Isaacs. I am the Finance and Events Associate on the fundraising team at the Texas Democratic Party.
Hey y'all, my name is Shamanti Hawk, and I'm the Digital Director at the Texas Democratic Party.
Hey y'all, and I'm Hannah Lipschutz, the Content Director here at the Texas Democratic Party. Thank you so much for joining us at our Women Winning Texas Day Party. Today we're gonna have just a short conversation with some of the women behind the scenes here at the TDP to kind of talk about what it's like living in this moment and what it's like, working in this space during such a critical election. So ladies, why don't we start out with, why are you voting?
Well, I can jump in. I actually already voted this week. And, I voted because of my Bengali American community. I voted for my sister. I voted for my family. I voted for all the little girls out there who, are growing up in this crazy world that we live in. I'm voting for every single person out there that just doesn't get a say or, doesn't have the ability to vote.
To jump right off of Shamanti's, I'm voting for a very similar reason in that I feel like civic engagement is so critical, especially for those who aren't allowed the right to engage with their government in the way that we are. People are stripped of their ability to vote when they're incarcerated, and I'm voting because I want to see the world made a better place for them and for all the people who rely on our government for everything and anything. And that's so important to me. I'm voting for, the folks who don't have time to vote because they can't afford to take time off from their jobs, from those who were made to go to work during COVID and not given proper PPE because it wasn't effectively distributed. I'm voting for all of them and for our future, for a better future.
I am voting for the world that I want to see, and the world that I want to be a part of. And B, I'm voting because I was raised in a pretty progressive political home by a really radical women. My grandma was once a person of interest, and my mom got arrested at sit-ins during the civil rights movement. So I very much have always had civic engagement as just part of my being, myself. So I vote to honor them and honor the women before me who fought for this right to vote.
My grandmother was a hippie, and she was a very proud democratic socialist. And from a very, very young age, instilled the sense of progress in us. When I was little, I asked if our family sign was the peace sign because it was all over her house. And I feel like growing up in that area, it's there are people all over the world who fight for this right. And in moments of darkness, like the one that we are in right now, I think one of the most radical things we can do is hold on to hope, which is what President Barack Obama, I think instilled in us as a nation is no matter how dark things may be, take action because there's something better coming. So on to the next question. What inspires you all about the women running up and down the ticket here in Texas?
I think the fact that there are so many women running, it's amazing. It's beautiful. I just don't even have the words almost. It's mind blowing. All these women, all these amazing, wonderful women from different backgrounds, different everything, and they're just all running. And it's just, wow. I'm literally speechless. The words coming out of my mouth don't even make sense. it's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I'm so inspired by the fact that the women in Texas, well, as somebody who's not born in Texas, Texas women are a different breed, which has been so exciting to see. And all these candidates have not only chosen to run and chosen to base their campaigns on progress and hope, but they've chosen some of the hardest races in the state. You know, these are races that are not a lot of people really believed in when a lot of these women launched their campaigns. These were supposed to be safe Republican seats, and they're not now. And these women have pioneered and fought for the recognition that they so badly deserve. And I am so inspired to see them truly take ownership of their role, of their campaigns, of themselves, of the issues. It's just incredible to see, you know, Sima Lajavardian in against Dan Crenshaw, to see a woman running for the Chief Justice position on the state Supreme Court, and to see a woman running for senator in Texas. And it makes me so happy to see the Texas grit really hard at work in these women who are on our ballot.
Yeah, I am so impressed by all the women that are running. Like a lot of women, they not only have their job, right, of campaigning, they are raising families, they are taking care of loved ones, they're doing work in their communities, and they are, to me at least, it seems that they are doing it flawlessly. And I know that it takes a lot of long nights and having to make difficult decisions, because unfortunately we can't be in multiple places at one time. But these women, every single time that I interact with them, that I'm at an event with them, they are always so excited about Texas, excited about what they're running for, and ready to do some real change to help Texans in all parts of the state.
Yes, to all of these answers. It's also just like, it's so fun to see all of the incredible women at the TDP. And it's like, I feel like politics has, you know, long been this male dominated space. And to be able to work alongside such incredible women, in addition to like uplifting these female candidates, it's been one of my favorite experiences in my, 27 years on this earth.
I think it's so beautiful to see so many women at the TDP in different leadership roles and just different roles, and just, we all talk to each other all the time. We get together and we make things happen. We put on such amazing events and just, run so many campaigns, and we learn from each other every single day. I learn something new from each and every one of y'all. And it's so beautiful that we're at this point
of community and togetherness. Unfortunately, we can sometimes feel like, maybe we're being pitted against each other, or we're in competition with each other. And I've never had that experience with the women here at TDP. It's always been like, oh no, like we're always bringing someone along with us and sharing across departments and everything. And so making sure that people are taken care of here.
Well, ladies, any closing thoughts?
Let's turn Texas blue. Thank you, everyone, for being here and supporting the women who are driving this movement. Yeah.
Make sure you go out and vote. Visit mytexasvotes.com. Find your polling place, find where to vote. You can see your ballot. There's just so many different goodies on that website. Check it out, and then make sure you get out to the polls.
Yeah, make a plan, bring a friend, maybe bring 2 friends. Make sure that the folks in your life also are prepared and ready to vote.
And I also have to, I'm sorry, Hannah, but I would be a bad fundraiser if I didn't make a plug to say, if you want to make a financial donation to TDP, your money, your gift still can make such a big impact. We are in the last leg, but it's not over yet. Nothing is guaranteed. So you can visit txdem.co/win-Texas to make a gift, whatever you can. We would be so grateful, and it will all go towards making Texas a better, bluer place and the place will all be, I mean, we're already proud to live here, but even prouder. And final plug of the afternoon. Please volunteer. We are in the final stretch of this effort. If we're going to be able to turn Texas blue, we need to be calling voters and meeting voters where they are. Obviously, that's a little difficult under the current circumstances. However, we're having phone banks and text banks all the time. So visit txdem.co/takeaction. Sign up for a phone bank, a text bank. You'll see one of us there. It'll be so much fun. We have special guests who come and speak. So it definitely will be fun. Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and have a great event.
We just look really close, be like, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good.
Today we are starting a fun game called
Putting on Makeup Without a Mirror. We have both washed our face.
Okay.
Well, you need to tone.
I need to tone.
This helps with acne. This just helps everything. So make sure you're toning, y'all.
Covering up those pores, not your tax returns.
Ooh.
Young people and women and people of color have the opportunity to decide this election. We're just a few weeks away. So there's quite literally no time to waste.
I am moisturized. I am feeling dewy. Ooh.
Do you start with face or do you start with eyes?
I start with eyes because I don't do much on my face.
Oh, lucky you.
Gonna put some concealer on my eyelids.
A lot of young people think to themselves, why would I engage with the political process?
Why don't you want your voices to be heard? As a young person, it's your biggest power at this point.
There's nothing more powerful than deciding who represents you in government.
100%.
For all of the college students out there,
you want to vote because you should. It's very important.
The address that is listed on your ID does not have to match your voter registration address.
It doesn't matter if your driver's license doesn't match. You can still vote.
Does it still look like a line?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Guys, we're trying. This is hard. Okay, did I do it or did I not do it? Okay,
just keep on going.
I'm gonna try a wing, because we always start with the left wing.
Always start with the left wing. Honestly, leave your right wing completely empty. Just kidding, you can do the right wing.
You're starting off strong.
I can go to a gala.
Oh, yes.
In my living room.
Sometimes you just gotta look real nice walking up to your fridge.
Okay, done with that.
We are not looking orange today.
Because God forbid we have the face of tyranny. I feel like so many people will post a meme on their story, but then not take the actions in order to remove him from office.
If we want to change our current circumstances, we have to show up and we have to vote.
And it's not just even about the presidency. It's up and down the ballot.
Yep.
We have incredible Democrats running to represent their communities.
I am baking, everyone. You should always bake your face. I'm voting for my sister, I'm voting for my parents. They immigrated here for the dream, right? The American dream. And they wanted to make sure we succeeded. That's why I'm voting. I'm voting for my community. I'm voting for my Bengali American community. If I want representation, I have to vote for it, period.
Casting your ballot is making a change.
One of the biggest changes you could be making at this point.
There's a reason Republicans don't want us to vote. When more of us vote, Democrats win.
And
the Democrats running up and down the ballot in Texas are fighting for the betterment of our communities.
They're fighting for each and every one of us.
Yeah.
All those young kids fighting for their future. Also, while we're on this subject, volunteering. I love it. I love talking to
I do too.
all the Texans, and they're just excited and hyped up, and
you see kind of the Democratic movement that has been building over many years, and finally we're at the culmination of that. Finally we're at the point where we're gonna turn that movement into big historic change.
And that's just, wow, I got the goosebumps, y'all. I'm hyped up. I'm I need to sign up for a volunteer shift. Let's go.
You can go to txdem.co/takeaction.
We need all of y'all. I kind of like this without a mirror. I'm just going to keep on doing stuff, and I'm hoping, because we are going to flip Texas.
Up and down the ballot.
Ooh.
Texas literally has the power to block Donald Trump's path to the White House. Early voting starts on October 13th. Election day is November 3rd. When you wake up that special morning and you say, today is my voting day, all you have to do is go to mytexasvotes.com.
And also, we have a hotline, y'all.
Call 1-844-TX-VOTES.
1-844-TX-VOTES.
And we can like literally help you navigate the voting process from beginning to end.
This is gonna be a fun lipstick experience.
Look at that. She got some berry red lips. When you're voting and you want to know more about who's on your ballot, visit mytexasvotes.com.
All you have to do is put in your address. And then everybody who's going to come up on your ballot will show up. From the presidency. Obviously, it'll say Joe Biden. All the way down.
All the way down.
We're going to set each other.
Ready?
You're not getting me. Am I getting you? Early voting is happening right now through October 30th. To find your polling place or to see who's on your ballot, please visit mytexasvotes.com. If you have any questions about voting, please call our voter assistance hotline at 1-844-TX-VOTES. We'll see you at the polls.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much again for attending today and celebrating women up and down the ballot. I am incredibly excited to announce our next moderator, Amber Goodwin. She is going to be leading us in the power of RBG.
Thank you so much, Sarita. Welcome everyone. We're going to talk today about the power of RBG. And before we get started for the panel, I just wanted to thank Sarita and then also thank Dr. Brailey for all of your incredible work. If folks were tuning in earlier today, we just had a wealth of knowledge from incredible women from across the country who are committed to making sure that Texas turns blue. And so I just want to thank the Texas Democratic Party and to the incredible Black women who are making sure that our voices are heard. So as Sarita said, my name is Amber Goodwin. I'm a very hopeful future justice seeker. I'm a 3L law student and a huge fan and just supporter of all the incredible women that you'll hear from today. Just by way of background, I'm originally from Midland, Texas. I live in Houston, Texas, but have lived in 5 cities across the state of Texas for at least a year. So I've been all across the state and also have seen so many incredible justices, people who have been in the justice system, but also seen the injustice as a Black woman who has been involved in the legal system. And so I'm really excited about this conversation today. And so we are going to get started by having everybody introduce themselves. And so I am going to ask you to introduce yourself. If you are currently in office, please say what office you're holding or what office you are running for, what city you represent. And then very quickly, because I know I love to talk. I'm a law student, so that means I love talking. And I love all of you, but let's keep it short. So name, what you're running for, what city you're in represent, and then also if you could just say a little bit, this conversation today that we'll talk a little bit more is about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We lost an incredible person, not just for the legal community, but for people who believe in justice, believe in freedom, believe in the Constitution, know the Constitution. As we heard earlier this week, there are people who are running for the highest court in the land that actually don't know what the Constitution and the Bill of Rights say. And so we want to have a conversation about what that means to all of you. And so I will kick it over first. The first person that I see on my screen is Judge Amy Clark Meacham. So we'll go to you first.
Thank you, Amber. My name is Judge Amy Clark Meacham. I am a 3-term district court judge in Travis County, Texas. I'm the judge of the 201st District Court here and the presiding judge for all the civil and family courts. Like Amber, I grew up in a different part of Texas. I grew up in Lorena, Texas, which is in McLennan County. But now I've been in Travis County for the last 20 years, and I've been on the district bench there for 10 years. And this year, in 2020, I am your Democratic nominee for Chief Justice of the Texas Supreme Court, and I'm the first woman in history to even run for this position. So I'm excited about taking on that challenge, and of course, have inspiration daily from the great RBG. And with her passing, have become even more committed and more resolute to make sure we have equal justice for all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Next, we're going to go to Judge Frederica Phillips.
Hi, everybody. I am Judge Frederica Phillips. I am one of the civil court judges, state court judges in Harris County. I was elected in 2016, and I am running for re-election in this election season. And, I'm just excited to be here. I'm excited about all of the women on the ballot. One of the things that Ruth Bader Ginsburg said was that, women need to be where decisions are made, and that shouldn't be an exception. And, with these wonderful women we have running across the state, they're definitely going to make history, and it's not going to be an exception anymore. So thank you all for being here.
Great. And Justice Triana?
Thank you, Amber. Hello, I am Justice Cecile Triana. I currently sit on the Third Court of Appeals, which has a 24-county district. It sits in Travis County, Austin. I've been a judge for over 24 years on every single court in Texas. I was born in Houston, grew up in San Antonio, live in Austin, so born and bred in Texas. And I am so looking forward to flipping the House. Yes, the House and the courts and the White House. So important. We have 9 Republicans on there. Up to now, 6 of them have been Anglo men, and we need more women on that bench as in every other bench. I think, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said it best when she was asked, well, when are you going to be happy? How many women will it take to be on the U.S. Supreme Court? And she said, when there are 9. And her thought was that for so long, we had 9 men on the Supreme Court and nobody seemed to mind. And so I'm excited to be one of 4 candidates that is running, female candidates, all female, that are running for the Supreme Court. So thank you for having us here.
Great, thank you. And last but not least, we have Kathy, who is on her way to hopefully being on the bench. And so if you could introduce yourself and let us know a little bit about what you're running for.
Hi, I'm Kathy Chang, candidate for Texas Supreme Court Place 6. I am proud to be on the ballot with the other 3 women on the Texas Supreme Court ballot. You've already heard from Judge Amy Clark Meacham, Justice Giselle Triana, and today we're missing Judge Stacey Williams. Sorry if my internet is unstable. I am actually on my way to Bryan College Station and into other counties for the Women's March today. Folks, I am proud to be on the ballot today, not just because we have to take back the Texas Supreme Court, but on the fact that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, just passing on and celebrating her legacy, daring to imagine having gender equality, having marriage equality, all those things that we could, as women, could only imagine, and she made it a reality. So we must work hard as women and as women of color. Fight hard for this movement to continue. This cannot be a moment. It needs to be a movement. So I'm proud to be on this ballot and on this panel with so many wonderful women across the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited about this. I like to talk about justice 24 hours a day, but we only have a little bit of time to talk about what's happening in the state of Texas and just the implications of the loss of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I just wanted to actually start, I think, I'm a justice nerd. We're all justice nerds on here. So we may know some of the things that RBG did. It wasn't just important that she was a woman who was on the Supreme Court. She was a woman who actually fought for the rights of all people and to make sure that we had equal access. And so a lot of the things that people think about that we just inherently have as women, we didn't have until RBG actually was on the Supreme Court. So just a few things I wanted folks to know about. You can hear my dogs. They're really excited that we're going to be talking about RBG, but just a couple of things I wanted to say. Before Ruth Bader Ginsburg, state-funded schools didn't have to admit women. That's just one thing that happened. She was the second female Supreme Court justice. Second, women couldn't sign a mortgage without or have a bank account without a male co-signer. Third, she helped women make strides towards equal pay. We think about this as just something that we're still continuing to fight for, but even the strides she was able to make were only because she was on the Supreme Court. And then the last thing that I'll say is that her presence on the court continued up until the day that she died, preserved a woman's right to choose, which is not, the topic of this entire conversation, but the woman's right to choose, not just on things like reproductive rights, but the woman's right to choose on what we do with our bodies and how we can just be and exist in this country. And so my first question that I'll just ask is, one quote from RBG that she said is, so often in life, things that you regard as an impediment turn out to be great good fortune. Is that something that you all can relate to? And just, there are so many things that have happened. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. there's a lot of things not to be really happy about right now, but there are things that I'm sure as you all, as justices or people who are in the law, have really seen as good fortune in terms of working on legal issues in the state of Texas. And so can you all just talk a little bit, with your local work as justices, as people who are defenders of liberty and rights, just what good fortune has actually come out of your experience as being in the legal profession? And so I'll start the exact opposite way. I'm going to start with Kathy first. And if you could just give us about a minute or two on, what are some good fortune, some things that you actually are able to do as part of the legal profession and the work that you're going to be able to do, hopefully on the bench.
I've got to, in the 20 plus years as a legal practitioner, I've had the pleasure of representing clients from all walks of life, of various socioeconomic status, various types of cases that I normally would not have encountered had I been in other profession. And being able to be the voice for them, regardless of their gender identity, their religious affiliation, and all those things that shouldn't matter in the judiciary. And so that's what I'm very proud and humbled throughout these years of experience, having to interact with people and seeing, fighting the good fight and bringing the good trouble, as we like to say now, and fighting the good fight and making sure that they have a voice and their day in court.
Justice Triana?
So, first of all, in 2018, there was a Democratic sweep in the Court of Appeals, in the Intermediate Court of Appeals. In Harris County, in both the 1st and the 14th, in Travis County in the 3rd, and in Dallas County in the 5th. And what were Republican courts became majority Democratic courts. And we have seen the change that has brought. And it hasn't brought, you would think, well, now they're going to be more plaintiff leaning or more. No, it's not that. It has just brought it to be a more fair court. And I think one of the things that has always been, for me, tough is this idea that, the Republicans want to say that they're textualisms, that they believe in the Constitution that doesn't change, that we should go to the intent of the framers at the time. That has, I hope, has played its way out. That has been very tough for the people, not only of Texas, but of this country. And I think that we are noticing that people are wanting judges with common sense that are going to follow the rule of law, that are not going to just be results oriented and use whatever way they can to get the end of result. So I think out of tough times, out of a very political court that we've had, we've seen people pay attention to the courts more and realize that that's not what the judicial branch should be, that we want an independent judicial branch. And so I'm excited about that. And I see that as something good for us.
Great. Thank you. Judge Phillips?
Hi. Yes, I just want to echo what the other judges said. When you bring more representation, more women, you get a more fair and balanced court, a fair and balanced judiciary. And I think it's better for the community, and especially when you look like the community that you represent. But then also, I'm going to add, that I practiced for 17 years before I became a judge. And often I would still be, even though we have a lot of women in the legal profession, I would still be the only one in the room when I went in the courtroom or a hearing or something like that. And so, one of the things that I wanted to make sure happened when I got on the bench was that more women would appear before me. So I make sure that I appoint women whenever I have a chance to make judicial appointments for various things, anything that I can do to bring women in, and also just kind of mentor women and on a monthly basis, hook up new lawyers and seasoned lawyers so that we just can all, be on the same page and have the same opportunities.
Great. Thanks. Judge Meacham?
Well, I want to build on what Judge Phillips just said. I want to say first, I'm fortunate to serve on the district court bench in Travis County, and we have a long history of great female judges, also who've been committed to balance, to common sense, to fair rulings, to access to justice for all people, making sure we can get lawyers for everyone we can. And for those who don't have lawyers, we can at least get them access to services and the resources they need to appear in court in the civil and family system, where you don't automatically get a lawyer. Even if you're poor, you aren't given a lawyer like you are in the criminal system. But Travis County has worked really hard to expand that access for everybody. in our time there. But the one thing I'll say, building on what Judge Phillips just said, is we need to, as a profession, Amber, as you're in your 3L, we got to figure out how to keep young female lawyers still interested and engaged and wanting to serve in this profession in their 10th year, in their 20th year. Because what you see is in law school, it's 50-50, even a little higher women than men. And then you get to your 10th year of practicing and you're like, okay, where did all the women go? And then you get to your 20th year and you realize, wow, there's a very big drop off. But I think that's what Ruth Bader Ginsburg was fighting for. She was fighting for equality for all people. She wanted men and women to both have the same equal opportunities. And she wanted the men as well as the women to both be involved in the family life, to both be committed to a holistic life. And I think as a profession, one thing I would like to make sure we focus on when I become Chief Justice, I want to focus on a career that is happier and healthier for all of us, not just women in the profession, but men in the profession too. And making sure we have good mental health, which I think means good, well-rounded lives, and where we don't just live and die by the billable hour, but we're actually committed to good outcomes for our clients, but also lives that are healthy and well-rounded for all of us.
And that is such a great point and kind of goes right to the next thing I was going to ask you all a question, but I wanted to give a little bit of context to it because I think people thought about RBG and only what she did for some decisions. I think a lot of us know what her dissent is, but some of us may not know kind of a little bit of her background. And for people watching, RBG is a term that we kind of throw around, but Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I would just want to give a little bit of background on her. She was an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. She actually was put into office in 1993, so I was 13. Bill Clinton put her into office, and she was only the second woman who sat on the bench. People say that she's part of the liberal wing of the Supreme Court. I don't know if there are liberal wings, but she was just part of the, I think, more practical people who are on the court. And she was also the first Jewish woman to be on the court. And she was, had notable majority opinions. She was almost as famous for her dissents as she was for her opinions and when she was with the majority. And so one of the things that I wanted to ask you all is just how, her legacy, the legacy of especially being women, how has Judge Beecham, you talked a little bit about how it informed your journey as lawyers and judges. What is something maybe you would say to yourself while you were in law school? Maybe I'm just saying this so you all can say it to me as a 3L, but also to anybody else who's watching, who's thinking about going to law school. But when you were in law school, there's a lot of challenging things. There's a ton of different ways to think about justice. There may be people who are on here, who are watching, who are thinking about ways to maybe be involved. Not everybody has to be an attorney. There's plenty of ways to be involved. And so can you just talk about her legacy of fighting for equal rights for everybody, her legacy of making sure that the voices were heard and not being toppled just because she wasn't in the majority. How did that help to inform your professional career? And what would you say maybe to somebody who is thinking about being involved in the justice system, in any way, in any capacity, of how you kind of stayed with it? And so, Judge Meacham, I'm going to go back to you because to kind of maybe finish your thought on that, just tell people, what keeps you in doing this type of work? Because I will say, it is not easy. You all you are public officials. People don't think of judges many times as being elected officials and public officials. So there's a lot that goes with it. All of you are not only campaigning right now, you are working with families. And you are also just incredible people and probably really great friends to people. And so there's a lot that you all are dealing with outside of actually just the law. And so what would you say to people who are just how her Ruth Bader Ginsburg legacy of being a well-rounded person, how that helped to inform your career as well?
Yes. So my favorite quote, since we're doing quotes of hers, my favorite quote of hers is, "Fight for the things you believe in, but do it in a way that will lead others to follow you." And I think that's important as a judge. We have to always be mindful of what we say and how we say it, and we should be. Because at the end of the day, what people want most from their judges is they want a fair judge, and they want a judge who will listen and will give them an opportunity to be heard. Most people don't want to fight in court for their entire life. They want to win while they're there, but they want to make sure they have access to a judge who will listen to them, rule with fairness, and try to reach a just outcome if possible, and then they can move on with their lives. What I think is so respectful about Justice Ginsburg is she was so powerful, but she was never a bully. She was never overwhelming with her attitude and even her opinions. They were well written, they were well reasoned, but she never really was ever anything but respectful. And, you know, none of us understand it. I think many of us are still confused by it, but I think you can see that with the fact that she was so close in her personal life with Justice Scalia, something that in these times especially is hard for many of us to imagine. And you could disagree with someone so much, but have so much respect for their right to say what they're saying, that you could be so close with them as a human. And I think that's important on these benches. It's important, Amber, if we win, because we're going to be in the minority, but we're going to have 4 on a 9-member court. And so those sorts of ways that she behaved and the dignity with which she approached everything in her life is an inspiration to lawyers, but really to all women in all professions.
I think that's incredibly important. I know that I am still personally working on having dignity for all people that may have some different political views than me during these election cycle, but I will just want to reiterate before we get to the other panelists that what you said is so incredibly important, the fairness that you talked about. And I think it's something that as we think about all of you being on the bench in just 18 days, that people need to make sure that they are also thinking about that as you all are making your decisions. It's going to be really hard things that you all have to think about as you're making decisions. And so I think it's just so important and critical that we think about the dignity of the lives that will be impacted by the laws that you all are implementing. And so I will go next to Justice Triana.
I couldn't have said it better, Amber. You know, she was a true fighter for justice and fairness. And she did it, you know, she has so many good quotes. She said, you can disagree without being disagreeable. She talked about how important it was, you know, her mother taught her to be independent, but to be ladylike. And so, you know, in my generation, I mean, my mother was constantly, she's an immigrant from Cuba, and I grew up with the whole, I was never ladylike enough for her, but definitely independent enough for her. So she had that balance of both. You know, so how it affected me, she was confirmed in 1993. I became a judge as municipal court judge in 1994. And I remember in her confirmation hearings, you know, she said, and I want to quote, the Constitution had been written for a few white men of property, but the story over time was expanding the circles of inclusion. As history, amendments, and jurisprudence expanded American equality to Black people, women, gays, and lesbians. And it was clear to me at that point that that is what a true justice was about. It wasn't about preventing other people from accessing justice. It was about making it more inclusive and making those circles bigger. And so to me, as I started off, you know, as a municipal court judge, and I'd like to talk a little bit about women and men and our usual paths to the bench. Out of all 7 candidates that are running for statewide office judiciary, 4 of us started off as a municipal court judge, which is the, you know, lowest level of judge. They were all women. That is very common in our path. We like to start at the bottom because we are so, I don't want to say insecure, but we want to craft, we want to make sure that we hone our craft. We want to make sure that, you know, we go get the PhD before we run for office, that we go to law school before we run for office. And the idea is, you know, so we come from that, which is a little bit different than most men, you know, which is they don't see that as necessary. But, you know, she did it in a way, I mean, she started also at the bottom, you know, in a time where she couldn't even get a job, even though she had graduated at the top of her class. And a true inspiration to, I think, almost every woman that's an attorney, every woman who's a judge, of that quiet resilience and the impact that you can make being on the bench. The last thing I want to say is her dissents. She was never rude. She never made fun or, you know, was trivial about the majority, but they were well-reasoned. They were commonsensical. They were easy to read. And, you know, to me, having been a trial judge in Texas, where we have had the Supreme Court be Republican for 22 years, on a bench, even though I'm on an intermediary bench, still having to follow Republican rule. I've had a couple of dissents, one that has to do with immigration, taking care of the kids in the cages, and one that has to do with the environment. And she showed us how powerful a dissent can be. Even if you're not in the majority, it can be used later on to make good law and to protect people.
Thank you. Judge Phillips?
Yes, I just want to kind of echo the sentiments that were said earlier, about Justice Ginsburg. She was, before she became a Supreme Court justice, like you said, she was a trailblazer, breaking barriers, Harvard Law Review, Columbia Law Review, things that women particularly weren't on. And it's never easy when you're the person breaking barriers. You're alone, and you get a lot of pushback. But for women, it's something that we're used to fighting and standing up. And so that's what we do. We have a lot of the judges on this call, and also Stacey Williams and Elizabeth Frizzell, who are trying to break barriers, being the first women or the first black women on the Supreme Court. And it's not going to be an easy job. It's something that we have to be not just qualified, but overly qualified to get to those points. And I think that we have a bunch of overly qualified women right now who are running to do that. And then also I just kind of tap on to what we were talking about with her dissent. She said that her dissents speak to the future. And that's just so true. We've looked at when the Voting Rights Act was thrown out, and she said that's like, throwing out an umbrella because you're not getting wet in the rain. And I see it in state courts right now where we're fighting all of these lawsuits dealing with the elections right now and voting rights. It's, it may not be popular right now, but in a few years, everyone votes, the laws may change. So, it is something that our representation, us being here and what we do, the impact is definitely something that will be felt in the future.
Thank you. Kathy? I'm not sure. Kathy, you still on? I think she may have went to go and speak. So we'll keep going. And this is actually going to be one of my last questions, because I think I hope it is a doozy that everybody will have a lot to talk about, but if not, I will bring up another question. But one question I have is the Supreme Court. I think people sometimes don't think that, especially in the time of COVID, that there's things happening in real life right now that the Supreme Court is voting on. And it's so important and so critical, but there's also, as everybody has talked about, Judge Phillips just said, you all are making decisions year round, right? And in a lot of different cases, you all are making decisions year round. But we do have this election coming up in less than 20 days and 18 days. So if somebody were to ask you, I am asking you, what exactly is on the ballot? For what is on the ballot for justice? That is a big, large question. You could say things all over kind of the gamut, but for you personally, for what you think about, what could impact you, what could impact your community. And I'll just model this as not a judge or not anybody who's running for judge. I think the rights of access for people like my parents who would not have had access to be able to do a mail-in ballot had the law not stepped in. I think of people like my sister and brother-in-law who are physicians and look to the legal system to make sure that their rights are protected, but the rights of their patients are protected as well. I think of myself as a Black woman and having the ability to have equal pay and hopefully one day being able to have access to different things with my family as well. And so I know that there's a lot of things on, but I think that the viewers would be interested in just hearing from you as people who are actually been fighting for a very long time, have run for many of you have run for office before and are currently on the ballot. What do you think is on the ballot in terms of justice? What should people be thinking about when they go in and they bubble in your name or think about RBG and what she brought to the table? What are people voting for when they're thinking about justice? And so I'm going to go to, I think the person I've known the longest, so I can put her on the spot, which is, I'm going back to you, Judge Meacham. So
that's all right. You can put me on the spot, Amber.
Okay, great.
So first off, justice is on the ballot. That is for sure. And I want to make sure that we do this in a hopeful way when we vote, because President Trump has reformed our federal judiciary for a generation. Not in a way that many people, I think, many Democratic voters will appreciate. But state courts now and state Supreme Courts are key to the future, to civil rights, to civil liberties, to equal justice under law, to making sure that the law continues to march forward and doesn't go backwards 50 years. And for those things that are so fundamental to the view of the law that understands that moving forward, that equal access to justice and equal justice for all people, equal justice under law is the crucial part to our Constitution. And that is what everyone goes to law school for. I think at the end of the day, we are committed to that. And for people who are committed to that, then state courts are what you're going to need to care about moving forward. Because the federal courts are going to be a difficult place right now for that concept. We just have to be realistic about this, and we have to understand the stakes. And the state Supreme Court in Texas is a place where in the future, we're going to hear political redistricting cases, political gerrymandering cases. We're going to hear school finance. We're going to continue to hear all these fundamental cases regarding the rights of GLBTQ communities, as well as for women, for persons of color. And I think that to make sure they vote all the way down the ballot. And if they want fair and common sense justice is committed to equal justice under law, they need to make sure they vote Democratic all the way down the ballot. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Judge Phillips?
Yes, definitely want to echo that justice is on the ballot this November. You know, when you think about the state court, and I don't know if we've said it yet on this call, but for the people out there listening, the further down the ballot you go, you know, the closer you're going to get to what impacts you directly. And that is your state courts. We here thinking about all the events that happened this year with the coronavirus, with the quarantines, whether or not businesses are going to be open. Those are all issues that your state courts judges make decisions on. And then also we think about, you know, the Black Lives Matter, and we talk about equal justice for all. You know, you've got to think about judges. We have to apply the law fairly and equally to everyone who comes before our court. But a lot of it depends on the judge's discretion. And so when you're talking about equal justice, when you're talking about immunity, those are things that civil judges, state court judges make decisions on. So if you want equal justice, you need to look at the people that you are voting for, the representation. Does it look like your community? And then also just vote, you know, the whole ballot. Because again, like I said, when you come down the ballot, the further down you get, the closer you're going to get to home.
Thank you. Justice Triana.
And Amber, I think I see Kathy is on, and I know that she's got spotty service. Kathy, if you're on, do you mind, Amber, if I let her?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Kathy, go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Justice Triana. Folks, let me just say this. I echo everything my colleagues have said, but let me just give you this one example. Imagine yourself going to a courtroom, whether it's the trial court or the criminal court, and you look in the jury panel with 12 jurors of the same makeup. Do you actually think you're going to get a fair and just outcome out of any of these courts? Well, the Texas Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals have a panel of 9 justices, all Republicans on both sides. And that's the court that interprets the laws for all Texans. Do you actually think that justice is for all under those circumstances, folks? That's why you need to start paying attention to the courts, not just the Texas Supreme Court, but the Court of Criminal Appeals and every court level down the ballot. So, folks, leave no Democrats behind, because justice is on the ballot, and this is about justice for all. Thank you so much.
So, I hope are you ready for me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you, Amber. I didn't know if I had frozen up. You know, I couldn't put it better than all of my 3 colleagues on the call can, but I do want to, 2 things. One is, I'm currently the only person of color on the Third Court of Appeals. I'm the first person of color on the Third Court of Appeals, and that happened in 2018 in Travis County, this progressive bastion. And it is so important. I think, Justice Sotomayor said it about having a wise Latina. She thinks that sometimes having a wise Latina, might be better than having with your experiences and your culture, might be better in deciding cases than an Anglo man. And it doesn't mean, this is not that somehow you have a better, bulletproof reasoning. It just means, and this is something kind of like what Kathy was saying, bringing people to the table, bringing people with different life experiences that look different, that have different values. That's the way that our justice system works, not just one-sided, looking at it and deciding what the law should be. So that is so important that we have our judges that look like Texans, that have the same values of Texans. But specifically to your question of why should they care? What's going to happen? To expand on what both Justice Phillips and Judge Clark Meacham were talking about, we have redistricting. We're so busy making sure that we flip the House so we have a seat at the table when redistricting comes around. Any maps that come out of redistricting are going to be heard by the Texas Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court several years ago said these are state issues. So my question is, do you want 9 Republicans deciding what those redistricting maps look like? Choice issues. There's a very good chance, assuming that we're going to have a 6-3 conservative majority, if Roe v. Wade gets repealed, it is going to be up to the state courts to decide what is constitutional and what is not when it comes to a woman's choice and reproductive choices, plus every other choice that a woman has that has to do with her body. These are issues that are going to impact all of us. School finance, we had a case probably 5-6 years ago in which district court in Travis County decided that the legislature was not investing enough in our public school system, that it was just a shame. The Constitution, the Texas Constitution, guarantees a free and efficient system. And this Supreme Court said that even though it was not an efficient system, that they just skirted their responsibility to find it unconstitutional and just said, let the legislature fix it. So these are issues that affect everybody. Your property taxes that you have to pay that go up because the legislature is refusing to pay their fair share for our kids' education. The lack of education, of equal education for our children, of an efficient system. Your representation, whether who you vote for actually lives around, your area or is living in 3 counties down because of gerrymandering. All of these things affect us, and all of them come from the courts.
Great. Thank you so much. And I just want to thank all of the panelists. You all are my heroes. You are the reason why many of us are in law school. I just appreciate actually seeing what we can be. I think there's a quote that is a lot more famous than what I'm about to say that really talks about you can't be what you can't see. And so actually being able to see you all either running or actually in office is so incredible, not only for me as somebody in law school, but just for women across the state of Texas. And so just thank you all for taking the step. I know it is not easy. And I just want to reiterate what I think everybody said, which is vote all the way down. It may seem like it is an arduous task. It is not. It is it should fulfill your day, and you should feel really excited about having so many incredible people to vote for. I know that's how I feel whenever I get to vote all the way down the ballot. And so please, if you have any questions about any of the candidates, they're all coming from different backgrounds, but all have the same goals in terms of making sure that we have a fair process for not only people who look like us, but for everybody across the state of Texas. And so that should be something that everybody is really excited about. And so we should be just as excited. I would argue even more excited about the women that you heard from today than you are from anybody else on the ballot, because they are going to be fighting for all of our rights every single day. And so I just want to thank the panel again. And then I heard Joaquinia say this earlier, but I also want to take a point of personal privilege to just thank both Sarita and Vice Chair Dr. Brailey. You all are doing an incredible job. I haven't seen I've been involved with the Texas Democratic Party for about 20 years and been so proud of the work that everyone has done every single year. And I just have been so proud of the incredible work that you all have done. You are inclusive, you include, loudmouth future lawyers like me on things like this. And so it's just incredibly important that we include everybody. And I know everybody feels much more included than other state parties, but even just around because of the work that you all are doing. And so thank you all again. So Sarita, I'm going to turn it back, I think, over to you for the rest of the program.
Great. Thank you so much, Amber, for moderating that incredible panel. And thank you to all of our amazing guests and judges. I want to remind everyone of our statewide judges that are running. We have Judge Stacey Williams, who you heard from last week, Kathy Chang, Justice Gisela Triana, and Judge Amy Clark Meacham. And I'm so excited for this fantastic four group of women to really help run our state. And thank you to our guest also today, Judge Frederica Phillips, who's also serving as part of really helping us get this event together. And we really appreciate that and helping us with part one. So right now we're going to take a quick little commercial break and we'll hear from a couple of our, some of our other guest speakers, as well as some folks who wanted to share some exciting words with us, and then we'll be right back.
Hello, Texas Democrats and Texas Democratic women. This election is on and this is our time to shine. We have an opportunity to elect Democrats and Democratic women up and down the ballot, from Kamala Harris, Joe Biden's running mate, all the way to our state house and our local elections. This is an historic time. We have an opportunity, a real opportunity to flip the Texas House, which is everything. And not only that, to elect a majority of women to the Democratic caucus. Again, historic. You can make this happen. This is our chance to go out and do what we do best and lead in our communities. Not only make a plan to vote, but make sure your entire circle of friends and family vote. Encourage them, get them out. This is our opportunity to make a reality our hopes and dreams for the future, to focus on things like childcare, health care, the environment, common sense gun laws that we know will keep our community safe and thriving. Let's make this happen. We lead the way. We count on each other, and we'll get there together. So thank you, Texas Democrats and Texas Democratic women.
Representative Sanfronia Thompson, let me just say hi, and welcome everyone to our Ladies of the House session. I'm probably excited about the entire party, but to me, when I just think about the Ladies of the House, what that means in terms of experiences that are shared. And so today we have we have candidates, we have members who are running again, but also serving in the House. And so I'm going to let them introduce themselves. And look, let me tell you, this is a privilege and an honor that they have stopped by to have this conversation, because the reality is Voting is happening now, and every vote counts. And they're on the campaign trail, and they're just stopping by as a guest today to party with us right to the polls. Seema, you're on, and I don't want to take any more of the time away from you because we're just so delighted that you're just jumping on the call with us today.
I'm so excited to be among such incredibly strong, powerful, amazing women and to be part of you all. It's been really exciting. We've been out all day already at the polls. I'm just going to give a little background on me. My name is Seema Lajivarian. I'm running for Texas 2 to unseat Dan Crenshaw, Trump's favorite Texan. I was 15 years old when I came here with a few faded photos in my back and a bunch of big dreams. And I really studied hard, became a lawyer, and moved to Houston. I started my family, I survived cancer, and I've been giving back to the community. And we've never taken this incredible American dream for granted. And I always talk a lot about defying the odds. As a breast cancer survivor who overcame the diagnosis with quality, affordable healthcare, as a small business owner who understands the tough choices we face, as a woman who knows everything that we have to do double because of who we are, as an immigrant who fled chaos for freedom. And now America needs to defy the odds. We all need to do it together. We're living in a nation where families are losing their livelihood, businesses are shuttering, hundreds of thousands are perishing while the president is downplaying this virus. We're living in a nation where millions are protesting against injustice and, Dan Crenshaw and the president are suppressing. And we're living in a nation where they are putting our healthcare in the balance. We have to make sure that our voices are heard and we actually make a difference. So we need leaders who make diversity an expectation, not an exception. We need leaders who bring us together and not tear us apart. And we need leaders who really fight for the healthcare, restore our economy, and really protect our most vulnerable. I know we can do this together. There's been incredible turnout in Texas already. We can defy the odds together. We can restore the incredible American dream and fight for the soul of this nation. And I know when we all get together, especially all these incredible women together all over, make sure you talk to everybody you know. Make sure you tell everyone that our votes matter. We're going to make a difference. We're going to unseat Dan Crenshaw. We're going to unseat Trump. We're going to flip Texas blue. Let's do this together. It's so exciting being here.
Well, Seema, I'm so glad that you took the time to join us, and like all the other panelists that we're about to talk to, that I love you dearly. Whatever I can do as vice chair and as your friend, as your sister, I am a call, a text, an email away. And it's not an ask. This is what I need. And that's what we do as sisters. And I'm so glad that you will be joining the House sometime soon.
Thank you, Dr. Brailey. Thank you, everyone. Love you.
Seema, restate your name and your race.
So Seema Lajivarian, running for Congress in Texas 2 against Dan Crenshaw, which is entirely in Harris County.
All right. Thank you so much. Go hit the trail. All right. We have State Representative Sean Theory. Once again, I probably will call all of these great women my friends, my sisters, because they are. And I am just so proud. You all make me really just feel really proud. Not knowing what was going to happen as serving vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party and having such a privilege to be able to build a relationship with you all and help in any way I can. Let's jump right in, Rep. Theory. Just talk about who you are, what you've done. And I know that you're on your way to something else too, because that's what we do at Democrats. We meet the community where they are. And so I know you're on a trail today as well.
Thank you, Dr. Brailey. Thank you, Carla, my friend, my sister. I want to just, I'll take a point of personal privilege, you all, before I talk about myself and just say what an amazing job Dr. Brailey is doing. Isn't it something? You're far too modest, but I want you to know that what we're doing right now, this is new, this is different. We're it's kind of unprecedented the way your vision has really come to fruition in terms of bringing women of power together and making sure that we continue to lift as we climb. And so I want to just give you a big salute and a virtual hug for that as well. There we go. Yeah, there it is. There it is. So everyone, everyone. I'm State Representative Sean Theory. I represent House District 146. I'm the first woman to hold my seat. So, as we make history and flip seats, just remember, everyone, that there's layers and layers and layers that on top of all of these important House District seats. And it's important that we work to pick up additional seats in the House. You'll hear from my colleague and sister in the House, Representative Retta Andrews Bowers, and that you'll hear that, she was successful picking in with her seat, but she's still in a battle. They're not giving up. And so Akila Basie, there's so many other seats across the state that we are trying to flip and turn blue. Redistricting will also be a big issue next session. And so don't take anything for granted. I've been told, don't assume, you have a safe seat. So I think it's important for the Democratic Party to remember and recognize that those of us that are in what we call historic Democratic seats, or even, let's be candid, what they call black districts. Don't rest on, we can't rest on our laurels on that. Lines will be redrawn. And so we're all under siege. I believe very well that we are on our way to making history in our country and saving the soul of America and getting our democracy back through Vice President Biden, who will be President Biden, and soon to be Vice President Kamala Harris, also my Howard University sister. So I just wanted to keep encouraging everyone I use sports analogies a lot because I just have so much admiration for athletes because, my dad used to tell me when you get past the second half, it's not about talent, it's about stamina. Whose knees and legs going to get tired in the third quarter? Who can play the fourth quarter? Who's going to play double overtime, triple overtime? And that's what we have to do as Democrats, And so I really, really feel if we can put together hold our stamina, that we can get in the end zone on this. We're still moving the ball 10 yards at a time, but it's not time to do the victory dance. But I believe, Dr. Brailey, that we really can turn Texas blue. I believe we will continue to hold seats like Representative Bowers' seats and pick up others. We have got to just do what we do, which is to stay cohesive, continue to organize, mobilize, and I like to say energize. So that's just my little bit. Don't want to hold anybody. I thank you all. I'm on the ballot as well, House District 146. I ask for your support and that we continue to support all of the dynamic women on this panel.
Representative Theory, would you state your name again and your particular race?
Yes, my name is Sean. On the ballot, I'm going to put my full name so people understand it's a woman running, Sean Nicole Theory, and I represent Texas House District 146.
Thank you so much, Sean, and I should say Representative Theory. And I know you have to run as well because you're getting an award today. Is that my understanding?
I am. I'm looking over at my phone. I'm excited to be getting the Sojourner Truth Award today. And so again, standing on the shoulders of other dynamic Black women who have paved the way. So I'm all getting in my feels about that one. I don't want to get teary-eyed while I'm here, but I'm looking over at that one. I think it's about to happen in about 3 minutes.
Okay,
but thank you all so much.
Class today, and who knew that when Sojourner Truth said, "Ain't I a woman?" that we will be walking that path today. So thank you for being thank you for sojourning across.
Thank you. I continue, and let's continue, you all, to speak truth to power. Okay. Thanks all. See you soon, Retta. See you soon, sister.
Yes, they haven't crossed.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, and I'm waiting on that victory dance soon for both of us. Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bye, bye, guys.
We're here to do the dance at this great party, and so Representative Retta Andrews Bowers, my sister, my Delta sister, my Texan sister, my TSU sister, serving as a professor there, and that being your alma mater, and sister from another mother, because the mother that you have is like one of mine, and I call her Queen. So we've renamed her. And so if you could just talk a little bit about your race and what it has meant for you to even be in the House.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Brailey. And like you said, we have so many affectionate names for one another. My sister, my Sarah, just a real encourager. And so I'm glad to be on this panel today. I am State Representative Retta Andrews Bowers. I represent House District 113 in far northeast Dallas County. And as Carla said, I am a Spelman alum. I'm a Texas Southern University alum, and truly a native Texan, grown up, born and bred in Houston. But I have the pleasure of representing in Dallas. I like to feel like as a Texan, I have the best of both worlds, because I have so much love and support in Houston, but a lot of love and support up here in Dallas. Representative Theory was elected to the Texas House probably the session before myself. And so I ran in 16, almost won, beat the incumbent almost at 45% of the vote. And then in 2018 was elected to the Texas House as the first African-American to hold this seat. And as the district is drawn currently. And I feel like coming in behind Rep Theory, I feel like I had a successful session. You know, some members come in and don't pass any bills at all. And I'll say, to answer your question, Sarah, what it's meant for me to be in the House, I will say that I was truly in awe of the opportunity. Having grown up in Houston in Texas politics, my mom having ran, the queen, as you call her, and our Sarah ran for Rep Theory's seat. Before she took on that role, she ran for House District 146. And so I was in awe to become the colleague of the great Symphonia Thompson, to become the colleague of the great Harold Dutton, to become the colleague of Dr. Alma Allen, and so many others, Tony Rose, and all of the great members of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, but for sure the female members, because I had watched them for so many years. And, you know, they say when women come to the table, when we're at the table, every voice is at the table. And I want y'all to know that, you know, to me, that means that because we're women, we're mothers, we're sisters, we're daughters. And so every voice is at the table because of all the connections that we bring to the table. We're business owners, we're teachers. We are just a real part of the community in every way. And so, you know, I learned so much during my first session. I served on the State House Committee for Corrections, and let's see what else, Juvenile Justice and Family Issues. I thought those two tied well together. But I've been a great champion for children, for pushing those $11.6 billion into Texas schools, our neighborhood schools, and always a supporter of local and small businesses. This year, and so that tells you that my platform normally is strong on healthcare, strong on investing in public education, and strong on supporting our workers and our economy. But lastly, this year, we've seen what happened to George Floyd and to Breonna Taylor. And so criminal justice reform creeps its head in, and just to ban and stop racism. Those have been some other things that we've been working on while we've been fighting COVID-19. But it's been an awesome opportunity to be able to serve in the Texas House, to know that we're creating laws that will last for generations and will affect generations. The last thing I'll say, Carla, is that we know we have to flip the Texas House because we are going back to redistricting. I want to say that also ties itself to the census, and we've got a few more weeks to make sure that people are surely counted. And I mentioned the district as it is drawn right now, 113. You know, hopefully it will look different when we come back. You know, having the chance to get elected to a sophomore term and having the opportunity to make sure the lines are drawn, we have fair maps, we have representation, real representation that'll matter to our community. It's been too long. This is the third time I've had a campaign, and you know, I've had many people in this community. I've been here 20 years with my family that get they go to the polls, they get in the ballot box and they start screaming, "Where's my candidate?" But it's because they are the gerrymandered lines that we sit within right now, and that they cannot vote for me, even though our kids have gone to the same schools, or we shop at the same local Target or Walmart and worship together in this community, but they cannot vote for me. So I really want to make sure I get back to make sure that the community is drawn in the best way possible to have the fairest representation. And we had 12 seats we flipped last time, and only 9 that we need to flip. I'd like to see us flip a few more than 9 so that we do have a solid and strong balance, that Democrats are in the majority, and that we go back and we're able to make the best difference for Texans in the Texas House. Thank you for the opportunity, Carla, always.
Well, thank you so much. Just listening to you just reminded me that this is why it's so important for us to have parties with a purpose like this, so that we can highlight women's voices, because in the day of digitalization, this will go nowhere. So our voices will be captured even when we're so busy, we can't even tell our own story. So, just sitting here, that's what made me think about this moment, that yes, you're going to win. The difference is maybe 20 or 30 years ago, those stories probably were not captured in the way that they will be captured now, because of our ability to have access to technology and just to really capture this moment. And so thank you. I'm so glad that we're stumping around Texas and we're zooming around Texas for you. And just want to tell people out there, look, candidates need your vote. They need your time. They need your treasure. As a matter of fact, you can text at 21333. Sarita can jump in at any moment. I know we have a even more program to offer you. And so Representative Bowers, I know you're on the trail today, along with a lot of your other sisters and male colleagues as well that are on the trail. So I don't want to take up any more of your time, because the House will be here and you will be in it. And so I can't wait to be a visitor again and see you in your house, which is our house. And that's what the Democratic Party is all about. It's the people's party. It's the people's house. And so that's why we have to make sure we flip this house once again, because I tell people this house hasn't always looked the way it looks right now. And so we've done the work as Democrats, and we're going to rearrange it a little bit, and we're going to, redecorate. We're going to do some things different, and so that we can make sure all the voices are heard. So go out and do what you do well. I know upcoming, Sarita, I'm sure you'll let the audience know where we're going, but I can tell you it's been such an honor to have some of the conversations that I've been able to do as a result of just preparing for our party with a purpose. I know we're going to hear from Ms. T, our dean, the woman of the house, sometime soon, and Sarita's going to go through that. But you all out there, just make sure that if you have not voted, that you are very clear about your vote plan. Where you're voting, when you're voting, how you're voting, who you're voting with, and who you're voting for. I know you're voting for DMs up and down the ballot. If their name is listed, it's going to be a D, DEM, or Democrat next to it. And so we just need you to make sure that you don't stop at the top of the ballot, yes, with Biden and Harris, but you go throughout the ballot, because justice is on the ballot, democracy is on the ballot, and more so than anything, freedom is on the ballot. And we have the capacity to let our voices be heard, because our voice is our vote. And so again, Representative, have a great day. If you want to come back and join us for our Women Winning Texas rally, feel free if you have that time. to share. Sarita,
well,
what's next?
Thank you both. Thank you, Carla and Sarita. I've been on the polls this morning and launched a phone bank and a block walk, so a lit drop. So I'm gonna get back to it, but thanks so much. Thank y'all so
Thank
very
you.
much.
Tell Queen I said hi.
I will. Bye-bye.
Look, I'm telling y'all, no one works harder than the women in the Texas House and Texas Senate. They are some incredible, powerful women representing communities all across the state. So thank you to each and every one of you who was able to make some time to stop by and say hello today and fitting us in. We really appreciate it. Before we move to the next part of the program, I want to take a moment to say thank you to all of the incredible performers that we've already seen and we will continue to see throughout the day. We previously saw Jasmine Hearn perform her piece For My Mother and All Her Mothers and Me, which was a beautiful dance and spoken word about the relationship that we as women often have with the generations before and after us. Shortly, we will be hearing from the tremendous Natasha Yvette Williams, who is an incredible Broadway performer, and she will be singing a song called Home. And just before we get into Natasha, we are going to get to hear a conversation from, quite honestly, two of my favorite people. It's going to be Representative Sophronia Thompson and our Vice Chair, Dr. Carla Brailey, on the power of what it means to be a woman right now in politics.
Representative Sophronia Thompson, let me just say thank you for joining us. It goes introduction of what all and who all you have been to the state of Texas, to Harris County, to politicians, really not just in the state of Texas, but really across the nation. You've been a sister to so many of us, and you've been really in the forefront, making decisions when they were definitely hard and you were alone making them as a woman. So I'm just honored that I'm able to once again share some words with you. As you know, today is Winning Women Texas, and this is our part 2. So we did last week and we had over 5,000 viewers, Rep. Thompson. And as you know, you're one of our honorary co-chairs, and you're just easy because I don't have to, have a long dreaded phone call. This is what it is. I text you, you say yay, nay, I'm available. And so thank you for just continuing to be supportive of my work and then, of the party. So my first question to you is, you have served in this capacity for a very long time, and you have seen those come and you have seen them go. How have you sustained your ability to just be a force in this world of politics, particularly in Texas politics?
First of all, thank you for interviewing me. Let me say, I've had the privilege of representing an area that I grew up in, and among persons that I went to elementary school with, and my children, my grandchildren are friends to their children and grandchildren. We still live, a lot of us still live in the same area. I was so honored that they gave me the privilege to go into Austin. But when I got there, being a woman and being a woman of color was not an easy task, because you're talking about being in a real man's world. It really was a real man's world, because I think there was something like 6 of us, maybe 8 women at that particular time. Kay Baylor Hutchinson was in my class. Sarah Weddington, who argued Roe versus Wade before the Supreme Court, was in my class. And to give you a picture of what this time was like, Dr. Brailey, we were trying to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment for women. And Roe versus Wade just came down right after we were sworn in. And this was a real, somewhat of a turbulent time, because women were beginning to say, I have a right, I have to make a decision about my body. I have a right to have this, I have a right to have that. I am a citizen of this community, and I have rights too as a woman. And I want you to also know that when I went into office, women could not get a credit card in their name. I don't care how much money they had. They couldn't get a credit card in their name. And some of them couldn't even buy property in their names. But we were able during that first session of the legislature to change the law. And of course, you know, you have a long list of things that you want to do, and you think that you're going to be able to do it all in one session, you know, and then there would be another group of things that you do the next session, only to find out that you have to work with people in order to be able to get your agenda done. And that was something that I had to learn to do. And each session of the legislature, you leave something behind that you want to say, God, give me the grace to go back next time and be able to work on this and get this done. And then something gets added to it. And then the cycle goes on. And when before you know it, you know, you're there for a very long time. But you learn how to work with people, and you recognize that each person comes to that session from a different area of Texas with different ideologies and different needs. But then there are some common needs that all of us have. And that is education and healthcare and transportation, things of that particular nature, being able to make a living, you know. And it gets down to the bread and meat of the thing. What do we do about the working families? What do we do about making sure that minimum wages are high enough? Women are paid equally. Healthcare is available. Quality education is there. Daycare is there. Quality daycare for mothers when they're working, they don't have to worry about their kids being in a poor daycare environment. And then safety, health and safety, living in a community where you know you're safe and you don't have to be fearful of your life all the time, but you know you live in a safe environment. And those things sometimes seem simple, but the little tentacles that shoots out from those things are little problems that you have to keep trying to solve and keep trying to make a difference. And because of that, that has been the reason that my tenure has been so long.
Well, I like the way that you ended that in terms of your tenure being so long. With such a long tenure, what would you say have been some of your most memorable moments of being a policymaker?
Oh, I think being able to do a lot of legislation for women, and it's hard to do legislation for women. It's hard because people don't see us as the citizens that we are and the persons that we represent in this society. And they think that there are things that we really don't need. Let me give you an example. When Viagra came out, the insurance company just added it to its coverage. We didn't have to pass any laws. I had to pass a bill for women to get coverage for contraceptives. Let me tell you another situation. We had pap smears. When a woman goes and get a pap smear, and if the doctor has a little concern about that result of that pap smear, and that human papillomavirus is a problem, he may order another pap smear. It took legislation to get that particular bill passed, and it was only $100. Now here's the situation. Why don't you want to pay $100 and see whether or not you're catching early stages of cervical cancer, as opposed to letting a woman get cervical cancer and probably dying, or having a long drawn out treatment and as costly as it is, and the pressure that it puts not only her as a patient, but on her family and her community and her job if she's a working person. And it took me a session of fighting for just to get the insurance to cover that second pap smear. And I just thought it was just awful. And then there's another bill that I was passed more recently, and that was the 3D mammogram. I'm proud of that bill. And here's why. That mammogram can spot a cancerous tumor in a woman's breast the size of a dot that you put behind a sentence when you're writing. And that is good news, because if there's something there, you have a head start on the treatment that would be needed and necessary for that particular situation. And it gives you peace of mind if it's benign. But if it isn't benign, it gives you an opportunity to be able to start getting ready for what can you do to treat it, and to be able to have less time, less chemo or radiation treatment, and then less time off your work, or from home, and then peace of mind. So those are just some of the things besides the human trafficking laws that I've been able to pass. But let me just tell you, we have an alimony law. And the interesting thing about this particular law was my Speaker of the House at that particular time was one of my classmates. We all went in together. And he had just given a speech at noon. We had a noon break that particular day during the session. And he had met with kind of like the Chamber of Commerce, and he was telling them, among other things, Texas is a good state. We don't have the personal income tax here. Business can come here and settle without having to worry. And by the way, we don't even have alimony in Texas. So we were debating a welfare bill that particular day, and the guy who was debating this bill was having a lot of problems from his party, the Republicans. They were giving him a hard time. And so I was sitting there listening to the debate, and Ron Wilson was in the legislature at that time. He came, he slid in the seat next to me, and he says, Synfronia, he says, I'm looking at the rules, and your alimony amendment would fit in this bill. And I says, will it? He said, yes. So I called my staff up. We was about to vote on the bill, and I said, listen, get me that alimony amendment in here. My staff would say, I don't know if I got enough time. So you got to have it, even if you have to drop it from the ceiling, from the gallery to me down to the floor. I said, I'll catch it, just get it to me. So they got the amendment to me. And just before the speaker gavel, he says, are there any more amendments? And I raised my hand, Mr. Speaker, I have one. So I go up and I started talking about this amendment. And he looks at me, and the person, the member of the legislature that he wanted to debate me against this amendment had just caught a plane to go to Fort Worth to give a graduation high school speech to one of his high school senior classes. And he had just boarded Southwest Airlines, and they was holding up. He says, well, just wait a minute, Ms. T, just wait a minute. And they was talking as though they was reviewing my amendment. But they had placed a call in, and they was asking, has the plane taken off? If it hasn't, stop the plane and get this particular member off. And they said, they finally came back to the phone, and they told him, say, I'm sorry, but the plane is already taken off. And so they could get this guy to argue. So I get up and I'm fighting for why we should have this amendment. And I says, now listen, let me just tell you this. When women are married to a man 10, 15, 20 years, she's made him, she's suffered, she's helped him get it, and then you want to kick her to the curb and get some of those sweet thing over here who has not suffered all of these years, that she needs somebody to help her. And so finally the people start, yes, the members on the floor. I get this amendment adopted. And so after I get it adopted, and everybody comes over to congratulate me, I'll sit down in my seat. And then finally the speaker comes and he sits down beside me. He says, Sophronia, I know this bill is going to go to a conference committee, and I look like I'm going to have to put you on this conference committee because of this amendment, but you're not going to go crazy on me. I said, oh, no, I wouldn't dare do that. He says, okay, then. So they put me on the conference committee. And when I got on this conference committee, they said, Ms. T, is there anything about this amendment that, we need to change? I said, oh, yes, we do need to change. I said, let me tell you what I think we need to do. I said, if a woman is married to a man and if she's the victim of domestic violence, if it's one day, she don't have to wait 10 years, because originally a minimum of 10 years, if she had to been married a minimum of 10 years to be able to start benefiting from this. I said, domestic violence should, if it's one day of marriage, I said, that should qualify her for alimony. They said, oh, yes, that's right. And then I says, now, and if a woman has been married to him for 10 years or more, and she has a condition that prevents her from being able to work, I said, as long as that condition persists, she should be able to get money from him to help her take care of him. And they said, oh, that's a good idea. So we put all these ideas together. And I just knew, I said, oh my goodness, when we get back to the general body, I don't know whether they're going to accept this or not, but they did. And we passed it, and it's an abbreviated form of alimony, but it does exist. And I always have hoped that, someday we will be able to strengthen it, but we have not had the number of persons in the legislature will give us that vote.
You just have so many stories, and just listening to that, I was thinking, could you talk about why being in a position for the length of time that you've been there, and the relationships that you've been able to acquire in the state, in Harris County, in the nation. How has that played a role in you being able to be effective as a legislator, particularly as a woman?
One of the things about politics is tenure. Tenure is important, because if you have tenure, then you build up a relationship, and you get better at what you're doing, of how effective that you can be, how you can be able to deal with the other side. Because the Lord has blessed me to be able to deal with my Republican colleagues as almost effectively as I can deal with the Democrats. And I'm able to deal with both groups because what I try to do all the time is deal with the issue. And I try to stay on the issue because that's what I'm really particularly concerned about. There was a Special Needs Alliance that I had to get support from. And this was persons in nursing homes are allowed to keep about $60 of their monies for personal needs. And that is like shoes, underwear, socks, combs, brushes, toothpaste, shampoo, deodorant, things of that nature. Things that you never think about. The nursing home don't furnish any of these things. But you can just think how far $60 would go in buying a jumpsuit, a jogging suit just to stay warm, a pair of tennis, when your tennis goes out. And it took me a while to get that money in order to be able to do that. But I got it, but I was able to work with both sides to get that money up and going. So I want to tell you, people say, well, you've been in office too long, so-and-so, you need to be out of office. But the time that you're in office allows you to be able to get good chairmanships. It allows you to be more effective with working with the body of people that you work with, and it allows you to also be able to get things done.
I have a question. I think I may even have someone that, know where you will go with your responses, but what has it meant to you to be able to have other women to serve with?
I've had a lot of women to serve with them. Some of them I wish they had never come. Now, I'm serious when I say that, but women, let me tell you why I like women to come in the legislature. They bring to the legislature an experience that men don't have. They bring a family experience, a woman's point of view, a budgetary experience, the empathy of children, of family, of community, of what it means for all of these things to work and to work effectively. They understand the sensitivity of a mother having good health care. They understand why you may need to extend postpartum depression from 60 days to 12 months. They get that, but it's difficult sometimes to discuss that with a man who have not had that kind of experience and insight. Now, here's what I said. I wish why some of the women have never come. We've had some of the Republicans women has come, and they have literally obliterated things for working families. And these are people on the margin a lot of times. And sometimes they are middle class folks. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to buy a home, educate their kids, put food on the table, have health care, have some kind of a pension in place. And when you go in and you started chopping this program out and that program out, and you started chopping at the roots and destroying things, it destroys all of these things within a community. Because while we know we need a healthy, educated workforce, you can't have an educated workforce without having a healthy workforce. You have to have both of those things in there. And you cannot have families working unless they make a livable wage where they can go and buy food and clothes and have something left over. Because why not allow them to build a nest egg for their families? And that has been my other experience with some women who come because they want to come in and take a meat axe approach to services that are so needed and so necessary.
I'll take a different approach here too. There are going to be lots of women watching you. As you know, people will be watching as it's showing, and they'll be able to continue the viewership even after the party ends, because there's no party like a Democratic Party, because a Democratic Party don't stop. But so I can stay focused. there's some little girl that may see you, or a young professional that will be watching and saying, wow, how can I become Sophronia Thompson? Can you talk a little bit about who may have prepared you, whether it's a mentor, whether it's an alliance that you've been a part of, or whether it's a quote or a story that you lived on? Can you talk a little bit about how that has prepared you and sustained you down this journey that you've taken?
You know, when I was coming up, we had people in the community, they may not have been able to read or write, but they would always encourage us. And they would always tell you, oh, that child is so apt, which meant that child is smart. And they would always say, you know, you're smart as a whip. They would tell all of us, all the children, and they would try, and they would encourage us. That was the beginning of my encouragement. And all during stages of life, I have met persons who was either teachers, persons just an ordinary people, and sometimes professional folks who have been an encouragement at that particular stage in my life, whatever I may have been doing. And I remember I married, when I went to college, I was married with 2 children. And I was always, my grandmother always told me, and she always said, you know, God always provide, and you should always give back to the community. And whatever you do, do it well, and always try to help somebody and stick with what you believe in. So I said, I used to be in a sit-down track down on Alameda and Southmore, which is now Walgreens, but it was a Manning drugstore there. And I used to go down there and sit down, and people would, and my husband would tell me, you know, I'm not sending you to college because you're going to get yourself killed. But when we were at school, we knew then that we needed to do something, and that was encouraging meant there, that we had to do something to break down the discrimination within our society. I didn't dream at that particular time while I was sitting down on those stools that I would ever see integration in my lifetime, but I was hoping that my children would see it and my grandchildren would benefit from it. I never realized that I would benefit from it as well. But every phase of my life, even when I became a teacher, there were teachers that in my high school that was always encouraging. There was one teacher named Ms. Doris County. She's still living today, and she was a singer. She never married, but she always motivated her students. And when she would say, now, we finna have a test, and Carla, I'm looking for nothing below 95 from you. And she'll point out to each one of us, and she'd tell us she was expecting us to make, you know, within a certain grade. And she would always say, and you can do it. Don't think that you can't, you can do it. And there were so many teachers like that who taught us. And even at the college level, when I went to college, there was teachers that was so encouraging. And even though we were probably subpar as a student, qualified probably to be there, but they worked their hearts out and told us that, you know, we were doing good, you know, and kept encouraging us. And at my church, at my community, in my family, everywhere I went, there was always, even strangers, who was always somebody who was always encouraging. Not just me, but it was just one of those environments that I was always blessed to be in.
So I'm gonna make it, I have 2 more for you. One is, as a Black woman who's a graduate of a historically Black college, university, Texas Southern University, as a Black woman in politics, what does it mean to have a Black woman chosen to break the glass ceiling to serve as our next vice president of the United States with Joe Biden, who will be our president? What does it mean to you?
I want to say something that Barbara Jordan once said. Americans want to make sure that the Constitution is as good as what they say it is. And that would be something that I think that we would go down in history remembering in our lifetime, that we had a woman who was intelligent, qualified, capable of manning a job, that was chosen to be a running mate. And she was able to help to win the presidency of the United States. And that she was African American and Southeast Asian at the same time. It is the crowning joy of living in a democracy to see that happen.
Well, I'm like you rooting, and so many of us are rooting, and shout out to your sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha, for being a part of you all's journey and making this happen. And I'm sure she learned some things around character as she went through her process. And so I say, shout out. I'm proud to wear pink right now, Rep Thompson. I'm proud to wear pink. I plan on wearing pink at the polls with my blue Converse, by the way, whenever I enter any of the polls. That's my outfit. I'll end here. Texas is turning blue. On your watch, Texas is turning blue. What's your thoughts?
I think it's going to be a deep blue, and it's time. It's time. I think it's time for people to reclaim their democracy and their stations in life, and recognize that all of us have common interests and common goals, and that we are all human beings. And what we need to really focus on and think about is making this life a better life for not only ourselves and our children, but making sure that we leave a life, a pattern of something behind, that those who come behind us will want to follow within those paths.
Well, Representative Thompson, while this interview is ending, I'm sure we will have more dialogue to come. Thank you so much for your service. I've told you this before, and I'll keep telling you. You have a vice chair that's the vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party who's all on your side. So anything that you need, I am a call, a text, an email away. Thank you to your staff, because you've taught them, or either you all made a deal that they will work just as hard as you work. And so I just plan on doing whatever I can to work with you as Texas turns blue. And that means that this house will be flipped. And I'm sure you'll be a part of the flip.
After almost 20 years, I'll be glad to see it flip.
All righty then. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Hi, and welcome back, folks. I just want to say thank you so much to Dr. Brailey and Representative Thompson for that impeccable conversation. Just so much power and history in one room. And now I have the great pleasure to introduce one of our incredible candidates, Sarah DeMerchant.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Sarita, Dr. Brailey, and TDP for this wonderful event. My name is Sarah DeMerchant, and I'm running for state representative of House District 26 here in Sugar Land. So this is an open seat. It consists of the majority of Sugar Land and a slither of Richmond and Houston, Fort Bend County. This seat is 60% Democrat. I'm an IT executive and the founder of a software development company. Growing up in Fort Bend, I attended Fort Bend Public Schools, where my daughter attends today. I have a bachelor's in computer information systems and an MBA. While in Austin, I will take a data-driven approach for making decisions pertaining to supporting LGBTQIA rights, criminal justice reform, and for our COVID response moving forward, so we can get back to our normal way of life as safely and as quickly as possible. I, Sarah DeMerchant, believe people who work hard deserve a fair shot to get ahead. As my parents would always say, everyone should carry their load, and when you carry your load, you should have opportunity. Strong public schools, affordable medication and healthcare, and property taxes they can afford. That's what we need here in Texas. Thank you all so much for having me here. Third time is the charm. This is my third time running for this seat. We will flip this seat. We have a strong game. I just hopped off of a phone banking session with the fantastic Beto O'Rourke, who has been a huge supporter, and I've always been supportive of his initiatives as well. We had a goal of 1 million phone calls going out into the state of Texas. That was through Beto, Powered by the People. By the end of the day, I think we beat it by more than 2.5 times. So the energy is there, the excitement is there, And I'm honored to be a part of the top 9 seats in the state of Texas to flip. That will help to flip the Texas House. So for everyone here, if you have friends and family who live in Fort Bend, specifically Richmond, Sugar Land, Houston, Fort Bend County, and District 26, please have them check out the campaign website, www.democratdemerchant.com. Let them know the polls are open today. They can go today to vote for me. If they want a polling location that never has a line, they can go to the Richmond Water Maintenance Facility. They should be able to walk right in and right out. But I need their support and their vote. So thank you all for this amazing opportunity. Let's flip the house.
Yes, thank you so much, Sarah. All of my cousins are in Sugar Land and they know your name very well. So do not worry. We're getting the word out. And if you need to look up your polling place, no matter where you are in Texas, you can head over to mytexasvotes.com. You can find your polling place, your ballot, and see everyone who is running up and down the ballot, incredible candidates like Sarah. And we thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we're going to take a moment to hear from some of our other incredible candidates and elected officials, and we'll be right back.
Ladies of the Hello to everyone in the Texas Democratic Party. This is Houston Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, and I'm so sorry I couldn't join you virtually today. But I wanted to make sure to send a short message about how excited I am about all the Democratic women running for office in Texas this year. In 2018, I was proud to join my comadre, Veronica Escobar from El Paso, and my friend Lizzie Fletcher here from Houston as new freshman women in Congress. Well, we're going to redouble our efforts, and we have more women running now to flip Texas congressional seats blue. Wendy Davis in Austin, Sima Lajavardian here in Houston, Candace Venezuela up in North Dallas, Gina Ortiz-Jones, the San Antonio, West Texas area, Julie Oliver and Lulu Sikali, and countless more running to help flip seats in the Texas legislature all across the state. I am so excited. Women are going to help fuel our blue wave this November, and together we're going to make sure that all Texans have a seat at the table. Together we will restore the soul of Texas and of America. Thank you, muchísimas gracias, and God bless.
Hello, Texas Democratic women. This is Celia Israel, State Representative in Austin, Texas, and Chair of the House Democratic Campaign Committee. And I'm chairing the organization that's working to flip the House. We're going to have a House of Representatives that finally looks like Texas in all of its diversity, including gender diversity. There are women of all kinds of backgrounds who have stepped up to the plate and are going to win, because we're not just working at this for this cycle. We've been working at it for years and years. Let's be true to our heritage. We are the party of Barbara Jordan. We are the party of Ann Richards. Let's stand up proud, and we're almost there. Thank you so much for all that you're doing. Bye.
Hey everyone, so happy to be here on the day before early voting. Early voting begins tomorrow, October 13th, runs for 3 weeks until October 30th. I have been knocking on doors. I have been phone banking all day today. In fact, for many hours, I have been calling voters not just in El Paso, but all over Texas. I believe this is the year Texas will flip. The best way to turn our anxiety, our concern about the direction of our country, our just absolute disgust with the way that the White House has trampled over the Constitution, the rule of law, the dignity of people, the best way to fight back is through action. So please join us. You can participate in any of our block walks, any of our phone banks. Reach out to my campaign, veronicaescobar.com. Sign up for our newsletter. Give us a call. Let us know how you want to help. Time is growing short. We need every single person fighting for this election so that we wake up on November 4th absolutely knowing that we did everything we could. Thank you for all you do.
Hello, Texas Democrats. I am so excited to be with you all today. Our campaign has been working super hard to flip this seat blue, and thanks to so many of you for volunteering and donating. We've had hundreds of volunteers make calls and send text messages, and we're seeing incredible enthusiasm in the district. And we're seeing enthusiasm for women candidates up and down the ballot. So many inspiring women are running for offices across the district, across the state, and across the country. From state house to state senate to judgeships, we have a chance to elect incredible women up and down our ballots. We all know that we need leaders in Congress who are going to tackle this global pandemic that we're facing and not kowtow to special interest groups. Voters who know that we need leaders who are going to put Texas families first. And that's why everyone needs to get out and vote. So call your friends, your neighbors, your family members, make sure they have a plan to vote. Encourage them to vote early, or better yet, mask up and bring them with you. Every single person's vote will matter. So let's get out there. Let's do our part. Let's vote. And thank you for everything that you've done to make sure that we successfully cross the finish line and turn Texas blue. Take care, you guys. I love you all.
Hello, folks, and welcome back from our break. I just want to take a moment to share some space with Dr. Brailey. She is the vice chair of our party and is always doing bigger and better than the last thing that she did. So when she came to me with the idea for Women Winning Texas, I knew I had to say yes, because what better way to close out this election cycle than with a big bang? So Dr. Brailey, real quick, could you just tell us a little bit of how you came up with the idea and what your vision for this event has been?
Well, Sarita, I came up with this idea probably like all the other 1,000 ideas that I have. And so then I bring along a lot of other people with and try to implement it and execute it. But, you know, it's no secret that I am the vice chair for everyone in the state of Texas, but I really do have a strong focus on women. And so I've always tried to highlight, expand the voices of women and girls, because oftentimes we do so much work and we'll do it behind the scenes, in the background, behind someone, not because we're intimidated or we lack confidence, but we do it because we need to get the job done. And so, yes, we're doing all of that, but this is 2020. Our voices have to be heard. And even those who don't necessarily want to be heard, they're necessary because we have stories. We're resilient. We've survived struggles. And now you can look at so many studies. We're beyond surviving now. We're thriving. And so we've had the seat at the table. What does it mean to have a seat at the table? Well, we're sitting there now. So now it's also about having a voice at the table, but it's even more so about the voice. It's also being able to have your voice heard in a way that decisions are made based on our input, our output as women. And so we're just no longer willing to just be invisible. And the reality is, and nor would our economy, nor would our state, our nation be the place that it can be and should be if we remain invisible. We know what it means to be diverse. And so, you know, we can talk about race and we can talk about class. We can also talk about women in that diversity. And we can use that word so loosely, diversity. But the reality is, if we don't perform diversity and be very intentional and unapologetic about it, it just becomes a symbol that we have been for so long. And I think it's a reason why Barbara Jordan, in one of her speeches, you know, I always tell you, Sarita, hey, if I'm low or I just need that energy, I go and read Barbara Jordan. I wasn't around during her time, but she's like a mentor to me from afar. So I'll go read. And one of her speeches, she actually tells, you know, the audience, I'm not interested in being a symbol. So I always tell people that if she had to say that, somebody expected her to be someone's symbol. Imagine Barbara Jordan being a symbol, right? Or just a symbol, right? And so, you know, for me, it was all about giving voice to women. The other thing is that we know when women vote, we win. And so we still are capturing other women to get out the vote who may not have had a pattern of voting before. So we want to ask them. When I'm on the trail, a lot of times, Sarita, you know, civilians and our citizens, our voters will say, well, no one asked. So I am sure that the Texas Democratic Party have asked just about everyone to vote. But just in case you missed that message, know that the vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party, along with Sarita, who does constituency, is saying, will you vote? Will you vote because justice is on the ballot? Will you vote because democracy is at stake? And will you vote because our freedom is at stake? And all of us deserve that, to experience that. And there are women up and down this ballot. And so, Sarita, that's what gave birth to this, that we're here and we're going to be here. We're going to continue to be the backbone of this party. And Hannah is in the background. She can't be seen. Brett is in the background, can't be seen. But the reality is we are always around. And so that's what this is about. And I just believe, Sarita, that this won't be the last year of Women Winning Texas. I think we've started something. And we just couldn't have done it without a Sarita, without Hannah, without Brett. And I'm going to also say there's a committee behind all of this that have helped us to raise over $50,000. in less than 2 weeks, and with all of us working in various capacities. And so the host committee, and there's so many of them, and I'm proud to say it's so many of them, we can't even call out each, well, we could, but we will be here for a little while. We also have honorary co-chairs that have just been magnificent in terms of the speakers that have been invited. And so, Sarita, thank you for the constituency work that you're doing, but also putting up with all of my phone calls and all of my texts and all of my emails. And Brett and Hannah, thank you too.
Look, when you call, I answer. That is not true for everyone, but for you, I will answer. And it's because we get to work on incredible events like this. Like you were saying, women are doing so much across the state to get Democrats elected up and down the ballot, whether that's running themselves, being campaign managers, working behind the scenes on finance team, on communications, those of us that work here at the party. And it's so inspiring to see all of these women doing this with grace and compassion, and really just creating a sense of togetherness. There's a real network of women here in Texas who support each other and lift each other up, and you are definitely leading that charge. You talked a little bit about how this is not the first year, or this is going to be the first year of women winning Texas. It will not be the last. And when you think about all the work that you've been doing with the party, oh, hello, Brownie. Welcome to the party. The pets want to come in, y'all. When you think about all the incredible work that you've been doing with the party since you took office, what do you think about really stands out from your legacy that you've had with the party?
Oh, well, I can say I am certain that it is known, excuse me, y'all, but Brownie wants to be a part of the party. And so that's how it goes with these virtual parties. You never know who drops in. For me, legacy, I am hoping that it's really built around inclusion for everybody, equity for everyone, reaching out to everyone, but really women. So often we do the work and we really don't ask for the accolades, and nor do we expect them. But the reality is for us to keep making way and paving the way for so many others, our stories have to be told. Our stories have to be, received in a way that others can grow from them. And that's sometimes I tell women, take some time to tell your story, because your story can be a blessing to someone. Some little girl is watching now saying, wait a minute, what if I decide to take that path? And some little girl is watching too. And they say it takes about 7 times to ask a woman to run. So by the way, today is your first time. You may be 11, 12, 13, you may be 17. Well, I'm asking, Sarita's asking, Hannah's asking, we're gonna throw Brett in too. So that's like 4 asks already in 2020. So, hey, it's already, known that you may take this path, but there are sisters, there are women down here. So for me, also, Sarita, is really making room for everybody, right? Like, we are only as good as our community. We're only as good as the village. We're only as good as the people, and we are the people's party. And I don't ever want that to change. And one of the things, Sarita, that I say, look, let's not ever forget, Texas is not a Republican state. It basically has never been a Republican state. It has been a state that not as many of us have taken advantage of voting. And I think what we're doing as a party and growing and meeting people where they are and asking for that vote, we're going to see that we're changing and we're turning blue, and not just blue for the sake of it because we're blue for Democrat, but we mean that in a sense of being able to include people, so that this democracy that we've been promised since day one, that so many of us can experience it and have a fair shot. So that's what I want my legacy to be about, really inclusion and including everyone and meeting people where they are, which means you may be a little brand new, you may not say the right thing all the time, or what is the right thing, as a matter of fact, that's up for discussion anyway. But, us figuring this thing out together as a family.
Yes, thank you so much. And for always talking about how once we get that seat to the table, we make room for someone else next to us. I know I directly have benefited from that, and I'm so incredibly grateful. and appreciate you bringing me along for these wild rides and creating space for huge, incredible events like Women Winning Texas. I now have the pleasure to introduce the chair of the Texas Democratic Party, Gilberto Hinojosa.
Hi, Chairman. You're muted. He's coming, you all. Yay.
Okay, can y'all hear me now? All right, thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Brailey. I just want to say this before I go any further. I think that, Dr. Brailey is probably the perfect example of the 21st century American woman, someone who is strong and has worked her way to the position that she holds today. As a single mother, as a mother who has raised a child and at the same time gotten educated and gotten her PhD, and as a professor in a major university in this state, in this country, and now the vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party, she has just done tremendous things, not only for her family, but for the American family, the Texas family, and the work that she's been doing for our party is something that we're all very proud of. And thank you, Dr. Brailey, for all your commitment and just being, just someone who is outstanding as far as the leadership of this party. This is an election that we have all been anticipating for a long time, and this is an election that we know that it is critical for us to win. We saw the results in the first 4 days of this election, and they were unbelievably intense in terms of the numbers of people that were voting. And this has happened notwithstanding the attempts by the Republican Party to stifle our vote, to stifle the vote of Democrats all across the state of Texas. And they haven't stopped doing that. They just sued our friend Chris Hollins just yesterday in the Supreme Court to try to stop the drive-by voting that he's set up to make it easier for people to vote in this state. But that has not stopped us from going out to vote. And the numbers that we have seen these last 4 days are very, very encouraging, but we've got to remember that they are just the beginning of this effort, that we have to continue to work as hard as we can from now until 7:01 on election day. And I want to say that where we're at today as a party, as a Democratic Party in this state and in this country, I think has everything to do with the fact that women in this state have stepped up. They have stepped up in the sense that they have worked very, very hard to ensure that that we organize, that we not accept the status quo with this administration, and that we do whatever is necessary to ensure that we have the best candidates possible running on the Democratic ticket, that we get our folks out to be registered and to go out and vote, that we engage them, and that we make sure that we show up at the polls. When we were presented with this horrible situation with this man that's in the White House today, it was easy for us to just throw down our hands and walk away from this. But women in this state, especially women in this state, stepped up and did what needed to be done as candidates and as organizers and as people who have put us where we're at today. Because they understand more than anybody else that this man and the Republican Party has made a full-blown assault on our families in every sense of the word. Not only when it comes to making sure that our children are educated, they've tried to take that away from us. Because they understand that the more people are educated, the more they become a challenge to them. They believe that if they can deprive us of the resources that an education provides us, then they become stronger. All they care about is this. They only care about succeeding and getting power. When they make it to the top, they're not worried about anybody else below them. They just want to stay on the top and push everybody else down. And that's what we have to fight. That's what we're up against. And at every step of the way, they've tried to do this, and now they're trying to do it in this election. So our job is to overcome all of this and to make sure that we continue to fight every day, because our American family can only succeed if Democrats are out there in office making sure that the programs that are important to families, like a quality public education, access to higher education, access to healthcare, livable wages, living wages, and making sure that our environment is something that we leave, that leaves this planet for our future generations. All the things that are important to the quality of life of all American families is what we do as Democrats. So I want to thank you for being on this program. I want to thank Carla and all the organizers of this event for what you're doing. But most of all, I want to thank Texas women for stepping up and getting us where we're at today and just taking us over the finish line on November 3rd. So God bless each and every one of y'all, and let's get out there and win this election.
Thank you so much.
Chairman. No, please, Vice Chair, come on in.
Oh, no, I just want to just say thank you, because I know he may not stay on long, but we just really appreciate your vision and your leadership style, because the way our chairman, he likes for us to call him Gilberto, works, is like, let's just do it. Like, can you see it? Okay, let's make it happen. And so, as a result of that, we have the largest Texas Democratic Party we've ever had, in a vision that is going to turn our state blue. And so, Sarita, take it away.
Well, thank you. Thank you to you, Dr. Brailey. Thank you to the chairman. And now I am excited because I have the pleasure of hosting a conversation with some of our incredible youth leaders here in the Democratic Party. So I would love to virtually call folks up and go ahead and introduce yourselves. We'll start with Brianna.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brianna Hutchison, and I serve as the policy director for the Texas Young Democrats. I have been working here organizing Texas for several years now as a student, as the president of the Texas College Democrats, traveling around the state organizing. I now also work for MJ Hagar's finance team. And so I have been busy at work for a very long time organizing Democrats, and I am so excited to be here in this moment with you all for Texas turning blue.
Thank you, Bree. Next, I will go over to Jacob Kanan.
Hey, y'all. My name is Jacob Kanan. I'm from Houston. I'm the Millennial Gen Z constituency organizer for the Texas Democratic Party. I actually got my start in politics because the girls on my debate team wanted to start a femme club at our school for feminism, and I became the club's treasurer. So that was my start in politics, was feminism. So I'm glad to be here. This is really exciting.
That is truly amazing. I'm also loving this jacket. You're serving us Luke's today. And next, I would love to bring up Colby Duhan.
Hey there, y'all. My name is Colby Duhan, pronounced he, him. I am the president of the Texas Young Democrats, and I lead openly as two things. I'm the very first openly LGBTQ person to be elected president of the Young Democrats, and I'm the first to lead openly as a bipolar individual to destigmatize what mental health looks like in leadership. So I am stoked to be here with you this afternoon with one of my mentors, Dr. Carla Brailey, who is an incredible example of leadership that we should be amplifying at the head of the table. Thank you so much to Sarita and everyone for having us.
Thank you to each and every one of you as well for taking some time out today. Early vote has started. We are all very busy getting ready, getting voters to turn out in numbers that we've never seen before. So I want to start today, and I open this up to each of you. As a group of folks that came of age with the election of the first Black president, Barack Obama, how has it been navigating this current political climate?
I can go first. It has been interesting, and it seems like it's moving at light speed. I remember, Obama's election, and I remember when the primary first began, and my mother told me, "Oh, there's a woman and a Black man running for office for president this cycle. And I asked her, who does she think? She's like, oh, probably the white person that's also in the race. And that sort of, the election of Obama sort of blew that out of the water. And here in Texas, over the years, we have been blowing standards out of the water. And so it's been great to see it. And navigating it feels like a very deep responsibility to continue to defy expectations and continue to defy what is to be expected of Democrats. And so it feels like a great honor and a great challenge.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I think there's, we've seen what felt so much like in 2008, the greatest example of unity that I had seen in my lifetime in electoral politics, just to see where we've gone from there in 8 years. It's an example of why we can't let off the gas and why we have a moral imperative to not only be voters, but organizers all across this nation. And that's what we're seeing. Right now, we're seeing these unprecedented numbers at the polls, and we're only seeing them because of the organizing work that we've done. When unfortunately we just, seemingly discovered the racist underbelly of this country, we had swept it under the covers for so long. And that's on us. So like I said, we have that moral imperative to only continue to expose that, not only in the public sphere, but in your boardrooms, with your coworkers, in your places of worship, whatever it may be. We have to root that out at every level if we're to get back to any kind of symbol of unity like we saw with the election of Barack Obama in 2008.
Yeah, and it's amazing following up Colby and his amazing mustache and very well spoken. But as a young person I was 8 years old when Barack Obama was elected. So if that tells you anything about how old I am, no one in my family thought it was possible that Barack Obama could be elected president. And I remember that night and my grandfather just being like, I don't know what's happening and I don't know what comes next. And I also remember in 2016, my grandmother dragging me to phone banks to phone bank for Hillary Clinton, who we all thought was going to be the first female president. So I do think that there's a lot that has been like shocking, because I don't think any of us expected that to happen, especially after all of the optimism that we saw during the Barack Obama, tenure in the president. And, I'm pretty far left. Like, I'm a young person, and it's not like I was the most positive person during the Obama administration, but it was definitely a more stable time for, as a queer person, as a Black person, you definitely felt safer, and you weren't. Colby was completely right. Like, it was just this racist underbelly that we decided to ignore. Because we thought that just believing in hope and change would change that. It's work. And I think people are really starting to figure that out. That's why we're seeing these demonstrations and protests that have been going on for months and months and months that, don't seem to be letting up. And people are like, why aren't they letting up? Because if we let up, that's how things go back to normal. That's how we forget, what needs to happen. So yeah, it's definitely been interesting navigating the current political climate, but I do think that young people understand the stakes, and we're not going to give up anytime soon.
You bring up a really good point of how all of you did, of how it wasn't necessarily we were living in this utopian society under Obama. It was that we had the capacity to believe that things could change. We had the space to believe that change was possible, and change in a progressive and radical way was possible. And that's been really hard to hold on to in this current moment. And Jacob, you mentioned a bit about how we've had a big uprise in protest and really vocal activism that I think has been a long time coming. And often women and queer folks are at the lead of those movements. Stonewall was a trans woman. We've got Candace Weber leading Black Lives Matter in Houston. So when you think about the women who are leading these incredible initiatives and call for change, how do you feel like that has impacted you and your activism? I'll start.
Yeah, I'll say
to everyone.
I'll say too, just, when we're talking about trans women of color that lead the way, we'd be remiss to not mention the passing of Monica Roberts, who was such an incredible icon to so many individuals, not in her hometown of Houston, but across this state and across this nation. And so folks like Monica are people that we need to be looking to lead the way. This idea that electoral politics will save us all, that's a great notion, but it's not rooted in fact. We have to ensure that we're organizing. We have to ensure that we're in the streets when injustice turns its ugly head, as we've seen it kind of as the inequities of the country have been laid bare over this last 4 years, and especially in a time of pandemic and unrest. There has never been a more clear cut demand for change, radical change in this country. So yeah, we have to look to ensuring that we're putting the most marginalized closest to the power, like so many have said over the years, and following their lead and ensuring that we're actually moving in a way that affects real change in people's lives. And we as a party, we have an imperative to ensure we're not just a party that shows up and knocks on your door every 2 years, but we're a party that cares if your children are fed and educated. We're a party that cares if you have equity and access. We're a party that cares about your health care and, the inequities of the country. So all that to say, we have real work to do, and it requires more than just every election cycle.
I think especially in a state like Texas, where poverty is so clearly sexist and homophobic, the majority of people living in poverty in Texas are women, and the first time you ever get to an age range where it's men living in poverty, it's men from age 6 to 11, and that's because their moms are poor. You know what I mean? And I think we would also be remiss to talk about queer people and people who are leading these charges in the streets, and by de-radicalizing their messages. You know what I mean? They are sending a clear message because of what needs to be delivered. And a lot of the time, even as Democrats, who are people who, want to represent everyone and are trying really hard to be nice to everyone, we find ourselves, trying to make their messages more palatable to those who are in power. And that's also something we have to be worried about, is we need to demand justice. We need to demand what is right. And that is most of the time what activists are asking for in the streets. They're not asking for things like reform. They're asking for things like change, things that are concrete. But yeah, I think that has changed my activism a lot, in the last few years, is just seeing the number of inspiring leaders, especially women of color and queer leaders of color, people that look like me and sound like me and think like me, and want to protect my family. So that's just kind of how it influences me.
Oh, Bree, I think you got muted.
Here we go. Yes, in my opinion, grassroots movements really give us the opportunity to see the people doing the most work for the most impacted people up front. And so I have a very deep appreciation for the ways that they've been able to rattle around, halls of power to make their voices heard and their issues heard. And I think that as young leaders in politics, it is our duty to make sure that they understand and know how to get in, because they are the ones who have the solutions. I don't think I have a lot of solutions. People doing groundwork, people most connected have solutions. And so it is our job to use access points like committees and public hearings and access to public officials and access to electoral politics to make sure that when the time comes, the people who are there holding our elected officials accountable are the ones who have, like Jacob said, the biggest vision for how to create a more equitable world.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear a little bit, because all of you hold pretty significant roles of power within the party, right? Jacob, you work for the party, organizing young voters just like you. Colby, president of Young Dems. Bree, you're the policy director and working on a Senate campaign. Like we were saying earlier, women always are doing so many things. So, I feel like that puts you guys in a little bit of a tenuous position, because while Colby, like you were saying, electoral politics is not the end all be all. That is the start, not the finish, right? And also, kind of Jacob, how you were talking about being like super radical and really far left, because we need big change. We are past a point of small increments. So I would love to hear from y'all how you balance those two, and how it impacts your work.
Yeah, I think it's easy, especially for me, right? Like I think it's easy to think that certain problems aren't as big of a problem because they don't affect you. I'm very lucky to say that my parents kept me well fed, never had to worry about healthcare. I went to good schools, safe neighborhoods, you know what I mean? Like I understand that I've lived a great life of privilege, and it has led me to the point where I can, take off of college for a year and just go, I want to go work for the Texas Democratic Party, right? And that's a position that a lot of people aren't in. So I think it makes it to where like I have to balance what things directly affect me and things that I care about and passionate about, because I'm a queer person, because I'm a Black person, I'm worried about these things because they materially affect me. But then there's also things that, you have to pay more attention to. I work for the Democratic Party. Criticism of the Democratic Party doesn't land well for me, right? I have to understand that to be in the position I'm in, because, especially as a young person, a lot of people don't like institutions, period. Like any institution that's existed for longer than 10 years, I'm immediately sus. I just, they've done something in the past that has probably got me to ask some questions. So it's like, it's a balancing act where I'm not a person who doesn't understand that electoral politics, it makes a difference. Anyone who tells you it doesn't is completely lying. We have to get Democrats elected up and down the ballot in Texas. Incompetent leadership has led this state down a hole. 10,000 people are dead right now, and I do not believe that many people would have died if we had competent leadership in the state and if we had competent leadership in this country. So don't get me wrong. In any way, I'm not saying that electoral politics don't matter. I think that electoral politics, as Colby said, are the start. And then it's also realizing that we have elected officials that are in power, that control positions of power, that aren't using them, right? I think a lot about, especially the Austin Police Department and the San Antonio Police Departments, two cities that are completely democratically controlled from top to bottom and have horrible use of force and allow cops to get away with horrible things. And part of that is that Democrats need to be held accountable for things, but I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like the other side is not the option. We just need to hold the people that we have in power accountable and continuing to get Democrats elected across the state.
I think that a lot of it comes down to refusing to be used as a figurehead. I was watching with Dr. Brailey and Miss T earlier, and she was talking about how Barbara Jordan had to refuse to be a figurehead. And now, decades after her leadership, I'm a young queer Black woman organizing in this state and working on a campaign looking to do this magnificent thing of flipping the state of Texas and working down the ballot to work with other people to flip the state of Texas and do things like close the Medicare gap. And so it just is solidly standing in your ground and refusing to just be, okay, we've got you in here, so let's just close the door and we're all good and we can work it out here. No, absolutely not. We are continuing to open the door. We are continuing to open every access point, finance, communications, research, data, making sure that that Black people and Black organizers in the state have the tools that they need to continue to lead. And so that's really where I see my responsibility as a leader. And that's where I've been standing and fighting from, and that's where I plan to continue to stand and fight from.
Yeah, and I think, it is a fine line to walk, Sarita. I mean, the members of our organization have, long ago decided, that we are left of the party. We are done with incrementalism. Incrementalism asks marginalized communities to accept their existence in piecemeal. And we, as a generation, and the Zoomers that come behind us, who are bigger and better and bolder than my generation ever will be, we're just done with that. And I think what that looks like is electing people at all levels of power that understand the difference between equity and equality. They are not the same thing. Equity of access matters, and ensuring that we're electing people that understand that on a very real level, oftentimes because of lived experience, which is why I'm so excited to look across the state. We as a party understand that the big prize, of course, we have to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But the big prize right here at home is ensuring we control the redistricting cycle next year when we flip the state house. And I look across the state and I see who we're doing that with. We are flipping the state house on the backs of incredible women, women of color across the state. We're going to take back some power on our Supreme Court on the backs of incredible women. And so it is heartening to see that. And my hope is that when we ensure that we're kind of electing people that have the most to lose, right, by continued fascist rule from the top, then we're only bettering ourselves as a party. And so that's the way we have to move. That's the way we are moving. And I think this youth movement is a great vehicle for change to ensuring we get to that level.
Thank you so much to each of you. Those were really powerful answers. Just before we come to a close, this is Women Winning Texas. So I would like to close by asking Bree a question. As a young Black woman working on a statewide campaign, how does she do it? But if you could talk to us a little bit of how you balance, there's so much at stake, and like you are a Black woman in America in 2020 and what all of that means. So if you could just speak a little bit to your experience and how you're doing it.
I'm doing it with a lot of support from wonderful Black women like you, Sarita, Kerrigan Sanders out in East Texas, and women all over the state that are just refusing to sit by. They are, really taking on the mantle of women who have led this state and this nation to some of its highest heights. And so first, with support, working on a statewide campaign means we've got a big reach, and we've got a lot of people now that we have built this giant thing that has a propensity to do something amazing. It means that nationally leading and nationally speaking to the issues that's happening. And it's not an easy thing to do. It's not a thing that, is run of the mill and it's the same thing every day. I tweeted a while ago, and every single day since I tweeted it, has been true. Texas politics are wild. We've got some of the wildest people, the wildest organizers, the wildest leadership in this country. But it's because we are all so passionate about building a better Texas. And so women in organizing and women running for office and women out in communities as frontline workers are really pushing this. And so I'm just grateful to be sitting on their shoulders, taking their advice, and fighting, because it's got to be a Texas for everyone.
Yes, a Texas for everyone. What a beautiful note to end on. Again, I want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you for taking some time out today and talking to us about how you are about to change Texas for the better. Up next, I have another young person who I'm really excited to interview and hear about how what the experience is like to be a young person right now who actually can't vote yet. So I would like to ask Ava Mostyn to join me.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on this Zoom. I've been listening to everyone else introduce themselves, and I feel really honored to be here with all these people with so much experience and so much knowledge to offer. I'm a freshman at St. John's School in Houston, Texas right now. I'm 13 years old, and I'm really interested and involved in politics. I'm in the Young Liberals Club at my school right now, and I've been trying to learn as much as I can these past few months.
That's so incredible. I love that you are already in like a liberal club. I can firmly say at 13, I was not that put together. I was like in the back of a theater, confused and trying to find myself. So Ava, I want to start with, what is it like to be a young person right now watching the current state of our government?
To be frank, it's been really frustrating because while there are things I can do to help, like texting voters and phone banking for my favorite candidates, it's hard to make a difference when people think you're young and they won't listen to what you have to say. So it's been frustrating to watch everything unfold and have to deal with basic human rights being taken away by Trump administration policies and just not being able to say as much as I would like to say or have people listen. And right now, we're as close as we've been in the past couple of years to flipping Texas. And just that sense of hope has been really nice and a nice break from what's been happening. But even if we don't, we've made so much progress this year registering voters and having people come out for early voting. It's been really a nice break to just see the voter turnout and how much people like y'all are working to help Texas.
Yeah, I love that you talked about how you do text banks and phone banks and, you know, really reminding us that there is a way to get involved in civic engagement at any point in time. And especially as Democrats, we want to make sure that, you know, civic engagement becomes a family affair, that folks at all levels can feel like there's a place for them to get involved. And thinking about maybe the ways in which you get involved, maybe some of the stuff that you do with your liberal club at school. Is there an issue right now that you're really passionate about?
Right now, one thing I'm really passionate about is the recent Supreme Court nomination, because my family, RBG, has always been an inspiration to us. And so it was really sad to see that her fervent wish was denied by President Donald Trump. So that's something, and also the current Supreme Court nomination believes in a lot of things that are much opposing to my personal beliefs and my family's as well. And that makes me really scared for my generation's future, having someone on the Supreme Court for our lifetime that could have that much control over my body or my rights. So that's something I'm really passionate right now. And we've been talking about it a lot in my club and with my friends.
That's so inspiring that you and your friends are having these conversations. And you're right, whoever takes that seat is the person that will be on the court for your lifetime, for a lot of our lifetimes. And that's a big statement. And so I would love to hear before we close, you know, even though you can't vote yet, you definitely have an impact on this election. As you said, you've been phone banking, text banking, you're having conversations, making sure that folks around you are informed. But what is something that you would like to share with the folks who are watching who can vote?
Make sure, so we don't just get affected by what the government does, we create the government. Your vote is important in making sure that you get the government you feel you deserve and the government you want other people to have their rights for. Because it's not just something that happens to us, it's something that we get to take a part of in building and creating. So make sure that you use that vote for what you believe in so you have a government that believes in you and one you believe in as well.
Well, thank you so much. I think that's so great. Yes, we all need to be reminded that this is not a government just for us. This is a government for everyone in the community. Ava, thank you so much for spending some time with us today, reminding us of just what is at stake this year. Folks are already voting, but come November 3rd as well. So as we move into the next part of our program, I just want to say thanks to all of the folks watching at home, all of the folks that have been participating throughout. I want to take a moment to thank our honorary committee, our honorary chairs, and our steering committee for making this event possible. Of course, Dr. Brailey. And from here, we're going to take a quick break before we move to the next piece.
Hi, I'm Natasha Yvette Williams, and I'm honored to be with you because I see it as an opportunity to stand up for something I believe in, to voice my opinion, make my voice heard, and to fight for those things that I hold dear. Home, a song from the musical The Wiz, is one of the things that I attribute to my childhood and that I attribute to happiness. Back in May, my 9-year-old son came running to me in our home and said to me, "Mom, I want to go home. I want my home back." I was a little confused because we were home. We were in quarantine and had been nowhere but home. So I said to him, "Baby, we are home. What do you mean?" And he explained to me that our home was not our home anymore. Our home was the school, and it was our job, and it was the gym. Our home was our church. Our home was everything. It had become clouded with every other activity in our life, and it was no longer that familiar place for him. It didn't feel like home. At times, our country lately has not felt like home, has not felt familiar. That's what this election is about. That's what standing up and making your voice heard is about. This country is worth fighting for.
Hello, Texas Democrats. I sure wish that
we know. Restoring it to dignity and honor, decency. So that's why I'm here. I'm going to sing a song called Home. And I hope that we can restore America. She's worth it. You're worth it. When I think of home, I think of a place where there's love overflowing. I wish I was home. I wish I were back there with the things I've been knowing. Wind that makes the tall trees bend into leaning. Suddenly the snowflakes that fall have a meaning. Sprinkling the seed makes it all clean. Maybe there's a chance for me to go back now that I have some direction. It would sure be nice to be back at home where there's love and affection. And just maybe I can convince time to slow up, giving me enough time in my life to grow up. Time be my friend and let me start again. Suddenly my world's gone and changed its face, but I still know where I'm going. I have had my mind spun around in space, and yet I've watched it growing. And oh, if you're listening, God, please don't make it hard to know if we should believe the things that we see. Tell us, should we run away, or should we try and stay, or would it be better just to let them be all living here in this brand new world? It might be a fantasy, but it taught me to love. So it's real to me, and I've learned that we must look inside our
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Thank you and welcome back, everyone. We just heard from the incredible Natasha Yvette Williams, who is a Broadway sensation, and we were so grateful to have some of her work to share. Earlier in the program, we saw Jasmine Hearn perform her piece, For My Mother and All Her Mothers and Me, a beautiful dance. Thank you to all of our incredible artists. My dog is also excited about them, who have been helping us make this truly a party, including DJ Superstar. Coming up later, we're going to be having some entertainment from an incredible comedian, Earthquake. And we also are going to be hearing from some Democratic legends. I'm talking Elizabeth Warren, MJ Hager, Cecile Richards, Nancy, dare I say it, Pelosi. My dog wanted to say it for me. Thanks, Scooby. So coming up next, we are going to have everyone multitasking, dogs. They think that it's their world. We're just living in it. So next, we are going to have the incredible Elizabeth Warren. She's been a senator, she ran for president, and she is continually fighting for women every day to make sure that women have the tools that they need. She has an incredible book that we would love to plug about financial health and wealth for women. So this is a champion for us all throughout the years. I'm excited to hear from her. And then we will hear from Dr. Brailey and our state candidate, our state Senate candidate, MJ Hager. Thanks, y'all.
Hello, Texas Democrats. I sure wish that we could be together in person, but we know that's just not possible right now. Even so, I wanted this chance to join you today because this is a time of tremendous crisis, and we need to come together and talk about it. Across this country, people are dying, hundreds a day, from an infectious disease that we could have had under control by now. Our economy is being squeezed to the breaking point. People can no longer deny evidence of profound racial injustice in this country. And now, Republicans are trying to steal another Supreme Court seat, one that could undermine our values for generations to come. This is truly a time of crisis. As Democrats, we know that in times of crisis, government can be a powerful force for good, but only when decisions in Washington begin with compassion and with a determination to uplift everyone. That's what Donald Trump is just incapable of doing. And that's what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are committed to doing. For me, it's just that simple. Pick any issue you care about, and it is on the line in this election. If it's dismantling systemic racism, think about our choice. Donald Trump stirs as much racial hatred as he can. Joe Biden has been clear that as president, he will strengthen America's commitment to justice and he will reform our criminal justice system. If you worry about how student debt crushes opportunity, Donald Trump keeps Betsy DeVos in place and she's squeezing students dry. But Joe Biden is in the fight for student loan debt cancellation and tuition-free public college. If you know the importance of appointing judges who are committed to justice, keep in mind that Republicans are trying to steal a second Supreme Court seat so that they can overturn the Affordable Care Act and take away health care coverage from tens of millions of Americans. Joe Biden has promised to appoint justices and federal judges who look like America, who understand the importance of individual civil rights and civil liberties, and who respect essential precedents like Brown versus the Board of Education and Roe versus Wade. Even with all of that said, we face an uphill battle, and that is where you come in. To make change, we need to take action. We need to build a grassroots movement that can unite and excite Americans to elect two things. One, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Vote early, mail in your ballots, make a plan to vote on election day, vote in person if you can, do whatever it takes to make your voice heard. But don't stop there. Two, recruit your friends, recruit your family, recruit your colleagues to vote like democracy depends on it, because it does. Our nation has experienced one soul-crushing crisis after another this year, but even during these trying times, the fighting spirit of Americans has prevailed. We've seen what's possible when we stand up for our neighbors and when we protect each other. We've made sacrifices, we've pitched in, we've fought uphill, and we've done things we never thought we could. And now we have one more hill to climb, a hill to climb for the team that's going to help set things right. So I hope you're ready to go up that hill to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, to take back the Senate, to expand our majority in the House, and to elect Democrats up and down the ballot all across this nation. And once this election is over, we all need to stay in this fight so we get big things done. This is going to be a hard fight, but understand this: you don't get what you don't fight for.
Well, good afternoon, my friend MJ Hager. How are you today?
I'm great, Dr. Brailey. How are you? It's good to see you.
Oh, so good. Thank you. So good for both of us to see each other. And, you know, I'm sure I'm not as busy as you are, but I'm sure we are both extremely busy trying and will turn Texas blue. And so just so happy to share with you this moment because you happen to be on the top of our ticket. And so can't wait to celebrate with you, for you, and just thank you so much for the courage that you've had to run. And that's what it's all about. They said it's like 7 times we have to ask a woman to run. So I don't know how many times you were asked, but all I could do is say thank you because you're running a race that will be so important, not only to Texas, but to our nation. And so I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind, just sharing. And of course, you know, this will be shared at our Women Winning Texas. And I'm gonna just kind of jump right in because I know you'll be ready. What does it mean to you to be on the top of the Texas ticket?
You know, you were mentioning being a part of this moment, and driving around and visiting polls and seeing the record turnout is so exciting. And it's just, I am just so honored to be a part of this moment in Texas history. Frankly, we're making history. And being at the top of the ticket, I take very seriously, kind of like when you're in the military and you're command of a unit or something. I feel a strong responsibility to deliver our 38 electoral votes, this Senate seat, all up and down the ballot. The coordinated campaign means the world to me. It always has. I believe that the better way to flip the state house and so many other races and John Cornyn's Senate race is the ground up. It's from the bottom up. And so I have had so much, I've learned so much, and I've enjoyed so much driving around this amazing state and just meeting with so many people, but having opportunities to really lift up those down ballot candidates and lift up the voices and experiences of regular Texans that frankly were suffering before COVID, but now that suffering and our broken healthcare system and our broken immigration system and, you know, the social injustices, the need for policing reform and the healthcare inequities and all of the problems that Texas has been facing that have been exacerbated by this pandemic. I feel a big responsibility to lead by example and to deliver better leadership for this great state that I grew up in.
And I am just, again, I'm so glad that you know what to do, you know how to do it in terms of meeting people where they are. I have been able to really get to know you on the trail. Like so many of us, we meet so many great people, both people who are running that we didn't know before, but people just everywhere, right? Like whether it's at a restaurant, a gas station, someone recognizes you. And not so much now since it's COVID-19 that we get to really do that hands-on face-to-face feel, but it's been really good getting to know you.
Well, we just had drinks together. I mean, it was water, but water's a drink, right? So.
Water is a drink that so many of us need in this day, and privileged to actually have. And I cannot wait to toast with you in a different way. But in all of that, I've been able to have some additional phone calls from you. We bump into one another. But if you would, tell us what it means and what you would want women of Texas to know about you if you were able to do even more toast or bump into even more of them at the restaurants or gas station or just what we do with everyday in our everyday lives. What would you want them to know? What would you want women to know about you?
You know, the ability, the opportunity to develop these amazing professional relationships that become friendships with people like you, Dr. Brailey, and it's been one of the greatest benefits that, you know, you said thank you for putting yourself out there, and there are sacrifices that come with running for office, and there are benefits, and that is the best benefit, is being able to get to know people like you. And I think that the thing that people find surprising, and so I guess the thing that I would want people to know, there's so much attention around my being tough and having tattoos and riding motorcycles and being a combat veteran. And that's important because Texans do want a fighter, and we haven't had a fighter for so long. But I think that sometimes people are surprised to see how deeply I feel and experiences other people's suffering, and the deep empathy that I feel actually makes it difficult. But it's important to hold on to that. Because when you're meeting with Texans around the state, and it comes from, I'm sure, being a mom and having small kids and picturing them in the circumstances of whatever people are expressing to me, but whether it's witnessing with my own eyes human rights violations on our southern border, or hearing people share their grief-stricken stories of how the broken healthcare system has impacted them and their families, that ability to deeply empathize and really in a nurturing way understand how important it is that we fix these problems, I think it's missing from a lot of elected officials and from DC, as they are in a bubble that protects them from the challenges of regular everyday people. So I have experienced those challenges, and I make it my mission in life to build a better, stronger Texas that addresses those challenges.
Yeah, I know. Being a mom, I think sometimes we're underestimated how those skills, that skill set is transferable, right? Like
the ability to multitask and you know, moderate like disputes, and often I'm like, gosh, you know, John Cornyn, you're acting like my 3-year-old right now. You know, so
well, I just so appreciate you, and I thank your family for sharing you with us. Again, connecting how much you love to be able to be helpful. You opened up jobs for hundreds of thousands of women in the military.
Yeah.
Could you tell us how that experience motivated you to run for office?
A couple different ways. I think the biggest way was it made me see how broken things were in DC, because I went there as a private citizen, believing that my founding fathers had written a constitution that set forth a government that received its power through the consent of the governed, and they were there to serve me and my fellow citizens, and was slapped in the face with so much corruption and quid pro quo, and told that I wouldn't be able to be successful because I wasn't a powerful donor or didn't have any political capital. And I was successful at building a broad bipartisan coalition, regardless of not having access to the cigar smoke filled rooms and things like that, and having anything to trade. So it was my commitment to seeing, like, when I see, and maybe this is the mom in me, when I see something broken, especially something I'm passionate about, like this country, I can't walk away from it without trying to fix it. And, you know, I wasn't asked 7 times. I think I was asked 3 times. And on the 4th time, the person who was asking me said, "Oh, that's right. You're a woman. I have to ask you 7 times before you'll agree." And I went, "I will not be a statistic. I'll do it." So, you know, when I see a problem, I just want to fix it. But I was also motivated to do it through that experience because I was like, you know, opening jobs for women is an example, like climate change, like immigration, like gun safety, that we can build broad bipartisan coalitions on. We just have to speak to each group's different value set. And I could go to Democrats and say, this is unconstitutional, barring women from applying for these jobs, and it sets up a negative culture for women in the military. And then I would go to Republicans with the Joint Chiefs unanimously siding with me and say, this is a military effectiveness issue. It's hurting recruiting. It's hurting retention. It's tying the hands of our commanders in the field. And I was able to get both sides to agree to open these jobs by not going there and pushing my ego-driven reasons and insist that they acknowledge my service and respect what women have been doing in the military, which, as much as that would be a best case scenario, I think I'm effective because I operate in the world I have, not in the world as I wish it were, but I fight for the world as I wish it were while being effective in the world that I have. And that's why I'm good at building coalitions.
Thank you so much for spending this time. Yeah. As you know, MJ, we're going blue. You are part of that experience. You're at the top of the ticket of that experience. Last words, Texas is going blue. How would you respond?
It is about freaking time that our elected officials are more representative of Texas values and of the people that I know make this state so strong and so great. It's just about time that we have elected leaders that are reflective of that. And I'm so excited to be a part of that.
Thank you so much. I agree. It is about time. And
way past time.
Did I didn't hear you, MJ?
It's way past time. I'm with you.
Oh yeah, way past time. And so thank you so much. And to the rest of the days that you're going to be on this trail, I wish you all the energy that you need, that your staff needs, to just help us just spread blue. If you're spraying blue, however you're making blue go across our state. Thank you so much. And have a great day.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brailey. Stay safe. I'll see you soon.
Question, tell me what you think about me. I bought my own diamonds and I bought my own rings. I'm wearing a celly when I'm feeling lonely. When it's all over, please get up and leave. Question, tell me how you feel about this. Try to control me, boy, you get dismissed. Pay my own funnel and I pay my own bills. Always 50-50 in relationships. The shoes on my feet, I buy. The clothes I'm wearing, I buy. The watch I'm rocking, I buy. That depends on me. If I want the watch I'm wearing, I buy. The house I live in, I buy. The car I'm driving, I buy. I depend on me. I depend on me. All the women, throw your hands up at me. All the honeys making money, throw your hands up at me. All the mamas rocking dollars, throw your hands up at me. All the ladies choosing building, throw your hands up at me. Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that. Girl, I didn't know you could get down like that. Charlie, how your angels get down like that. You make me happy if you can bear. You sleep right beside me, yeah, and I won't forget. I really love you. You should know. I wanna make sure I'm right, boy. Before I let go. Now we had a good time that we can say. We hurt each other, yeah. And boy, it's the same. I won't be foolish, no. I wanna know. I wanna make sure I'm right, boy. Before I let go. You know I thank God. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life like it's golden, golden. I'm taking my own freedom, putting it in my song, singing loud and strong, moving all day long. I'm taking my freedom, putting it in my soul. I'll be hot stepping y'all, letting the joy unfold. I'm living my life like it's golden, 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 golden, living my life like it's 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 golden, golden. I'm holding on to my freedom, can't take it from me. I was born into it, it comes naturally. I'm strumming my own freedom, claim the God in me, representing His glory. Hope He's proud of me. Hope He's proud of me. I'm living my life like it's golden, 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 living my life like it's golden,
Three weeks since you were looking for your friend, the one you left and never called you again. Remember when he told you he was about to Benjamin? You act like you ain't him, they give him a little trim to begin. Now you think you really gon' pretend like you wasn't down and you called him again. Plus when you give it up so easy, you ain't even fooling him. If you did it then you probably can. Talking out your neck, then you're a Christian. A Muslim sleeping with the gin. Now that was the sin that did Jezebel. And who you gonna tell when the repercussions spin? Showing up cause you thinking it's a trend, girlfriend. Let me break it down for you again. You know I only stand cause I'm truly genuine. Don't be a hard rock when you really are a 10, baby girl. Respect is just the minimum. You still defending on now. Lauren is only human. Don't think I haven't been through the same predicament. That sit inside your head like a million women in Philly pen. It's silly when girls sell they stoves because it's sin. Look at where you be in. Hair weaves like Europeans. Make nails up like Koreans. Come again. Yeah. Where, come again. Yeah, come again. Come again. Yeah, guys, you know you better watch out. Some girls are only about that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing. Tell me what you see when I pass by. Shadow, a cloud, or a line in the sky. Am I catching you wrong or am I getting you right? Well, all I can take is one step at a time. Look at me, I'm trying every day. I fall down, make mistakes, get back up, try again. Next time then, say me. I'm walking, I'm walking, I'm walking. I'm walking, I'm walking, I'm walking. I'm walking, I'm walking, I'm walking. I fly with the stars in the skies. I am no longer trying to survive. I believe that life is a prize, but to live doesn't mean you're alive. Don't worry about me and who I fire. I get what I desire. It's my empire, and yes, I call a shot. I am the umpire. I drink a holy water upon the vampire. In this very moment, I'm king. In this very moment, I slay Goliath with a sling. This very moment, I put it on everything. That I will retire with the ring, and I will retire with the crown. Yes, no, I'm not lucky, I'm blessed. Yes, clap for the heavyweight champ, me. But I couldn't do it all alone. We, Young Money raised me, grew up out in Daisy, Southside Jamaica, Queens, and it's crazy. Cause I'm still hood, Hollywood couldn't change me. Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't phase me. AP, cocky, bitches vindicated. Best believe that what we done this moment will be syndicated. I don't know, this night just remind me of everything they deprived me of. Put your drinks up. It's a celebration every time we link up. We done did everything they could think of. Greatness is what we on the brink of. That I can have this moment to life. In this moment I just feel so alive. What y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. It's so bad. Look out! Pop up is showtime. Guess who's back again? They don't know downtown. But they know as soon as we walk in. Shut up, I'm wearing Cuban links. Designer mix, Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Know that you can color red the blues. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Are you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. It's so bad. Look out. Take a back for the hustlers. Gangsters, bad bitches, and your ugly friends. I cannot breathe. I gotta show them how I can get it in. First, take your step, do your dip, spend your money like money ain't shit. Ooh, too fresh, just to blame it on Jesus. Hashtag blessed, they ain't ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Are you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault they all be jocking. Keep up. Players only. Come on, put your pinky rings up to the moon. What y'all trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. Look out.
Every day is payday. Swipe my card, then I do it late day. You're talking to a late day. I want a Kanye, yeah. So that's a no-no. I'ma make back and use a logo. The combo be like Drake, ayy. I already know what you're trying to say. You a color and I see you trying to holler, but that ain't how it's got up. Let's go. You put money, cause it's what my mama got me. Told me, so you better show me something. Boss. Michelle Obama, who first so had to get no good guy. Boss. Michelle Obama, who first so had to get no good guy. Michelle Obama, who first so had to get no good guy. Michelle Obama, who first so had to get no good guy.
I used to run bass like Womp, yeah. Now I run the bass, hi-hat, and the snare. I used to bag girls like turkey bags. Now back me. Boy, you hurtin' that. Brooklyn Bay, where they birthed me at. Now be everywhere the nerve around. The audacity to have me with the curtains back. Me and B, she about to sing, stand back.
Baby, seem like everywhere I go, I see you. From your eyes of mine, it's like I breathe you. Helplessly, I reminisce, don't want to compare nobody to you. Oh, I try to catch myself, but I'm out of control. This happiness is so appealing, I can't let it go. I'm with you, 'cause everything I see is you, and I don't want no substitute. Baby, I swear this thing's not true. I'm gonna make it all for you, 'cause everything I see is you, and I don't want no substitute. Baby, I swear this thing's not I used to bite my tongue and hold my breath, scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I said quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice. I let you push voice, you hear that sound. Like thunder gonna shake through the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, cause I've had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger. Dancing through the fire. I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. Louder than a lion. I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. Work. You see me happy, work. You see me do me da. So me better work. When you walk a la. I'm in the cafe, my ta. Drive me a dessert. Nothing to be lurking. You make a like, now you don't like it. You know I dealt with you the nicest. Nobody touched me in the right. Nobody text me in a crisis. I believed all of your dreams are duration. You took my heart, all my keys, and my patience. You took my heart, I must leave a decoration. You mistaken my love, I brought for you for foundation. All that I wanted from you was to give me something that I never had. Something that you never seen. Something that you never been. But I wake up and nothing's wrong. Just get ready for work. You see me happy, work. You see me do me da. So me better work. Da. When you walk out, da. Before the devil's turn. Beg you something, please. She's just a girl and she's on fire. Hotter than a fantasy. Running like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire. Dealing with catastrophe, but she knows she can fly away. Oh, she took 4 feet on the ground and she's burning it down. Oh, she got her head in the clouds and she's not backing down. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. This girl is on fire. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Level up. Level up. All this on me so yummy. All this sauce so yummy. Know you want this yummy. Yummy all in your tummy. Level up. All this on me so yummy. All this sauce so yummy. Know you want this yummy. Yummy all in your tummy. Them no mistakes are gone. I won't do them no more. That's old news. That's news. I done did that before. I turned it into something. My comeback on 100. Let's talk it. More action. You just go see coming. I just keep elevating. No losses, just upgrading. My lessons made blessings. I turn that into money. They gotta never settle. This view is so much better. I'm killing. I'm winning. Like on another level. Oh, you can talk all you want. See me as a prayer. Nothing I'm afraid of. And I can have it all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let go. Level up. All this on me so yummy. All this sauce so yummy. Know you want this yummy. Yummy all in your tummy. Level up. All this on me so yummy. All this sauce so yummy. Know you want this yummy. Yummy all in your tummy. Big freeze can drop like weight. Team love don't want no hate. I'm grinding, I'm shining, up on my way. They gotta never settle. This view is so much better. I'm chilling, I'm winning, like on another level. Oh, you can talk all you want. See me as a prayer, nothing I'm afraid of, and I can have it all. 4, 3, 2, 1, let go. Level up, 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 level up. Oh, this on me so yummy. Oh, this sauce so yummy. No, you want this yummy. Yummy all in your tummy. Level up, 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 level up. Oh, this on me so yummy. Oh, this sauce so yummy. No, you want this yummy. Yummy all in your tummy.
Thank you so much, DJ Superstar, for making this truly a party. I just want to say welcome back to all of the incredible folks at home watching. I am excited because we are going to take a moment to hear from some of the male leaders from the party who make sure that women get elected up and down the ballot and make sure that the women working here at the party have everything they need to make this an incredible election year. So I will start with our Deputy Director, Cliff Walker.
Hello. Hi, good to be with all of you. I'm so honored to be in the company of so many amazing women I've been following all day and just seeing everyone and all of the inspirational words. And I'm honestly humbled to be here to share just a few thoughts on what it means to ultimately win in the state. Because the truth of the matter is, it's the right thing to do ethically, morally, to make sure that we are elevating women in their proper place as leaders in this party, from the candidates to the operatives to the volunteers, and at an issue level as contributors to this overall effort. But at the same time, it's also just math. It's very clearly math. Looking at some of the results coming in, it's still very early, and I don't want anyone to let off the gas, but everything that we're seeing right now is that we are very much in this game. And we're in this game, primarily, they call it the gender gap, but it's because of the strong support among Democrats, among women, to elect Democrats and to actually enact some change in this country. The turnout that we're seeing, the additional registration that we have seen since 2016, all of that is driving this change and making Texas the biggest battleground state in the country. And that is driven by increased participation among women. The new registrants, the new turnout, the increased Democratic performance, all because of shifts in women participating more and increasingly demanding change. So one way that we can support this work is by making sure that they're candidates, making sure that we're elevating women candidates. And I am incredibly proud as a Democrat and as a Texas Democrat that of the 11 people on the statewide ballot in Texas, 9 of them are women. From Kamala Harris to Kristi Castaneda to an incredible slate of judicial candidates, we've got a real shot at making some history and electing more women statewide as we potentially sweep in the great state of Texas. You know, it's not simply about the statewide effort. Looking down ballot at the competitive legislative races, the competitive congressional races, county and down ballot races at the local level as well, a lot of this is being driven by women candidates, women who have stepped up to run for state legislative seats, and some women who have run a couple of times for state legislative seats. Those who ran in 2018 when they were supposedly running in conservative seats, and well, there's no hope for a Democrat in that seat, and shocked everyone and drew the margin close. You know, women like Brandy Chambers. We've got another woman who's run before, Ann Johnson, who's gonna be an incredible Democrat out of Houston, who's gonna get elected soon. Joanna Katanak has run again, and she ran in a district that, again, wasn't especially considered amongst the most competitive in the country, and now it absolutely is, not just the state of Texas, but in the country. So at the legislative level, at the local level, all of this is being driven by, I want to be careful in my language here, because there are plenty of men Democrats out there, and we need those votes too. but the driver of the energy is women. And we see this in our targets. We see this in the people that we're communicating with, whether it's by phone or by text, by mail. There are some folks who even dropped safely at the doors in a way that is mindful of the fact that we are still in a pandemic. But the communication that we're driving is predominantly to women voters. And one thing that we find is that the more that we encourage women to participate, the more that they encourage their network to participate. Because here's the thing, here's the just God's honest truth about political communication. We've got a great team of people who are putting out amazing content every single day. I'm out on TV and on, podcasts and encouraging people, and we're sending emails and we're telling everyone, go out to vote, please participate. But the most impactful communication that any voter is going to hear is from someone in their own network. If my mom or if my sister or aunt says, hey, you need to A, make sure that you're registered to vote, and B, you need to make sure that you know where to go vote, that you go to mytexasvotes.com to make sure you know where to vote and what to bring to the polls. And C, to make sure that you vote for Democrats up and down the ballot. And then finally, go the extra mile. Go to txdem.co/GOTV to make sure that you're making calls, that you're reaching out to people, encouraging them to go vote. We know statistically, this is a proven true fact, that I am more likely to fulfill those promises when I make them to someone that I have a relationship with, that I care about. And this is something that we've known for a while, that when we mobilize women, it's not simply mobilizing one particular voter. There's an entire network of people who are also increasingly energized to come out and vote. So I don't want to filibuster too much, so I'll wrap up with this. When we win, and I'm confident that we are. I'm seeing the results as they're coming in, and it's certainly not a done deal. But if only we execute, if we do our work, we will win. When we do, it will be because a clear majority of women have turned out and supported Democrats up and down the ballot. And we need those male votes too. We need men to come out and do their part. But this is a party that is led by women. And that's going to be up and down the ballot. And we're going to see that in the vote totals after the fact as well.
Thank you, Cliff. I appreciate all the work that you do and the effort that you always put to make sure that we are championing women both within the organization and running for office. Next, we get to hear from one of my personal favorite people. He is the chairman of the Texas Coalition of Black Democrats, the Honorable Carol G. Robinson.
Hey, Sarita, I think for some reason in my neighborhood, everybody's in this afternoon. So forgive me for any technical difficulties. I wanted to be here today for a couple of reasons. One, anytime Sarita and Carla Brailey are doing something, I want to make sure they know I support them and to be successful as possible. Second thing, Cliff, like you, I am a son. That means I have a mom, and I'm the brother to 4 sisters. And my wife makes sure that I understand the importance of including, uplifting, and empowering. When you look at the data in the Democratic Party, and Cliff and I were talking earlier today, and I hope we'll have some conversation, the reality is historically, Democrats win women, regardless of where they are, Black, brown, Hispanic, Asian, and white women and young women are the foundation of the Democratic Party. And then we layer on top of that Black, brown, Asian, Native American men. And so if you understand how your house is built, you know what you need to do in progress. The numbers we are seeing so far in early voting are pretty extraordinary. I'm doing Texas Democratic Party politics since Jesse's second run for president. I know Cecile. I've been in and out. I don't know yet, but I was fortunate to have worked for the coordinated campaign when we elected her mom, Ann Rich, as governor, and Democrat that ran statewide. This cycle, as Cliff pointed out, we have an opportunity to elect an extraordinary number of Democratic women. I think every Democratic statewide candidate, except for one, is a woman this cycle. It was just a natural outcome of the stick-to-itness, the grit of participating. We have the opportunity to make history in the Texas Supreme Court and Court of Criminal Appeals. Woman Judge Stacey Williams, who's running statewide for Supreme Court, and Judge Elizabeth Frizzell, who is running state. Judge Frizzell and my brother were in law school together. So I've seen her from law school, took her time becoming an elected judge in Dallas to now being a candidate for statewide office in the state. And it's not only the statewide women on the ballot, it's also when you look at the down ballot across the state, big county, suburban county, rural county. I mean, we have a ticket that looks Texas and is inclusive and representative. And a lot of that credit goes to, Cliff, sometimes people think you are overnight success. You just woke up and everything that's happening. So chimps like it does today, not only staff-wise, but in terms of with the fundraising staff at the party, with the data staff, with the outreach staff, and even in the midst of a pandemic, we had field staff that was reaching out to Democrats across the state. And then in 2018, we elected Dr. Carla Brailey reminded and reinforced inside the party that there would be an absolute commitment to making sure that women had a seat at the decision-making table inside. The last 2 weekends are just a small microcosm example of the kind of difference that she's made inside the party and its outreach. When Cliff and I were talking this morning, and Cliff, I hope you'll expound on this some more, we were just looking at some rough numbers where it looks like about 55% of the turnout are women so far. And when you look at what, as always, women will probably be more than 50%, if not tick up closer to 60% of the total vote. You see the African-American cohort in the party. Black women are a major base of votes inside the party. And reach out to both women and men. The men in the party, we've just got to pick up and catch up. But men turnout as close to what we have seen so far, and historically for women voting in the Democratic Party, in overwhelmingly good shape. I think it's through yesterday or maybe the day before, all of these numbers are starting to run together. Over 2 million plus votes. I'm sure, Cliff, you have data through yesterday. I mean, but we're on pace I got elected, I came to Austin and met with Cliff and the staff. Sarita, I don't think you were there yet, but we had talked about if we could get to about 11 million votes, that we thought the Democrats would be in really good shape statewide, not just flipping the state house or picking up more congressional seats. And look at the congressional races, we may pick up another 3 or 4 women Texans that are Democrats that go to Washington, D.C. as new members of Congress. We're likely to pick up the majority of the new state house ballot and county commissioner, and I'm talking about non-incumbent candidates, non-incumbent county commissioner, county constables. I mean, every place you look in this state, and the coalition has made sure we have specific outreach to women voters on top of the work we've been doing with younger voters and infrequent voters to try to make sure get down into that, what Cliff refers to as those tier 2 and tier 1 voters, to get them to turn out to take us over the top. Happy to be here. I'm excited that the two of us, I think there may be another speaker, can be a part for to support the women in the Texas Democratic Party are doing and the help we're getting from women across the country. I met with, I'll finish. A lot of what we see now is built on the fact that Nancy Pelosi early on committed to help the Texas putting a lot of DCCC money into this state. And a lot of that was groundwork that was done by Chairman Hinojosa. And we take full advantage of it and built on it and have used those targeted congressional and House races as a cornerstone, I believe, to the point where with what Joe Biden is doing and MJ Hagar, we probably win this thing. It'll be close, but rolled in now, we'll be in good shape come 8, 9 o'clock on November 3rd.
Thank you so much, Carol, and for Cliff, just for sharing a little bit about your experience working with the party and getting women elected. And Carol, I appreciate your point of, so many of the seats that we could potentially pick up are held by women. We've got a ton of women running statewide, which is really exciting. And we're all grateful for the work that everyone does to make this possible. Our next speaker almost needs no introduction, but I'm excited to give one. Cecile Richards is the daughter of former Texas Governor Ann Richards. She was the president of Planned Parenthood from 2006 to 2008 and in 2010. And now she is the co-founder of Supermajority, an incredible women's political action group. So next we're going to hear from Cecile, and then we'll get into a couple other special videos.
This is so exciting to join the women-winning Texas Day Party. And even though I know we're all on video, it is so great to be with many. Special thanks to Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Carla Brailey for getting this party started. We all know they're organized, and we saw that in 2018 when a record number of women and women of color won up and down the ballot. From the Texas legislature to judgeships in Harris County and beyond, to electing Lizzie Fletcher to Congress, as well as the first 2 Latina superstars, Sylvia Garcia and Veronica Escobar. And of course, they joined our own great leaders, Sheila Jackson Lee and Eddie Bernice Johnson. And I was doing the math the other day, and if we do our job right and do the work we need to do, the Democratic delegation to Congress in January could be 50% women. It's exciting to read everywhere that Texas is a battleground state. And as I remind people, that did not happen by chance. It happened because for years and years, folks organized, They ran for local office and built the infrastructure so that this November, we have a fighting chance to defeat John Cornyn and to send Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. And despite every single effort by Governor Greg Abbott to keep people from voting, our sights are set on October 13th when early vote begins in Texas. And there have been a lot of us who've been waiting since 2016 for this opportunity. I'm voting because we need leadership in Washington that will finally take the coronavirus pandemic seriously and get our country back on the road to health and prosperity. And I'm voting because the racial division that has grown under this president has to end. I'm voting because families belong together. And I'm voting because we need a Supreme Court that respects the right of all people. And that includes abortion rights, LGBTQ rights, voting rights, and civil liberties. I am so excited to be part of changing the direction of this country. And that's just what we're going to do on November 3rd. So let's get busy.
It's my delight to introduce a person that I have long admired and long watched over a long period of time, who's done an excellent job. And that's none other than Nancy Pelosi, who really needs no introduction. You know, when I first met Nancy Pelosi, she was the leader of the House. And I tell you, she was quite a fireball at that particular time. And later, she got elected Speaker of the House. She actually broke the glass ceiling, becoming the first woman Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. One of the things that I remember very vividly is that she had a woman working for her named Lorraine Miller. Lorraine Miller is an African-American woman who had worked for Nancy Pelosi when she was the leader of the House. And Lorraine is from Fort Worth, Texas. You know what she did? Nancy Pelosi made her the clerk. I think Lorraine Miller may have been the first African-American clerk of the United States House of Representatives. She didn't stop just becoming a woman who broke the glass ceiling. She began to move forward and put women in other positions where they can break the glass ceiling as well. I watch her all the time because she's an inspiration to me. She's always talking about working families. She's talking about good democracy, always pushing things that makes America look wonderful and make it look powerful. If you want to talk about women issues, let us start talking about the need of education and the need of healthcare. Listen to her talk about those particular things, and listen to her and watch what she does. She pushes other women in areas where they can grow and benefit and thrive and add not only to the United States Congress, but add to their districts as well. She's not a person that just say, well, I'm here and I'm the first female United States Speaker, and she doesn't take it all just I. She makes sure that she spreads it around where women has an opportunity to thrive and do those things that make America great and important and move people forward. Working families, doing things for them. Small businesses all over this country, making sure that they have rules and regulations that help them. Talking about climate change and the things that are happening to us, the hurricanes, the fires, and trying to do something about it. Clean air, clean water, safety in the streets, and have tried for a very long time to do something about the infrastructure of the United States, crumbling infrastructure here in the United States of America. She's a woman on a mission. She's always on the move. She's always working. And I tell you, she may have been a mayor, but when she came to Washington, D.C., she made changes there that people are going to be writing about and talking about for years and years to come. I know she's from San Francisco. She's from California. But you know what? We claim Nancy here because she has grandchildren living in Houston. So we give her the right to have a dual citizenship, California and Texas. And I am so delighted to be able to, and I'm honored to be able to introduce a woman who really needs no introduction, who has shared her power, her influence to be able to get things done and to do them in a professional manner and an ethical manner. And if I tell you that she's a woman that would be written about for years and years to come. Please believe me, because she has put her mark in history down, and she has broken glass ceilings, and she keep putting women in places where they can continue to do so. So it's my delight, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to some and to say our national speaker, Nancy Pelosi of the United States House of Representatives.
Hello, Texas Democrats. It's Nancy Pelosi bringing greetings from the entire House Democratic majority. Thank you, Chairman Hinojosa and Vice Chair Brailey, for the invitation to join your virtual fundraiser about women winning Texas. The Lone Star State has always given us some of the greatest women leaders of the Democratic Party and of our country, titans like Governor Ann Richards and Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. Their legacy is carried forward in the leadership of the extraordinary women Texas Democrats have sent to the Congress. Dean of the Texas Delegation, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher. Thank you also for working very hard to elect Gina Ortiz-Jones, Wendy Davis, Candace Valenzuela, Lulu Cycli, Julie Oliver, and Seema Lajavardian, and to elect MJ Hager to the United States Senate. Every day they make Texas proud by fighting for their communities and safeguarding the work of our beloved Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who embodied justice, brilliance, and goodness. We come together during a tumultuous time in our nation's history. Everything is at stake in the election, from the crushing the coronavirus to advancing racial justice and voting rights, to expanding access to health care and good-paying jobs, to combating the climate crisis. Republicans may have their endless dark money, but we have the excellence and extraordinary group of members and candidates, the determination to turn Texas blue, and the energy of the grassroots, you, our VIPs, our volunteers in politics, are very important people. You know what we say, we don't agonize, we organize. Every text, every call, every postcard brings us closer to restoring the soul of our nation. Working together, we will expand our majority in the House, we will take back the United States Senate for the Democrats, and together we will elect Joe Biden president and Kamala Harris vice president of the United States. Onward to a great Democratic victory.
Welcome back. So exciting to hear from such incredible, powerful women leading all across the nation, and our very own Representative Synfronia Thompson. Next, we are going to have an important panel called Men Winning with Women, and really talking about the men who are doing work within the state and nationally, again, to uplift and elevate women up and down the ballot and make sure that more and more women get elected and are able to participate in the political process. Dr. Brailey, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Sharita, and to all the great work that you all are doing. Boy, we have some busy men that have joined us today, and so we're really elated about that. Roland Martin is joining us, and really I feel like while I'll be moderating this, I feel like it should be Roland. And if he wants to kind of do even a co-moderation of that we'll be fine in doing that too. So those of you all know that Roland he's a Texan, he's an Aggie, he's an Alpha man, he's a well-known journalist and political pundit and author of 3 books. You can correct me if you have another one out there as well, Roland. But he's joining
I just signed a new book deal, so we'll have that one out in 2021.
Okay. See, I know you're always doing something, so he'll add on. And then we have Chris Hollins that's joining us. So much to say about him, Texan, Harris County clerk that is knocking it out the box. And he is just taking a little time to share with us today about what's going on and what's some of the things that we can expect. You all know he's a Morehouse man. He's Omega man. He's a man that believes that women should be a part of all of this too. And so thank you for taking the time to join us this afternoon. I almost want to say morning, evening, everything is running together. All we know is that we're just working as hard as we can to get out the vote. And Commissioner Ellis is on. I'm sure he is somewhere and he'll be joining us, but he comes with no introduction. You all know that he's been serving and from capacity of local to state, now as our commissioner, a justice fighter, unapologetic justice fighter, has made ways for so many of us in terms of new even leaders, making that path.
And tell Roland I'm on a bike at my age. I don't want to show how old I am, but I'm here to support women who put the proper folks in office. So
Well, see, there you go.
So you on that bike because you got that Houston weather where I'm sitting here wearing thermal gear because it was at 45 degrees this morning in Virginia. So calm down.
Hey, but you picked the right shirt there, Roland. Go Astros.
No, I had to rep the Astros because all these folks in DC been talking trash. So I got car flags and everything. So I'm repping.
Well, we like your orange. We got one more brother that I want to introduce as well, Jamar Brown, who is just all over, actually serves on DNC. He's been a young professional leader for some time by way of South Carolina. So you know how they do it in South Carolina. He has shown us some tactics and techniques even in the state of Texas. He also serves as the president of the Austin Black Democrats as well, or Black Austin Democrats. And so now we're just going to open up a discussion. And Roland, I'm just going to start with you.
Yep.
You're everywhere across the nation. You carry the messages. And one quick question. What are they saying about Texas right now?
Well, first of all, a lot of people are very surprised by what is happening in Texas when they look at the polling data, when they look at not just the race with Biden and Trump, but also the U.S. Senate race. A lot of folks, though, are unaware of what's happening when it comes to the Texas House. But we're actually seeing this across the country because there's a possibility where Democrats could take control of the Arizona House. And there are a couple of other houses as well. I think what often happens is, and this has been one of the big mistakes of the Democratic Party. And that is that in the last, I would say 20 years, ignored places like Texas, didn't put the resources in thinking, we can't win. It's very simple. You can't win if you never run. You can't win if you never actually tried to run. And so you see how the face of Texas has changed, the demographics, 500,000 people moving to Texas each year. That has shifted places like Harris County, Dallas County, Bexar County, Travis County. And so folks nationally don't really want to drill down into that. But one of the things that started making them pay attention was when they saw several Republican members of Congress retire and choose not to run for re-election. Bill Flores in the Waco. Even though most people in DC say, they're not running because they don't want to be in the minority. They were in the majority for so long. They'd rather be in power. But they also saw what was happening. We also might lose even more congressional seats as a result of the shift in the suburbs. And so that's now has caused people to really begin to pay more attention. And again, I still believe that this thing could have happened earlier. There was so much excitement by Texas Democrats in 2008 with Obama and Hillary running in their primary. Yet when the election was over, it went back to business as usual. And I thought the National Democratic Party made a mistake. And now you look what's happening in Alabama. Doug Jones, new poll out, he's up 1 over Tommy Tuberville. New poll out, Jamie Harrison up 2 against Lindsey Graham. You have Mike Espy within 1 of Cindy Hyde-Smith. When you run strong candidates, when you have infrastructure, and then you have resources, you can actually compete and win. And hopefully folks will now see that. And so the next cycle may be even far more aggressive because you actually decided to compete.
I agree. Commissioner Ellis, you've been winning a long time and winning with women and also winning with the community. So it's not by happenstance that we happen to have candidates that are running along the community. What is that? How would you say that's been helpful to getting Texas where we are and really dealing with the matter of justice being on the ballot?
Carla, I want to say how proud I am of you and your leadership, and I want to thank all of the other candidates on here with me. I just love Roland. I knew him when he was a young kid in Houston. I'm just amazed at how his career has soared, and he's always remembered where he's from. And Chris Hollins, he's done everything that we would expect of a Morehouse grad. He's just taken this effort to get folks to vote in Harris County to a whole different level. This county is larger than 26 states. It's massive. And if this state of Texas ever turns blue, it'll be because of Harris County. We ought to be about a quarter of the vote. And he's just done some remarkable things. I want to apologize to your guests. I'm going to a birthday party for George Floyd. His 6-year-old daughter's having a birthday party for him. So Bishop Dixon decided that we'd do a bike ride from the Fofo, from Acres Home, all the way to 3rd Ward, and then turn in this electric bike like the one he's on. I'm not on one. Councilmember Shabazz is out here, Representative Mondo Wale. I just want to make one quick point. George Floyd has really touched something in this country. And the focus is on real criminal justice reform. And I'm committed to making sure it's just not talk this time. And I hope other people are. And that's a commitment I'm going to make to his daughter when I see her. I'm so proud the family decided to do an ad for the Biden campaign. I know the brother Ross is online. His home state, South Carolina, put Joe Biden over. I'm excited about Kamala Harris. I've known her since she was in her 3rd year law school. I think my wife was a couple of years ahead of her at Howard, which is how I got to know her. But look, now is a moment, not just in America, but all around the world. We look at all kinds of inequities that people have talked about for so long. And there's just so much on the stake. I just want you to know George Floyd's legacy is on the ballot. Are people serious about it, or is it just talk? And the first step is for folks who are viewing this to go vote and get somebody else to vote. It's not enough if you voted, get somebody else to vote. I don't care what kind of voter ID, poll tax kind of stuff they put in place, just make it happen. And then we got to hold our side accountable. We got to hold Democrats accountable. I'm raising hell with them, by the way. I want to get them in. I'm for all Democrats on the ticket, and I'm for fighting with them, raising hell with them when it's over with to try to take them out in the next primary. But look, women, and this is the point I'll close with, have always been the backbone of my political career. It was my mother and her proud sunny side. They call themselves the publicity, instead of publicity committee. And those older Black women propelled me 36 years ago in 83, when nobody knew who I was. Mickey Leland just thought that he taught me enough, being his roommate and his chief of staff. But those Black women were the backbone. And then after that, my friends in the GLBT community was such a big part of my career when I was in the Senate. Hispanics, progressive women. Cecile's mother mentored me. I met Governor Ann Richards back when I was an intern for Bill Hoppy. Look, thanks for what you're doing. I'm going to apologize because they got security waiting on me. With all of the rumors down here and folks messing with me, I got security out here because we got some crazy people out here. Chris, I know you find that out as well. But look, I feel comfortable signing off because I know not only is Roland Martin there, but the next generation with Chris Hollins is on as well. And you too, Carla. I plan on putting you in office. And don't you forget it. I got plans for you. Bye. I'm going to get off this phone before I kill myself on this bike.
Okay, well, we need you around. So yeah, you go take care of yourself and tell Alicia we said thank you for those who are out there. She was also one of our members of our host committee, and Rodney is just always so supportive of leadership in general, but definitely new leadership and making a way. So thank you for literally riding with Biden, literally doing that. So we appreciate that. So go on your way, take care of yourself. We need you to be whole. And Chris, I'm coming to you. Before going to you, Jamar Brown, South Carolina, Texas. I really could just probably just say South Carolina, Texas, and you can take it from here. You've been in this world of politics for a long time, like so many of us, whether it's been directly or indirectly, but in your family, it's been a legacy of just civic engagement, involvement, unapologetically, that you just have to do it. You're expected to do it. Where are we right now with this young professional vote, Black male vote? And how does that connect with women and a woman being at the top of the ticket who happens to be a Black woman? And I have to say, as a graduate of Howard University and a graduate of Howard, where are we?
Sure. I mean, there's a lot that can be said, to be quite honest, about where we are. I mean, one of the things, to what Commissioner Ellis was sharing was that my career, that's how I started in politics. My grandmother dared to challenge the system as a Black woman in South Carolina. And she decided when I was 11 years old, she would run for the school board. She had taught in South Carolina public schools, mostly Black majority schools for a long time. And she was sick and tired, as Fannie Lou Hamer told us, sick and tired of being sick and tired. And so she decided to get up and run for Charleston County School Board and was one of the first Black women to serve on that board. And then going to when I was 14 years old, I was fighting for my mom when I was in 10th grade. She was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer. We're thankful that she survived and is still with us, but really advocating to elected officials at such a young age, because that's a prime part of my life when I was considering college and what I was going to do when I graduated high school. And so a lot was really going on. And so they have been always my inspiration and why I got involved in politics and why I do that work. But for me, as a young professional, I've been able to do this work professionally outside of school for over 10 years now. And 5 of those years I spent serving as the state organizing director at Planned Parenthood here in Texas, and really advocating with women and fighting with women on reproductive health care, right? Making sure that health centers stayed open, making sure that a right to choose was still on the books, making sure that women had full bodily autonomy. And so it's not just a matter of supporting women, it's a matter of uplifting women, it's a matter of encouraging women, it's a matter of mentoring women. And I was very proud that on my team, we had the first full majority women of color team in Planned Parenthood history, really, on my team. And I was very proud to do that. In addition to that, it's about also spending that time in mentoring, making sure that they're paid at the same levels, even more for more work. And so I recognize at this point in our party right now that there would be no Democratic Party without our strong Democratic women, and especially our Black women and women of color who have been doing the work. And they've been doing the work not only in the party, but in our civil rights movement, in our women's rights movement, in our LGBTQ movement, and our reproductive rights movement. You name any movement, women have been the backbone of that movement and really moving the work forward. And so I'm very happy to see that we have a woman in Kamala Harris. We have MJ Hager. We have women who are running for congressional seats, and seats up and down the ballot, because that's something that's very important to me. And so, but also in addition to your question about where we are, especially around Black men and Black people, is, for me, what I have always said is we are in a consequential election right now. That everything we know and everything we believe is on the line in this election, whether that be our human rights, our civil rights, our voting rights, you name it, everything we know right now is on the line in this election. And so I have literally told people that we have to take every person we can to the polls. And so that's the work that we've been doing, especially with Black Austin Democrats, and my work now with the Democratic National Committee, especially representing the Young Democrats of America. We're doing a full weekend of action to reach out to young voters of color. And we know that our Black women will lead the way, and it's time for our Black men to be not only in support of that work, but to join you all in that work and make sure that our numbers are in the same place. And so I've been able to do that work. the last thing I'll say is I worked to start an organization in South Carolina. We're hoping to expand it called Amplify Action. And I help advise, because what we're doing is cultivating a behavior amongst Black men that is not just about voting. It's about voting being connected to power. And Black people, we have to understand that, right? That if we don't vote, we are handing away our power. We are failing ourselves. And that's one of the messages that we've been able to share with folks across the state and across the country. And so I'm excited to be part of that work. And I think that's where we are, Dr. Brailey.
Thank you so much, Jamar. For those who are just tuning in, we are having a conversation with Jamar Brown, Chris Hollins, as well as Roland, I should say the Roland Martin, and Commissioner Ellis also joined us. And coming up, we're going to have a discussion with President LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson's daughter, Lucy Johnson, will be having a discussion with me as well after this session. But Chris, before we go back to Roland, because I want him to just put the end to all of this. Chris, what you have been able to do as a county clerk, I know has to be one of the most innovative ways that probably any clerk has been able to move forward during an election season. What has it meant to you to be able to really be so much a part of the political world before even getting in this position? And how did that inform the decisions that you felt like needed to be made, particularly when you talk about things like voter suppression or really just getting Texans excited about voting? How did your background inform you to be able to act in the creative and innovative ways that you have done this season?
Yeah, well, I did not get into the role that I'm in for political reasons. The goal of my office is to protect the right to vote for every single registered voter in Harris County, period. Republican or Democrat, man or woman, whatever language you speak, whatever part of town you live in, no matter who you're going to vote for, we want to make sure that you can cast that ballot, exercise your constitutional right to vote, and do so safely, but also do so conveniently and with the peace of mind that your vote is going to be counted. And we've been excited and thrilled that we've been able to increase voter access to levels that have not been seen in Texas history. And frankly, we didn't set out to break any records or anything like that. We simply wanted it to be as easy as possible and as straightforward as possible and as safe as possible for every single one of our 2.5 million registered voters to be able to get to the polls. And so, certainly things that I've done in the past, whether it's with this party, whether it's as a management consultant or as an attorney, have opened my eyes to operational challenges, but also, the malintentions of some who are seeking to suppress votes. And we're just not going to take that. The people of Texas, and particularly Harris County, are showing, don't mess with Texas, do not mess with us. And they're coming out in record numbers. And I just want to share a secret with you. Of the over 500,000 voters in Harris County who have already voted in just the first 4 days, 55+% of them are women. And so, I think I've heard others on this call talk about women being the backbone of this party. Women are the backbone of this country, bar none. And so you are showing out right now. And if you're in Harris County or wherever you are, make sure that you and your family and your kids who are of age and your neighbors are getting out to cast their votes to choose the next generation of leadership. And don't just vote for a candidate, vote for yourself and for your future and for our children's future. I have 2 young kids that are depending on you to put people in office who are going to protect our values, make sure that they get a good education, and so many other things. And so, again, it's an honor to be here along folks like Roland Martin and Jamar Brown, who have done so much in this space, particularly around protecting women's rights. And again, I'm doing what I can, and my office is doing everything that we can to protect that right to vote. And we're glad we're seeing those results.
Thank you so much, Chris. I know you have work to do, so I do understand if you have to hop off, if you want to stay on too, you certainly are welcome. I just know you're doing lots of great work that's well overdue for our state. Roland, I have to ask you, Chris.
Jimmy, no.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, my niece decided to come bug me in my studio.
I am so
okay, so you can leave. Go. She's only 16, so
shirt on. Yeah.
She's only 16. She can't vote yet. But my other niece, who is a sophomore at Howard University, she's actually with us since they are online, and so she actually mailed off her absentee ballot for the first time yesterday.
Well, hey, you know, anytime you mention Howard, I just have to go. So, you know, Roland, Chris mentioned that in his role, the goal is really just to ensure that everyone who wants to be able to vote can vote.
Yep.
And we know that it's no secret that Texas really has not been, we can't really define it as a Republican state. In the past, it's been a non-voting state, or I should say limited votes. And so when we think about some of that was choice and some of that has been forced upon years, and it used as a tactic to take away voice, because when we take away one's vote, you're actually taking away the voice of people. And what are your thoughts around that?
Well, the reality is the Republican Party across the country has used voter suppression as a part of their election strategy. Numbers don't lie. When you look at any election across the country, if you have far higher turnout, Democrats tend to win. Lower turnout, Republicans frankly appeal to older white voters. They typically turn out, and older voters across the board, no matter what ethnicity or race, they vote at a higher rate. And so that's one of the things that you saw. One of the reasons why Donald Trump was so aggressive in trying to attack mail-in balloting, because they did not want ballots sent out to everybody, because they didn't want everybody voting. In fact, the Georgia Speaker of the House literally said, if we do mail-in balloting, we will lose every election. He actually said that because he understood that. And so what is the battle has been of fighting voter suppression. And this is where connecting the dots comes in. You go back to 2008, massive turnout for then Senator Barack Obama. He gets elected president. Then the very people who elected Obama took off in 2010. 2010, 16 state legislatures flipped. They flipped. They were either controlled by Democrats or they were split. They actually flipped. Bad year because it was census. And so what then happened? Republicans took over these state legislatures. They put in place political gerrymandering. They also began to put in place voter ID laws or other voter suppression efforts. Then you go to 2013, Shelby v. Holder decision goes to the Supreme Court. That gut Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act. Then all of a sudden, you begin to see that whole thing pick up. Then again, a lot national Democrats were so focused on the presidency, the U.S. Senate, and the House. They kept ignoring state legislatures. And so the reality is who were passing those laws. And so the power then began to shift away from D.C. to the state capitals, because Republicans controlled 31 gubernatorial mansions. And so you had 31 Republican governors. You had 19 Democratic governors. You had Republicans controlling 30 plus state legislatures. And in some of those cases, because of gerrymandering, they had a supermajority. So in Florida, they could pass any law they wanted to. They held with Democrats. North Carolina as well. And so you then begin to see the battle to turn to claw back, because you begin to see Democrats training voters in civics by saying you can't check out. You got to focus on the down ballot races. And so then you begin to see North Carolina with more money as repairs of the breach. You then begin to see the things happening, same thing in Florida. Then you see it happening in Texas and other states, because folks begin to say, as Howard Dean kept talking about, a 50-state strategy. And I think, I'll tell you, I'll give you the perfect example. 2012, on the morning of the election, Obama he beats Mitt Romney. I am waiting to go on CNN, and we're off air with then Congressman Chris Van Hollins, who's now Senator Chris Van Hollins of Maryland. I say to him, what in the hell are y'all doing in D.C.? Why are you not investing massive numbers of resources in Georgia and Texas in order to go out and register African Americans in Georgia and Latinos in Texas? He literally says to me, I just don't see it. Those are red states. I said, Can you look at numbers? 800,000 unregistered blacks in Georgia, 2.1 million unregistered Latinos in Texas. I said, man, if you put the resources in there, I said, and focus on it for 2 to 4 years, it's going to pay off. And then all of a sudden, now you begin to pick up state houses, state house seats, state senate seats. Now you begin to also impact Congress. He sort of blew it off. What happened? Stacey Abrams runs. Before she did that, they registered folks. That's how she came within 30,000. The election was really stolen from her, but she lost by 30,000. Same thing you're seeing what is happening in Texas. And so the problem has been folks sort of having this idea of, well, you know, it will never change. And so now you begin to see, no, every election matters. And so you chip away. But you have to understand, look what Republicans are doing in Texas. It's embarrassing. And I called out Alan West. How the hell do you go to the courts to stop curbside and drive-through voting? Like when the judge said this does not harm the Republican Party, it is because they want to prevent any and all efforts to expand the electorate, because a shrinking electorate guarantees they have a likely chance of winning. And people have to understand how at every level, who the clerk is matters, who the Board of Election matters, and all those things matter. And that's why, so when people tell me I'm going to leave the top of the ticket alone and vote down ballot, well, the reason you'd have one mail drop box in Texas, because 3 federal judges on the 5th Circuit Court of Appeals, all Trump appointees, agree with Governor Greg Abbott. So the person who's president appoints the federal judges. The folks in the Senate approves the federal judges. That's how Trump has gotten 218 federal judges approved. And so what we have to do as folks who are in media, as folks who are in politics, whether you're, no matter what level, we have to understand that the average American, the average Texan, they're not getting real civics. We have to connect the dots to say, case in Texas, you get sued, it goes to federal court, federal judge rules, appeal court rules, goes to the Supreme Court. That all impacted by who's in Washington, D.C. And so and that education can't take place just in the election year. When this election is over this year, education starts the next day. And it's every single day, every day, to get people to understand, because the average person, we live and breathe this. The average person who's out there working, they don't live and breathe this. We have to connect the dots for them.
Roland, I appreciate it. You have to come back, you all. I can't keep anyone too much longer for the party that's already the largest, biggest, longest lasting party the Democrats have ever had in political history. So we have to do this again. Jamar, just when I say Kamala, what comes to mind? That she's gonna break this glass ceiling.
Yeah.
I have to leave room, because we're going to actually speak to President Lyndon B. Johnson's daughter, Lucy Johnson. And I'm so excited, you all. I'm humbled that I'll be able to have a one-on-one dialogue with her. But before that happens, just last thoughts. Roland, you can jump in, 1 minute. Kamala.
Jamar, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I think about when I think about Kamala, we call it her story. And one, she has a story, but 2, she's making history. And so when Hillary Clinton has talked about for many years about shattering that glass ceiling, we're doing it with Kamala. And we're not just doing it in this election, we're doing it for years to come. Because when we elect a Black woman and a South Asian woman as our vice president, we're breaking that barrier to finally electing a female president. We're electing potentially a female U.S. senator here. We're electing more women to Congress here. We're electing more women who are judges here. So when that glass ceiling is finally broken, we will see how our communities will transform. And it has been very clear from bottom to top that when women are leading, our communities do much better. And so it's our responsibility to make sure that they're uplifted and that they're supported, and that we do that authentically, not just in the election, but every single day. So thank you, Dr. Brailey, for all that you're doing.
People talk about founding fathers. And when C.T. Vivian, John Lewis passed away, someone sent me a photo and they said these were founding fathers 2.0. What they meant by that was the 65 Civil Rights Act truly actually ushered in democracy in this country. This nation was it was set up to be governed by white male landowners. And what you have seen is a constant of changing to, as Dr. King said, We're going to make America be true to what's on paper. And so when you see women being elected, when you see Senator Kamala Harris on the way to becoming vice president, it lets folks understand what the Constitution was. And so when you have Amy Coney Barrett in her hearings talk about being an originalist, well, if you are a true originalist of the Constitution, you shouldn't be serving on the Supreme Court, because it wasn't designed for you as a woman to be serving on the Supreme Court, which is why you can't call yourself an originalist, because it wasn't meant for you. Even though you're a white woman, it wasn't meant for you because you're a woman. And so people need to understand Germany, Israel, India, the UK, they've all had female leaders. We haven't. So when people say we're the greatest nation in the world, when it's come to women, we still are operating behind the times. Other folks have been far ahead of us, and now it's time for America to catch up. So I'm certainly excited about what's going to happen come this election.
Well, thank you all so much, Roland. I cannot wait for us to continue this dialogue in upcoming days and upcoming days, excuse me. And Jamar, as usual, you just show up. And thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you for always supporting women and considering us, and we consider you as well. Thank you all.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Go Astros.
Go Texas. Turning blue. So Rita, I am going to turn it over to you for just a second so you can get us back in line. You do that so well. I'm sure you and Hannah have had a discussion about what our next is. I know we have still a lineup to come. And for those who just want to continue partying, we will be having our Women Winning Texas rally. And I believe we're going to have an earthquake or something like that in Texas today. So, Sarita?
I loved that. We're going to have an earthquake in Texas later. Thank you so much again to our panelists and to Dr. Brailey for leading that great conversation. I just want to take a quick moment to recognize a couple of folks that we have in the audience that I would love to hear from. First, Representative Barbara Gervin-Hawkins.
Hi, how you doing? I am so happy to be here to be part of this event. Are we just saying hello now, or the line? I'm next in line, or?
I would love if you could share a little bit about your what it means to you to be a woman in politics, in your position, and what your experience has been.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Sarita. And it's good to see you, Dr. Brailey. You know, as I was hearing the dialogue, I got really excited. And so we're going to get Roland to do Politics 101, get him to write a book so people will know that when you get in politics, it's chess, not checkers. That's how strategic we have to become. But I'm honored to participate today because this conversation is so important to all of us. And as we focus around women in politics, I want to share some of the things that I've experienced as a state legislator, but I think we can all agree we're in historical times right now. But what I see these challenges to be is opportunities that we can transform our community and our society. So as I've heard the speakers, one of the things I want to focus on in terms of women being elected, we need women now more than ever before because by nature, we're nurturers. Our community needs to be nurtured and healed based on all the things that are happening in our community. And I can go from education to the health issues, trauma, law enforcement, on and on and on. But what I want to share is that I'm a second term. Hopefully, if I'm reelected, God willing, on November 3rd, it'll be my third term. I've had the great opportunity to serve with some great women. You've had Representative Sophronia Thompson speak today. A lot of people don't know she's got over 50 years as a representative. That's huge. When I look at the African-American women in the House, they have the majority. I'm sorry, they have the tenure. We're not talking tenure anywhere averaging with Sophronia over 50, the wonderful Yvonne Davis out of the Dallas area, close to 30, Tony Rose, Alma Adams. I can go on and on in terms of the women that have served in the House. And so that's so crucial, because think about the issues that come before us. We're talking about women issues. And as a freshman, one of the key issues naturally always has been is the abortion issue at the front of the conversation. It is so difficult to hear men talking about issues that they have no unearthly idea of how a woman is impacted, as well as the decision one has to make based on what's going on in their life. So as a woman legislator, one of the key pieces for me is to promote other women to get involved, to make sure that we get the issues on the table that are critical to us, to make sure that we address the issues that impact our direct community. So as a state legislator for the state of Texas, I'm laser focused on what we do in Texas, because I know at the end of the day, it impacts my community, which is District 120 in San Antonio, Texas. What's important for all of us to do is to make sure we get out the vote. We've got to get out the vote. That's number one. Number two, we've got to make sure that we take a personal effort, take personal responsibility to make sure that our friends, our family, and that our network is out there voting, particularly in this election. And so as in San Antonio, what we're saying, vote blue all the way through to make sure that we get the Democrats elected and to make sure we're addressing those issues that's critical to us. And finally, I'd like to say this. I am so encouraged. I'm looking at what the Texas Democratic Party is doing. I'm talking awesome stuff across the state of Texas in terms of bringing to the forefront legal minds to help at the polls, targeting those areas that need to be targeting, revealing those polls that are showing where we're at. And I am so optimistic that I will finally serve in the Democratic House. We haven't had one since Governor Ann Richards, and I'm telling y'all, I can't wait until we have the House flipped. We're almost there. The strategy is there. And I want to encourage anybody that's listening, the party is working, and the party is making sure that we pick up the seats that we need to. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you, Vice Chair Brailey, for allowing me to speak and enjoying this moment. So I'm going to stay on and I'm going to listen to what's happening for the rest of this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I love vote blue all the way through. Yes, we are reminding folks that we cannot stop at the top. We've got to go the whole way down our ballot so that incredible Democrats like the representative continue to be elected and make our state as incredible as it can be. Next, I would love to hear from one of our amazing candidates, Joanna Catanach.
Hello, thank you all so much for having me today. I've been watching the conversation excitedly. I am Joanna Catanach. I am the Democratic nominee in the state representative seat in House District 108, which is Dallas. And a big shout out to Dallas County. I know we've been hearing a lot about the energy in Harris County, but I have to give a shout out to what we're doing in Dallas County. And we flipped this county blue several years ago, and we're trying to hold the fort now. Like so many people, we are seeing this incredible energy in Texas. We're seeing this support for women. And I think it just needs to be said what we're really facing in the state house right now. This is a state house where more than 5,000 men have served and fewer than 200 women in the state legislative history of Texas. So we are about to do some amazing things. Our House seat, of course, is one that we ran for in 2018, and we lost by just 220 votes because not everybody was going down ballot. So what 220 votes actually means is 4 votes per precinct. That's how close an election can really be. Dallas has an interesting history, a political history. The first woman ever elected to the Texas state legislature in 1923 came right here from Dallas. So we are, fighting the good fight again right now. It's chippy, to say the least. We actually have had some militia members downtown today waving the flags that are for the other side. This is not a fight that we're going to have to quit until every single vote is counted. So if you are in Dallas County, we're just encouraging you to stay in line, to vote as best that you can. And I think that it needs to be said that when we're having a discussion about really supporting women and how women are changing the face of politics in Texas, it's not just running for office. Supporting women means donating to our campaigns, because men have more donations than most women are getting, frankly, over and over. That has been my experience. Supporting women is making sure that you nominate them for the chairmanships in the state house. That's supporting women. Supporting women is when freshman women get to the state house, they get put on select committees, not just the freshman men. That's also supporting women. Supporting women means recognizing the women that are working in your campaigns, who are doing postcards, who are bringing water to the polls, and seeing this woman and saying, you should run for office one day. You should be someone we invest in. You're next. And really recognizing that this is a moment, not just in Democratic history, but a moment for us to sort of internally reflect and saying, where are we recruiting the next woman? Sarita, I think a lot of people know this, but some don't. I am a former foster care child, and when elected, I would be one of only 2 to serve in the Texas State House. When is the last time we started recruiting people in Texas and Democratic women with histories like that, who are nurses and who are teachers and who are small business owners, who sometimes say, I can't run for office because I don't have the qualifications, who talk themselves out of it before they can even consider it? And I think that, I want this moment to be a moment where any woman can say, I am a former foster care child. I am married to an immigrant. I am Latina. I am not wealthy. I was a reporter and I'm a teacher. I have 2 kids, and I've somehow made it through a pandemic with my husband in the house and my kids and my campaign in the garage half the time. But this is what real women in Texas really look like. And I will tell you, Texas is a battleground state, and there is no place in the country that was more prepared to have a battle like this than Texas. And there is no one else more prepared to lead that fight than pissed off, angry, fired up Texas women. We have seen them at the polls every day, and I can recognize them by the quickness that they leave their car. Their arms are swinging. They have their RBG sweatshirts on. They have been waiting for this moment for so long. And I've been waiting for this moment as well. I've been campaigning for 4 years at this point. I will turn 40 at the polls on October the 28th. Yay for the 40. But more than anything, I never imagined when I was 3 years old and I was placed in the foster care system in Tarrant County, and I was raised in a really rural area of Texas called Blum, Texas, literally off a dirt road, took a dirt road out of town to go to Baylor. I never imagined that I could be in a position like I am today. But it took the investment of so many people and social programs that help young children like me, and teachers that said this kid should go to college, and literally a counselor who drove me to the admissions office because I'm a first-generation college student and I didn't even know how to apply. It took those investments in me to get to the place where I am today. And all of these volunteers who work for our campaign, all of the contributions that we are getting from across the country, under $50 is the average contribution. But there are moments, this is so crazy right now. This is one of the most flippable seats in Texas right now. We recognize that. But please, there are moments in all of this where I still reflect on that place that I was at 3 years old in a social worker's car, having my life changed so drastically by a foster care system, to being 40 and being able to sit in the state legislature and call to account people who have not properly supported our foster care system, which remains under judicial oversight right now. I think it is an amazing Texas story that this can happen. And it can only happen in a place like America. And I'm so glad it's happening in a place like Texas. I am so fired up and so ready to go and so ready to win. And I can't thank you all enough for all of this support. And I look forward to serving in a House full of fired up Texas women who will call to account all the things that we've been saying, not just during this last administration, but policies for the last 30 years. And I promise you this, and I've said this multiple times, there are folks in the state legislature who still don't believe the coronavirus is real, who don't like to wear masks. And I promise you, I have 2 young children. If I can get a kindergartner to wear a mask, I have no problem spraying down a fool from West Texas who wants to get within 6 feet of me. No problem.
I love that energy, and I love celebrating your birthday at the polls. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your story and why you are committed to representing Texans. Next, we have an incredible conversation between our Vice Chair, Dr. Carla Brailey, and Lucy Johnson, the daughter of the great LBJ. Dr. Brailey?
Thank you so much, Sarita, and to the staff that's just making today actually be the great day that it is. Women Winning Texas, and we are able to share in conversation with Lucy Johnson today. And I know, and you can hear my dog in the background, he's just barking for biting. When you hear him, that's all he's doing. I know that this is the beginning of a conversation that Lucy and I will have. She has just willingly said yes to be able to have this conversation. And so this will be a semi-conversation of what's to come. So Lucy, we're just gonna offer a tease today because I know that timing is of essence. And so let me just jump right in. It's election 2020. You've been hearing all day about Texas turning blue, and you are a daughter when Texas, the nation was blue. And you were able to experience a lot of the changing of times. And I'm sure that you probably would have never imagined that we would be back here. You know, what do you say? What do you say in 2020 where we are now? You're muted, Lucy.
Excuse me, Dr. Brailey, technology and I are not necessarily good friends. So thanks to your help, I have resolved that issue and I'm grateful for it. I have enjoyed listening to this program so much. And at my age and stage, there's a tendency to become discouraged sometimes about, or not sometimes, many times, about where we are. I've got 16 grandchildren. I know America can do better, and I want to give them a world that is more worthy of all of the nation's children. But I will tell you this, listening to this program, and specifically to the candidates that you have had on this afternoon, have lifted my spirits and made me feel so encouraged. So for that, I am delighted to have been able to be a part of this program. Public life was no more optional to me than oxygen. It is just what we did. And my sister and I began to work for the Democratic Party and for the state of Texas in particular when we were little. My father, of course, believed very strongly in not abusing children working in positions that they ought not to when they were underage, except, of course, when it came to his own family. and so we have been on the hustings for the last nearly 70 years. And listening to the quality of the candidates this afternoon has just made me feel so much better. They are my hope for tomorrow. The whole issue of civil rights, of social justice that we have agonized over for the last few months, all of us, was just a cornerstone to who Lyndon Johnson was all about. I listened to your last candidate, and I was so impressed by the background that she had come from. And my father actually went and taught in Cotulla, Texas, and he thought at that juncture that this was a great opportunity for him because he was going to school and he couldn't make enough money doing 4 jobs and continuing school. So he went down to Cotulla, and he thought he had tasted poverty before. He knew what that was all about until what he got to what was at that junction called a Mexican school. And that's when he realized he had no idea what poverty personally was really like. The fact that his students didn't have shoes, didn't have toothbrushes, and just basic rights for all of our children stunned him and horrified him. And he wrote a wonderful letter that's in the LBJ library back to his mama, saying, Mama, my kids don't have any toothbrushes and toothpaste, and I need your help. And he thought his mother could do everything. And so would you please get me 200 toothbrushes? Well, where she was going to get 200 toothbrushes on a very limited income, I have no idea. But that was the faith that he had in her, and that was frankly the faith that she had in him. And having had that experience, he said to the joint session of Congress, after President Kennedy's death, he said, never in my wildest dreams would I think I'd have the chance to help the sons and daughters of those poor kids I taught in Cotulla. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know I have that chance now, and I aim to use it. And use it he did, of course, with the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act and the 1968 Fair Housing Act and the Elementary and Secondary Education Act and Medicare and Medicaid, and the list goes on and on. And all of that was so very personal for me as his daughter, but I probably have surpassed my time with that particular question from you, unless you'd like to talk to me about, unless you'd like me to share some more thoughts about those particular reasons why it was so personal.
Oh, Lucy, this is your time. I also know that you have an engagement, and that's why I said I'm just open. I could probably talk to you all day, to be honest with you. This is a treat. This is a gift. The legacy that you lived. I mean, just talking to you, if you could just share the quote by our President Johnson about women.
I would love to. My father thought that America's greatest untapped natural resource was its women power. And just listening to the women who've been on this program today, I can say, boy, he was right, and we are tapping. And it is coming through, and I couldn't be prouder. I'd also like to say, Dr. Brailey, that one of the many reasons why I'm so proud is that I have a daughter who just came home a few minutes ago from working the polls. She realized that the average age, I think, in Travis County for working the polls is something like 71 or 2. And she is in her early 40s. And so well, that's not actually true. She's just turned 50. I guess I'm having a hard time accepting that because she looks so young and she's so bright and talented. But young people like this and that sort of attitude give me so much hope for tomorrow. And I would love to share with you a little bit reason why. A few years ago, I was on an airplane, and I was coming back. I just got the news clip, and when the Supreme Court made the decision to essentially gut the Voting Rights Act, and I began to cry, as you would assume I might. And I was with a very bright, good citizen, and this particular person said to me, I don't understand. Why are you so upset? And I started to share why I was so upset. And the person told me, he said, well, I have grown up in a large family with very limited funds. And I don't know what the need to have a voter ID is such a big issue. Everybody's got a driver's license. And I said, the poor elderly woman way out in the country doesn't. People who have to work 3 jobs in the middle of the inner city and have to take the bus to get to them, they don't. They don't have a car. They can't afford a car. They wouldn't have a place to park it if they did. And they'd have to go in 3 different buses to get to the Texas Department of Transportation to get some sort of voter ID. This is just blatant voter suppression. I flashed back, of course, to the fact of 1965. I was on what we call daddy duty. And daddy duty meant that you went with your father and you were the member of the family that was being supportive. And so this particular day, Daddy was going to sign the Voting Rights Act. And I was 18 and I had places to go and things to do. But that was okay because I assumed he was going to sign it in the East Room of the White House, as he had signed the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And so that would be a limited amount of time. And my father said to me, when we got together to go, he said, no, we're not going upstairs to the East Room to sign this. We're going to the Congress. And I said to my father, knowing full well that was going to take a lot more time, Daddy, I don't understand. Why on earth are we going to the Congress? And my father, the disappointed school teacher, looked at me and with such aggravation that his own daughter hadn't gotten the obvious lesson. And he said, Lucy Baines, which is what he called me whenever I was wanting, which was unfortunately not too infrequent. He said, Lucy Baines, we are going to the Congress because there are going to be many brave men and women who, because of their courageous vote, will not be coming back to the Congress again. And we need to be letting the world know how proud of them we are. And we are going to the Congress because there are going to be some extraordinary men and women who will be coming to the Congress because of what these brave people are doing today. And we need to let the world know that too. So we went up and I stood behind him and I knew through no act of my own, nothing I personally warranted or achieved, that I was an eyewitness to history. And I forgot all my adolescent interests and realized what an honor, what a privilege this was. And my father, amidst all these great civil rights leaders, he started handing out pens that he'd used to help sign the legislation into law. And I made an observation that I brought to his attention when we got back to the car. And I said, Daddy, I don't understand. With all those great civil rights people there, why on God's earth did you give that first pen to that old, rumpled, grumpy, disheveled minority leader, Republican Everett Dirksen? My father put his head in his hands in such obvious disappointment. And he said, because, Lucy Baines, all those great civil rights leaders, they were already for the legislation. There wasn't a thing I had to say or do to convince them to do otherwise. But because Senator Dirksen was willing to make this brave decision and come and reason together with us and bring his folks with him, those great civil rights leaders and you and I have a law. And if he had not done so, all we would have ever had was a bill. He deserved that first pen. And I will never forget how important my father's favorite verse from the Bible was. come from Isaiah. Come, let us reason together. And those were days when we did, Democrats and Republicans, liberals and conservatives, all of us find many opportunities in the march to social justice to come and reason together. And we need those days again in many ways. We need that spirit. Dr. Brailey, the 1964 Civil Rights Act was signed on my 17th birthday. Nobody will ever get a better birthday present than that. And I have a handwritten letter from my daddy because he didn't have time to get down to Hallmark to get a card. And he sent to me on that day. And he even timed it. And I think he timed it because he realized that many years later I would look back and see it and recognize that 6 hours later, he was signing this great law into the law of the land that changed us in so many ways for the better. As tough as things are, we will never go back to separate water fountains and separate toilets and separate places in the theater of my childhood. So we came a long, long way, but we've been moving back in so many ways recently. And that's why your work and the work of the extraordinary people you've had on this program today matters so much to me. And the event I had to go to, yes, it was an event for, I hope, the next vice president. It was for Kamala Harris. But I was just going to be a listener. And I was just going to be a member of the crowd applauding. And the fact that you give me a chance to speak made me know that if there's anything I can say or do to encourage any of your audience to get their friends and neighbors out to cast the most important vote of our lifetime, that will indeed be a privilege for me beyond all others. I'm working right now with the Texas Right to Vote and the Texas Civil Rights Project and so many organizations to try to make a difference. And I am honored and touched to tears that you've given me that chance today, too.
Well, we're both honored. I am just, I feel such in a privileged space right now to be having this conversation with you. Your father, our president, did so much so that actually we would not be where we are today in our nation. And so I appreciate you sharing your story. I appreciate you still being a social justice fighter and making time to share your story and bringing it to an end. When we think about women, where we are now, about to have a woman that is going to, I say break because we're going to still have some work to do in terms of shattering this glass ceiling.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and thinking about how you are a daughter of power, like you were raised in this. It's part of your legacy in terms of not just power, but understanding of politics and understanding of what's in play and taking it to where women are now. Do you have anything that you could share with us and another woman who may be watching, or a little girl who's watching and decide what her next steps may be?
Well, I think that the speaker that we had just before me said it far better than I can. If a young girl can come up, growing up in the foster system, and end up running for the legislature and celebrating this great event on her 40th birthday, golly, what an inspiration. For me to be able to march behind great candidates like this, that is the honor of, and Joanna, I've already given, and I've been inspired to give again today, I promise you. But I am just so hopeful. I told you I had 16 grandchildren, some of them step-grandchildren. We are one of those mini merged families, and I love them all with all my heart. But the vast majority in that whole conglomeration, only 3 of them are male. And so our family has been, by and large, a female family. And my father just believed, as I told you in the beginning, that the power of women is like none other. If we will just believe in ourselves. Now, I'll tell you a quick story, because one person I know that is watching to me, and I'm today for me, outside of my own immediate family, is my sister Linda. And she didn't like politics the first round. It wasn't her great joy. And she married a Marine, and that was fabulous. And then he became a lawyer, and that was okay. And then he went into politics, and it was kind of, I think, for her, a little feeling like the wolf in sheep's clothing. That was not what she had bargained for. But she went on to become the great First Lady of Virginia. And I campaigned for her, and I was so proud of her. And she and her husband did such a brilliant job. And I was just a little sister running around on the campaign trail behind her when I met Governor Ann one day. And I had broken my leg, and I said I was going to get my cast off so I could go up and do some more campaigning for my sister. And Governor Ann said to me, "Oh, for God's sake, Lucy Baines, don't you dare get that cast off." And I said, "Why not?" And she said, "We need all the votes we can get. And anybody who might look at you and see that you thought that Chuck Robb and Linda Robb were worth you going around with cast on your leg, you know, they might get a few more votes that way." And I don't know if we got a one that way, but I do know that she was somebody I believed in. And we all need someone to believe in. And I think that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have given us two very extraordinary somebodies to believe in at the top of the ticket. They have shown that we can be civil, that we can be gracious, that we can be strong, that we can be competent, and that we do not need to shout at each other, but we need, in the spirit of Isaiah, that wise man of ancient times, to come and reason together. And everybody I have listened today on this program has that same sense of let's do this the right way for all of us. And yet they have that spirit that Governor Land lit under me, saying, "Go, girl, go." And it takes both of those. It takes a commitment to social justice, to doing the right thing, the right way for all of our children. Red and yellow, black and white, they're all precious in God's sight. And I just love the chance that you've given me to march behind them all in this mighty parade. And I look forward with every ounce that's in me to seeing us go blue. I've worn blue. I've been cycling all around the hill country in isolation with my Biden-Harris a bumper sticker on my bike, and trying to tell the world that this is the most important election of so many of our lifetimes. And we just have to do right by our children. We just have to do right for tomorrow. This is as crucial a time as there ever is. So thank you all who are caring. Thank you for sacrificing your time and your talent and your treasure, because it is the right thing to do.
Well, Lucy, thank you for offering us a hope for tomorrow. And that tomorrow is today, because each and every one of us can go out and vote. And I told you already, audience, if you hear my dog, he's just barking for Biden. He's making sure everyone knows to go out and vote. And so, Lucy, with that being said, I hope that this is just the very beginning of a relationship that we can both have to make sure that when Texas goes blue, and it's going blue, that we sustain it, that we keep it blue, and that we do a little darker shade of blue each and every season. And not just for the sake of color, but that, because as you said, It's about the people. It's about the future. For my child, your grandchildren, and so many other children, because they are our future. We want to make sure we have that not only in Texas, but in the United States, our nation.
Well, thank you, Dr. Brailey, for caring enough to sacrifice so much of your time, talent, and treasure. To all of you who've done so, I'm standing behind you, clapping the loudest, and wishing you all Godspeed.
Thank you so much. Blessings to you and your family.
Blessings to you. You bet. Thanks.
Yes.
Very good.
That was a truly remarkable conversation.
Sarita,
the amount of the amount of historical knowledge and just experiences. So grateful that we were able to hear from Lucy. We're going to take a quick break right now, and then we'll come back for a party and rally. And as Dr. Brailey said, there might be an earthquake coming to Texas, and we'll see you in just a few.
An earthquake full of laughs,
Soy su juez del condado. I'm Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, and in 2016 I was one of the many people who were absolutely dismayed by Donald Trump's election. I'm an immigrant, and my family, I lived the American dream. I couldn't stand to watch that taken away from everybody. And so in some ways I went through the 7 stages of grief. I marched, I protested, and I decided that I could no longer try and work to fix the system from the outside as an advocate on justice issues and healthcare issues, but that I had to run for office and fix the system from the inside. Of course, it turned out I was one of many women who had that same thought. And in 2018, we saw an incredible wave of women. We thought it was the year of the woman, and it's turning more into the decade of the woman. In 2019, here in Houston, we saw City Council have a majority female. Then 2020, we're seeing incredible energy and the possibility for us to celebrate fantastic victories up and down the ballot. What could be more fitting than to do it on the 100th anniversary of the women's right to vote?
Hi,
this is not just
Alexandria
about
DeWalt.
representation for the sake of it. These diverse perspectives and women in office make a difference. First, we are showing young girls that they can be unabashedly part of leadership. That is the most special part of the job for me. When I have girls, women, telling me that I'm an example, that they can now see, they can run for office, they could be the county judge in the 3rd largest county in the country. So that's one. On policy issues too. We fought so hard in Harris County, and we've made already many changes in the past year and a half. But I can tell you on environment, on gun safety, and now, as everybody knows, on voting access. We are stumped in some ways by the federal government. There are certain, and the state government, laws, regulations that are outside of our hands. And so we need those allies, the women, the Texas Democratic women, up and down the ballot, up and down government right now, stand with us in these issues, but they need more help. And that's what we're going to achieve this year in this election. So dig deep, support these women. Let's keep going. The numbers look good, but we can't take anything for granted. Let's go. Let's win this, and let's get more women elected.
Hi, my name is Alexandria DeWalt. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, but I'm currently a student at the University of Miami. I just wanted to take this time to encourage all the young people out there to go and vote. It's our country too. Our votes matter. Our voices matter. I know that a lot of older folks out there are just like, oh, you're too young to vote, or oh, you're not informed enough to vote. But I think there's so many resources out there that we can use to inform ourselves, which will allow us to make the right decisions we believe are better for the country. I think this election is extremely important, especially in the light of the killings of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and the countless others. There's a clear choice and a clear party that understands the systemic racism that still exists in America today. And in the light of Breonna Taylor, I believe that there's a clear choice and a clear party that understands that Black women matter and that we are here and that our voices deserve to be heard. So young people, go out and vote. We need you, please. I need you. Fill out that absentee ballot, send it in. Our lives literally depend on it. So I hope you have a fantabulous day and that we just go out and vote and do our part. Thank you.
We are back. For those who are tuning in again, or just tuning in, we are having the biggest party that we've ever had in Texas political history. We're back with part 2 of Women Winning Texas. This is part 2, and I know we're going to have many parts to come, but what we are just really making sure that we're doing is for any of those who have yet to hear about some of our statewide candidates, you get to hear from them today. Some of them have already spoken, some of them are here, and they're going to tell us a little bit about themselves and their race as well. This particular session really is just going to be about what happened today, what were the highlights. Again, we have candidates that can drop in, and when I see them, we just stop talking. So really, I should probably stop talking now because we have about 2 or 3, and they're on the trail, and it's all about celebrating the vote, you all. It's all about that. If you have not voted, it's time to know your vote plan, your when, your well, your where, your how, your who, and know your why story. And the why is we need our nation back. We need to turn Texas blue, not for just the sake of turning blue, but we know that when our nation turns blue, we know that the people will be at the center of the decision making and that people will have a fair shot. And with that being said, I see Krista's with us. I see Stacy's with us. And so we'll just start off with Krista, and then a number of us are joining the conversation.
Hi, everybody. I'm Krista Castaneda. I am the candidate at the top of your statewide ballot for Texas Railroad Commissioner. It doesn't have a single thing to do with railroads. It is the oil and gas regulator for the state of Texas. It's an enormously important position in our state government, and it's the biggest environmental race in the entire country. In fact, the New Republic has called it the most important climate election ever because of the amount of carbon gases and pollution that comes from the oil and gas industry. And of course, nowhere is it bigger than right here in Texas, the oil and gas industry. Now, let me say this. I've got 35 years of experience in and around the industry. I've been an engineer. I've been an attorney. I still work in litigation matters on behalf of all parties involved in litigation. So I am not antagonistic to the oil industry. I want to make it a level playing field for the good and keep people from messing with Texas. And yet the current railroad commissioners, all Republicans, are giving the bad operators a pass to violate the laws against flaring and venting of natural gas in particular. This is a hugely wasteful practice. And in 2019, operators feel like it's historic. I think we are going to win up and down the ballot. I am so excited about what I'm seeing going on and all the people who are voting. I can't believe how good the turnout is. And we just need every last Democrat to get out there and vote and lock in that vote and vote blue all the way down from now until November 3rd. There's enough of us that if we just do that, we are all going to take over here.
Thank you so much, Krista. Stacy.
There we go. My phone
died, and so I'm using someone else's phone. So thank you so much. But I have to tell you, it is pretty intimidating going after Lucy Baines Johnson. My very first presidential campaign, my first button was LBJ for the USA. And I remember as a small girl in East Texas in segregation, just the hope that we had for President Johnson. And when he finally signed the Civil Rights Act, the joy. And I'm sure she doesn't know that it really affected a little girl in East Texas who only knew that her father was the hope for our country and the hope for a betterment of my life. So I know she's not on, but thank you for having her on. And it really was an inspiration. And I want to thank the Texas Democratic Party. My gosh, we are experiencing record turnout all across the state. People are energized, they're excited. And I have to tell you, I've been to lots of the polls in the Dallas area. It's a sense of peace. It's a sense of purposefulness. So I hope that we continue because change is in the air. For those of you who don't know me, I am Judge Stacey with an I Williams, and I am your proud Democratic nominee for the Texas Supreme Court Place 7. And as you know, Place 7 does not designate a geographic location. It's just a seat number. And I'm so proud to be running with 4 other Democratic women who are going to bring change to that Texas Supreme Court. And you know we need change there. The Texas Supreme Court is the one that's full of hypocrisy. They won't conduct their hearings at the Texas Supreme Court. They conduct their hearings via Zoom for fear of COVID. But yet they don't want the everyday Texan to be able to vote by mail because of fear of COVID. We've got to change that hypocrisy. And I am the only person in this race who believes, and for Place 7, that in a divorce, someone's ex-husband who is a convicted sex molester who molested the daughters in a home should not get a percentage of the divorce decree. My opponent calls himself a textualist, and he comes out with these crazy outcomes, dissents. He also found that a doctor should be sanctioned by the Texas Medical Board for electronically signing a death certificate as opposed to signing it manually. You know, we've got to stop this craziness. And I think that's why the Houston Chronicle endorsed my candidacy 2 weeks ago. I've got the qualifications and experience. 2-term district court judge here in Dallas, hearing civil cases. I've been a municipal court judge. I've been an administrative judge for the EEOC, an arbitrator for DART, the U.S. Postal Service, NASDAQ FINRA, Washington Metropolitan Airport Board, and in-house corporate counsel in the telecommunications, retail, and defense industries. I've got the depth and breadth of experience so that on day one, I am ready to start writing decisions on the Texas Supreme Court. I'm a native Texan, a graduate of the Georgetown University Law Center, Smith College with a degree in economics, and the Hockaday School. Please join us. We've got qualified candidates running for the Texas Supreme Court, Court of Criminal Appeals, and our other statewide candidate, Krista Castaneda, who's going to turn things around at the Railroad Commissioner. Us statewide need your help. We need your continued support because we will bring that change. We will help Joe and everyone up and down the ticket. Don't get complacent. Get 15 other folks who haven't voted to go vote. Again, I am Judge Stacey with an I Williams, Texas Supreme Court, Place 7. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacey. So Rita, we're coming to an end, and I feel like I'm feeling something in this. It's like it's shaking or something. And
some might say that it feels like an earthquake.
I think he's around or something.
Hello, beautiful lady. Hello, beautiful lady.
Wake up.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Beautiful ladies. How y'all doing? You know, y'all kept me on hold so long. I thought I was out there voting. It took that long. That line was so, look, it had me out there waiting for you. But I'll wait for beautiful Black women that's making the change. Let me explain something. First of all, I am from Washington, D.C., live in Houston, work in Los Angeles. So I was in that line in Harris County that made the difference of most voting than anywhere else with that early voting. Yeah, that line was so long, looked like they was hiring. but I stood in there like I was a civil rights leader. You understand? Like it was 1962. Like they was giving out Popeye chicken sandwiches. Like they was giving out Jordans, because I had to get in there. And being around beautiful Black women, and I just want to say for you beautiful Black women, y'all have always been the backbone of the Democratic Party. It wouldn't be a Democratic senator in Alabama if it wasn't for Black women that went down and stood in them long lines to vote. So y'all have always carried the pail for a man such as myself with my pigmentation to have the rights we have. So I want to commend you on that, first of all. But thank you for educating me, because when I always voted, but I just voted for the top of the ticket. You have educated me that I must look at all. Because 4 years ago, when I went and voted for Hillary, I just punched it and just put Hillary. And the rest of the ballot, I filled it out like a test I didn't know none of the answers to. I put a B, give me this, city council, who I say, I saw their commercial, had too many B's, I had to mix it up. Because, you know, when you put straight B's, the teacher knows you ain't been studying. So you got to mix it up. You got to put it in there, put some C's and D's in there. And you can tell when a person who ain't studied, because you're looking for the Lord for the answer, and you see somebody else and they look and say, I don't know the answer either. But the smart people never look up. They look straight at their paper because they studied. This is what happens when you got a GED and you get pushed through school, you know, even if you wasn't an athlete. You know what I mean? That's how it go. But I just want y'all to know, man, I'm so proud of y'all. Yes, I voted. We got to get rid of Donald Trump because he lies so much like we don't have Google. I mean, it's ridiculous. He got a PhD from La University. I'm telling you, it's a shame. He got some people that believe in him, though. You can say what you want to say about him. His people believe in him. I tell you, I'm single, and people they interview me all the time, say, Earthquake, what kind of woman you looking for? I say, I'm looking for a woman like a Trump supporter. No matter what she hears, she ain't gonna believe nothing. You understand what I'm saying? A hater come there, you know he got another baby. Oh, baby, that's fake news. Don't listen to that woman. She an enemy of the state. You know she is not for us. You got to get you a woman, a spouse, like a Trump supporter. No matter what they see or hear, they ain't gonna believe nothing. You know Trump ain't got no cut. And Joe Biden, I love him to death. We just need him to stay alive to the fourth. We just need him to get to the fourth. We got to get him to the fourth. He's looking a little shaky right there, man. We got to get him there. And Kamala, I love him. Miss Harris is it. And I'm telling brothers right now, if for one time, can you stand up for a Black woman? This woman is from the Bay, went to a HBCU, my hometown, you know, Howard University. That's my alma mater, environmentally, you know. I went there, I just hung around the institution, I didn't go. You know what I mean? I was just, you know, around the environment of it. You know, I hung around there, but I ain't go. So it's my alma mater that way, you know. Well, anyway, she's a real Black woman. You can look at her and say she's Black because she gave them Black looks during the debate. I am talking. Many Black men say, if you couldn't see that wasn't a Black woman, you ain't never been with no Black woman. The eyes alone said it all. So much that she called on her guard to send a fly to sit on top of that manure. You understand what I'm saying? A Black woman knows how to simplify her thoughts with the guard. Let me just put a fly on top of his head to let him know what I feel about him. Lord, give a signal from the stars and just let the world know what type of power we got right here. Please, Jesus. That's the power of a Black woman. Many Black men know that. Remember your woman tell you, don't go outside, don't go out tonight. You're like, I'll be all right, go out there and get hit by a car. Your last word, ooh, I should have listened to my boo. Many Black men understand the power of the advice of a Black woman. Now, I just want to tell y'all, because I got about 2 more shows to go, anything that I can do for y'all at any time, I am here for you. You heard the great congressman, the judge say 15 people. I don't, you know, I have my #1 radio show. It's called Quake's House. It's on Kevin Hart's Laugh Out Loud, Sirius XM Channel 96. And we have a platform that I got, and it's called 1+3. And what 1+3 is, for the change that we're trying to make, voting is great, but we need you to do a little bit more than just vote. And what that is, 1+3 is what we need. We need you to vote, and we need you to bring 3 people with you to the polls. And the description of the 3 people are 3 people who wouldn't have voted had you not intervened and got them there. You do us no, you're not helping us bringing any person that already is registered to vote, that's already vote. We need you to hit the disenfranchised. We need to see, go to the barbershop, get a little man. Go by the place where you get your dubs at. Before he sell you a 20, say, yeah, I'm gonna buy the 20, but you gotta meet me at the poll and vote. You ain't got no sticker, you ain't a friend of mine. Go get the twerker. I done got 3 strippers. I told them, yeah, I'm gonna look out for you, I'm gonna tip you. But I ain't gonna tip you if you don't come with no I voted sticker. I'm doing, you gotta do economical sanctions on them. Whatever you got to do to motivate these people to get down here is what you need. I got I got Mercedes, I got I got Lil Precious, I got 3 of them. Yeah, they're gonna be down there with oil on and everything. Who are you to judge? God works in mysterious ways, but they gonna be down there because they know after they vote, I'm gonna go ahead and make it rain and hold on to my part of it. So you must have 1 + 3. That's 1 + 3. Get 1 person and 3 people with you. Put it on my Instagram at Real Earthquake. Tell your story, who your 3 is that you're gonna get to the polls. Follow me. Make sure I love you, sisters. Ain't nothing y'all can do about it. I love strong Black women, and I will stand in that line for 9 hours if it is to protect you. I have y'all, and thank y'all for the opportunity to come talk to y'all. I'm so humble. I'm just appreciating you let my ignorant self come in here and talk to you, educated Black women who did all your homework without cheating like I did.
Thank you so much. Earthquake, that is the kind of energy I need when I get up and get ready in the morning, just to get me started, get me going, feeling good, feeling hype. Again, we thank you for supporting this event, for making us laugh, reminding us that voting doesn't have to be all serious and tough all the time. We can have some fun with our votes as well. And at this point in the portion, I am excited to turn it over to you, Dr. Brailey, to bring us on home.
Man, Earthquake, I needed that laugh. Tell me one more. Give me one more, man. Just one more.
Hey, I give you one more.
One more.
You know Trump ain't got no cut. You know you're a bad individual when a person boycotts you at their funeral. John McCain said his last words was tell him not to come. You know how bad you got to be if a person puts you in their will to tell you not to come to their funeral. You know how bad you got to be. That boycott and blocked him like it was Facebook. You understand what I'm saying? You're a bad individual when you can't go to a person's funeral because they don't want you to be there. That's what it is. So that's what we got to do. We got to get rid of the orange head dude. You understand? We got to get rid of them.
Well, we all agree with you. We thank you so much for the laughter. While this can be a very challenging moment for so many of us, and so many candidates are working, community people are working, there are some women who have been organizing and mobilizing now for 50 and 60 years that are right now making phone bank calls. They can't walk, or if they're walking, they're not walking well. But guess what? They will call and say, can you give me a phone bank list? And they are very serious about that. So I just, so for some of them who are tuning in, I'm hoping that they got to take a little second just to hear from you. And you shook up Texas a little bit for us today. And I'm sure we'll probably be running some of this and hoping that someone who had not made up their mind to vote, that even listening to you there, they'll laugh themselves to the poll, or at least while they're standing in line, they can watch part 2 of this with Earthquake. So keep shaking it up, and hopefully we can talk to you soon, and spread the word what the party is doing. Spread the word that we want everybody. This is a party for everyone across race, gender, sexuality. We want people who want to make sure that people have a better life and a fair shot. So thank you so much, Earthquake, and look forward to doing even more events with you sometime soon.
Well, it's my pleasure, sister. And like I said before, I love you. And anytime that you need me to just put a little sprinkle of my ignorance in there, I'm always there with you, sister. And I'm just a phone call away. I respect for everything you do. And I also acknowledge I wouldn't be able to be sitting in this seat, in this suite, doing what I did without the sacrifices that our Black women has always did for us, our Black men. So I appreciate it. And from the bottom of my heart, and I'm always a phone call away from you anytime you need me.
All right, well, I'll be calling on you because we want to make sure that we push out this Black and brown male vote as well. So have a good day.
All women of color, you know it. Thank you very much. Thank y'all. Love y'all. God bless you. Keep God first. You'll be all right.
All right, Sarita. Hey, look, Councilmember Bearfield. We'll bring you.
Hey.
550. 10 till, as they would say. 10 till. 10 till finish. My French grandmother would say, finish. Are we finished? I think it's coming to an end. What you think about today, Council Member?
This was an amazing, amazing day. So many fantastic women that we're supporting. We had an opportunity to step back in history with Lucy Baines Johnson and hear from our outstanding state candidates, from Krista Castaneda to Judge Stacy and everybody that has been on. You know, we are doing our best at the local level to make sure that we encourage everybody to vote. You're all the way down the ballot. Our state races are important. Our national races are important, but don't forget about your local elections because that is the impact that affects you every single day. So because those May elections got pushed to November, we're on the ballot right now with all of you, which is some amazing company to be in, let me just say. But it is important that you remember to vote all the way down the ballot. It was my pleasure to be able to say such a thing for the Annie's List event in Dallas, that we are encouraged Texas to vote up and down the ballot. You support your women candidates. You support Texas and turning and flipping this amazing state, this non-voting state, not a red state, this non-voting state, blue, and keep it blue. We used to be, it wasn't that long ago that McLennan County was
today.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And I mean, our governor homegirl, our own Waco's finest, Ann Richards, set a tone and precedent for us so long ago, and we are doing our best right here, doing things like this to keep that going. And we appreciate everything the party has done. Dr. Brailey, your work is phenomenal, and your leadership and getting this movement and keeping this momentum and re-energizing our elders, energizing our young folks, and getting folks in the middle to do what we know and love to do, which is exercise our right and vote.
Yes, we're on our way. We're on our way, you all. This was, wow, Sarita, Hannah. Wow. And then we ran over. And so we still pushed 6 o'clock. How did we do this?
I mean, when you've got incredible candidates, incredible women doing all of this work here in Texas. Look, Texas is huge. So of course we had to do a huge event. 2 weekends, so many incredible speakers. So look, I say I'm fired up. I am fired up and ready to this is what I needed to get through these next 17 days, to get through Election Day. I am grateful to all of our honorary chairs and the folks from our steering committee for helping us make this event possible. Thank you to all of the incredible folks at TDP who helped. Hannah, Brett, Shamanti, really made this event spectacular. And of course, thank you to all of our women who are fighting for change here in Texas and making Texas the place that we know it can be. If you need to look up your polling place, who's on your ballot, get ready to vote. You can head over to mytexasvotes.com and everything that you need to know will be right there. It's a nice one-stop shop for you. And like we've all been saying, don't just vote alone. Bring a friend, bring a cousin, bring whoever, especially the folks in your life that maybe aren't sure about voting, maybe don't think that their vote matters. You are the person in their life that can convince them otherwise and help us turn Texas blue. Thanks, y'all.
Yes, thank you, Deidre. Thank you, Maisha and Linda and Caprice and Nicole, Roxanne, Angela, Cheryl, Marja, Laquita, Latanya, Sharon, Leisha, Barene, Cindy, Eileen, Danielle, Renee, the general manager of the crew, Judy, Sadani, Tracy, Mary, Leslie, Alexandria, Sonia, Lori, Cynthia. Say their names, you all, because this was our steering committee and we could not do this had it not been for them. But also a shout out to TDP staff. You have just been my backbone on this project that I know for years to come, we will have women winning Texas. And so you all, we're going blue. Until the next time, make sure, like Earthquake said, find your 3 people that probably haven't quite made up their mind that they're voting. Go and do that until the end of this season to ensure that when our Texas goes blue, we know that our nation will go blue. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. DJ, you have a little bit that you can end with the in the program with?
We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone can see we're together as we walk.
And shout out to Carla Harris, you know, her birthday. We're celebrating her birthday. So for those who have not given a text 21333, you can make sure that you can donate to the work that we do at Texas Democratic Party. Also, in honor of Congress's birthday, a $20.20 donation. All you can do 1908. She knows about that. The Divine Nine in her knows about $19.08. Represents 1908 when her sorority was founded. So thank you, Divine Nine. We're calling on you. HBCU graduates, we're calling on you. We're calling on all Texan Democrats to go and do what we do best. Let's turn this, I'm going to say city, but the city and the state and the county, everybody.
Living life is fun and we just begun to get our share of this world. Still alive. I hope we have for the future and our goals inside. We know it's a fast. Here's what we call our golden rule. Have faith in you and the things you do. You won't go wrong. Oh no, this is our family too. We are family.
All right, our DJ is gone. I forgot that I think she needed to get on air too, so I hope she'll be okay with that.